PTR, I have officially gotten the knowledge. I have a tier list cook. It is different than other people's tier list. I have not even watched other people's tier list, but I have a pretty good understanding of where the tanks are. So we're going to make a tank tier list today. This season, will probably not be able to make a full tier list for actually every spec because I didn't play enough and I don't want to give false information. But I have tested a ton of things that other people have not, so it should be interesting today. We'll do it later. First, I think we're gonna just set up today and kind of see who's on PTR a little bit, and then we'll see who we get to play with. I'm gonna go from there. But let's do stream setup stuff. What's up, Sir Duder? Yesterday, I don't know if you realized, but I did a long stream. It was a long stream yesterday. Today, I will probably get to play a lot today, and then we'll see what happens next few days. Yo, what's up, Legend? I remember you from yesterday. I'm gonna heal. I don't think I have a healer on PTR right now. What's up, Grind? So, starting the day, walking. We'll do some stuff. Gonna do tier list. Probably like a few hours into stream. If you're watching the VOD back, be a few hours, but obviously I will clip that, put it through to YouTube after. This will be my actual meta prediction. And if you want, we can spend a while going over potential meta comps as well, given what I do know about DPS. Should be interesting. Yeah, not yet. I think waiting for a Warlock friend of mine to come on. I'm waiting for the Aflock, Mr. Arson. I always like playing with him. And I think he'll be around today. So we're going to give him a second to get on. All right, so we do some stream setup stuff. And yeah, let's just go ahead and get set up. What's up, Seymour? Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. Today we're gaming. We're pretending once again that we are young folk, and we are going to make a tank tier list. Now, I don't have to be young for that. I feel like with age comes wisdom, except for all of the people who are old and not smart. They sort of disprove that theory on a regular basis. But for today, that's what I'm going to be wise. I will attempt to be as wise as possible. Do you guys know any people who are like older and it seems like the wisdom just never really caught up with them? Like they're old, they've got the white hair, the salt and pepper look, like they're getting up there, but it just seems like for some reason they narrowly escaped the intelligence that is supposed to come with that age. All right. Anyways, tier list date. Let's do it. Ranking the tanks. If you are unfamiliar with how I make tier lists, especially given that my experience playing this own PTR cycle is quite different, then I shall give you some information. Number one, cheese tomato pasta. If you are looking for that tank tier list, no, I have not done. Normally when I do tier list, it's because I have played every day. Like I am on PTR every single day that it's up. Last beta cycle, we played daily. We played with Petco every day. We played with these people every day. Like we had the regulars that hopped on. This PTR cycle, I will not be able to make a true tier list for the DPS and even really for the healers, although I have a pretty good understanding of where healers are at. However, that is based not on me playing them, but on what I have seen on PTR. And the problem with that is that it's heavily biased and colored by who you've played with. And an example is this. I mean, I feel like everybody, well, we'll kind of go over this. I'm going to talk about this a lot. The truth is that player skill does tend to matter more than what class you're on. That's like a truth, right? Do you know what I'm talking about? The meta matters. The meta's powerful. I get it. But also, player skill is a huge factor in how good things look. So you could see, as an example, I played yesterday with several different subtlety rogues. The first subtlety rogue I played with literally alt F4'd out of the dungeon because they actually were doing so bad on the first pull that they alt F4'd. So I was like, okay, guess subtlety rogue isn't that good. You could make that assumption based off of that key. But then the next subtlety rogue I played with topped the meters and did top single target bit damage on boss. So you're like, wait, subtlety rogue is good. But that's a player difference, not a class difference. In order to get accurate data from PTR, not only should you look at logs and compare and contrast, but you should also consider who you're playing with. And healing is interesting because there are just some giga healers. Like right now, as I open my friends list, I can probably find Vikman was on earlier, and if I play with Vikman, he'll make any healer look good. And if LB Ninja is on, he's a healer. I will be making the official tank tier list today, basically. We have, like, you were good yesterday, so let's play together again today. But you played Holy Palette. If you bring a Holy Palette, and I'm sure you do fine. I don't know if you play other healers, but the idea is that if you're a good healer and you're not pugging randomly, like if I were to just look at what groups are on right now, dungeons, yeah, if I go to here, and I were just to kind of figure out whatever's happening, there's a very good chance that this Disciplined Priest impresses me. There's also a very good chance that they do not impress me. So, without having played the thing myself, I will be careful about assessing. So that's why I can't make like a whole tier list. I can do tanks because I've played tanks and I have a good understanding of tanks. Make sense? So that's what I can do. But I refuse pretty much to make a tier list about something I actually don't know what I'm talking about. Make sense? That's the thing. Also, what's up, Big Grizzly? What's up, bitch? That's right. That's right. Bring it on. Let's catch that on. If you are new here, we're going to have to tell this story a lot and basically keep people updated. But if you come to say hi, Seymour, anybody that comes to say hi ever, best way to start a conversation with me is definitely, what's up, bitch? That's the best way. That's absolutely what you start with. That, please, that's like by far and large. Open with that. It's a great way to start a conversation. If we're friendly, at least. I guess if you don't like me, then you can say, hello. And I'll be like, well, hello to you too. Thought we were friends. What's up, B? What's up, Ronnie? That's right. That's right. Gives me that hype. Seriously, there's actually a really good story behind that, but I would have zero issue if that actually became a thing on stream. If that single-handedly dominated my stream, I would be super happy about that. I would actually be incredibly excited. So the only thing is, let me see what Arson's up to. I don't know if he is going to be on or not. Vicious is on at his H-Pal. Legend, do you play other healers, by the way? We'll have Razan on. I don't know if he's in a group right now. I'd love to play with Raz. Shaw is, I think, tanking. I think Shaw is tanking for Dorky and J.B right now. So he's busy for sure. Probably could be good now. So I'm going to talk about the tanks later. I have interesting takes on tanks. I think they're in a better spot than many might realize. But I also fully understand and will be coming out with a few videos this week that explain why people feel like tank balance is so bad. Because I understand that completely. Like, people are really upset with tank balance, rightfully so. I went over this yesterday. We looked. In the top 500 runs, the representation of tanks that are not Guardian and not Brewmaster is less than 1%. Like 99% of tanks are of two classes. That's rough. I'm a monk, but I don't like it. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think Resto Shaman is kind of sleeper good. 10-second tank on VDH for upcoming season. Tanks have to be consistent. If they tune Eldraki high enough, then it might see play. But I think that if you have to play Annihilator, and Annihilator is not significantly ahead of everything else, I just don't think you'll see it. Tanks have to be consistent, especially at a high level. Even with Resil, like, you just don't want your tank to die to RNG, and it has too much RNG to it. For the highest level, for like meta. For average level, VDH just dies a lot. You have to plan extremely well on VDH. I think it's very challenging for new tank players to get into it. You see this a lot, even when it was meta in the War Within Season 2. You still had a lot of VDHs that just like leaped into a pack and died. The fact that you can macro Demon Spikes now is helpful. You have more than 100% uptime. The fact that you no longer have Demonic is tough, because a lot of people will fell dev and die. That's give or take my thoughts on VDH. And also, it's not tuned highly enough. If you look at Warcraft logs, and we open this up, and we'll do this a lot today, because this is how you can get data. If you want to know how you get data on the tanks for this, you go here. I'll show you. This is a good way to do it. You can't look at overall because overall, I have made a video about this recently. Overall is not a good way to assess tanks, but what is a good way to assess tanks is if you just go to Warcraft logs real quick and you scroll down to PTR testing, which is down here, Mythic Season 2 PTR, and you go to rankings, you can currently test single target encounters and keys. So if I, for example, were to go to Demon Hunter, Vengeance, and then I was to look at a dungeon, Altar of Fangs 19. Okay, cool. June 30th. This was a while ago, and I think they have actually received a buff since then. This was a while ago, and it's with OP Trinkets. So make sure the log is a little more up to date. August 8th. Great. Let's see this VDH. Let's check. They have to do a lot of damage. He did 192k overall. Fair enough. He's got a Druid buff, Warrior buff, Shaman buff. Fair enough. Okay, so let's look at a single target. This is a much better way to test. Wait, what was their first boss split? 339. First boss split, wow, that is crazy damage, I will say. That is very strong, but they pull leeches on it because that doesn't make sense. Look at that. They found a way to pull leeches on the first boss because that doesn't make any sense. I was like, no tank is doing that much damage single target. All right, let's look at last boss. They pull funnel on last boss. That's Giga Funnel, by the way, if you can do that. Nope, that's actual single target. All right, 92k single target. Fair enough. That's pretty decent. Like, that's good. That's not bad. For tanks right now, 92k, and the fact that he does provide Chaos Brand for this comp, pretty solid. Arms Warrior doesn't benefit from it, but these guys do. So 3% on Mage, 3% on Druid, 3% here. That's definitely in contention, but I don't think that you're actually going to see it at a higher level. That's how I look at logs. Does that make sense? What's up, Nico, baby? You can dive further, and you can go to like damage taken and like how whatever external healing required per second. You could do that, but I think that at a simple level, just take a single target encounter and then take a look to see if they're doing anything weird on it. Because any tank can probably live the keys, but also he provides no poison dispel. He's there for damage. What he provides in this key is purely damage. Does that make sense? So that's kind of where some tanks are right now. It's the same conversation for Prot Warrior. You can do the same thing for Prot Warrior. You can actually just come over here and again, just kind of zoom back out. We'll just leave this open here. And then you go Mythic Plus, rankings here. Does that make sense, how you would do this? You just have to know what bosses are single targets so that you can't pad on them. So if I go here real quick, and I go back, and I go to Prot Warrior, all classes, Prot Warrior, keep in mind that there's not a lot of people testing the tanks that are considered... Yeah, no. The big numbers are cool, but you have to be able to compare and contrast. 19, when was this done? July 15th. That's a tough log to compare. Actually, Prot Warrior's been buffed by 6% since then. I'm pretty sure 6% was after this. So we can take a look. Still, 199k, solid. We don't know what the route is, so we don't look at overall. We take a look at first boss, last boss. That's tough. 72k, last boss. Not so good. Not exactly fantastic. Although, he is playing Mountain Thane. Is that Mountain Thane? So that might be a factor. Is I still think that Colossus will be more damage. So this is pre 6% Mountain Thane, basically the simpler spec. 72k, not bad. It's possible that you might want to play this a little bit more. First boss. Oh, you can spell reflect first boss. That's broken actually that you can spell. I think you can't spell reflect this. They already fixed that. But that's like a general way to look at tanks. So that's what we'll be doing today. We'll go through some logs and I'll show you some stuff. Make sense? What's up, Naramis? Hope your day is going well. Thank you. Thank you for saying hi and thank you for saying something nice. I also hope that your day is going well, by the way. Thank you. If you ever want and you have a second to come into stream, you don't have to give me any context, but if you would like, tell me one good thing that's happened to you. If there are two things I'd like to start in my stream as basically like if you're in the know, you're in the know. Number one, tell me. You can walk in a stream and say, "What's up, bitch?" That's the best way to start a conversation. But the other thing you can do is you can tell me one good thing that's happened. Anything. Could be I did a good key. Could be I got a dog. Could be life things. Whatever. One good thing. We need more good things in the world. I don't know. Toxic says, are you going to play meta next season or stick to Druid? I'm going to play Druid. I decided. There's a few factors as to why I would just play Druid. One, I like it. I like the current playstyle of Guardian. And two, I think the biggest one is just, I'm not going to raid next season. if I have to take a little bit of a loss just because of the raid changes, the gearing changes, etc., I'm pretty down to just play what I want and play what I enjoy. I'll get whatever score I need to get. If I don't get 0.1%, that's fine. It's okay. Like, seriously. I ain't fussed about 0.1%. I'll get 1% for sure, but not 0.1%. I don't need it. Yeah, like, I think also, God, when I make the tier list today, you will see. I think I'll have to heroic raid probably, like, with the bonus rolls. The question is whether or not I'll do it week 1 or week 2, because you won't have a bonus roll week 1. And the other thing is that your Guardian Druid tier set is strong. Like, you really want 4 set. 4 set is quite impactful for keys. The 2 set is just a little bit of damage, but the 4 set, 5 seconds on Incarn, plus the fact you get damage, but the 5 seconds on Incarn is actually a way to fill your defensive rotation. It will be kind of hard. Not kind of hard. I'll be fine. But I'm really going to want 4 set. So, I mean, the truth about 4 set early on is actually that you go into a raid, you try to win the roll natty, you do one of 2 things. There's like a secret tech for getting your 4 set early. It's pretty degenerate though. You want to hear it? You're gonna, here, listen. You're not gonna like this. I have 2 options when it comes to raiding and getting my 4 set. First one is that I make a raid on stream and I do not invite a single other hunter, mage, or anyone on my tier token. Or like leather. I don't know what, I actually think it's still tier tokens. I haven't raided in a while. But like that's the first thing you could do, is just basically make sure that you're the only person who needs your stuff. It's Rogue Monk. Wait, what is this? Rogue Monk Druid Demon Hunter. Have they changed this? It's all leather now, right? Yeah, so basically, I would just not take a single other leather person. You just play with no Rogue Monk or Demon Hunter. And that basically means if a tier piece drops, I get it. That's one thing you could do. The other thing you do is just get ready to offer like 500,000 gold. That's the other thing, is you just get your pockets out, you get your gold, and you just get ready to buy whatever piece needs. And then that's still RNG, because sometimes it doesn't drop. But I mean, it's one way to do it. You can do it on normal to at least get your 4 set. That's not a bad advantage. Yeah. Yep. How good are you at PvP? Nope. Bad at PvP. I'm not a PvPer, really. I was thinking about, you know what I was thinking about actually getting on? I thought it would be really cool to do a podcast with Ven Ruki, but I have no contact with him. I've never met him. He doesn't know I exist. I know he exists. And I have no idea how I would contact him. Like, I could reach out to him on Discord and just see, but I was thinking that he would be I would love to know about PvP and WoW, considering I know nothing about it. But I think it would be cool. But I would have to basically ask somebody because I don't know anything. Makes sense? I think that'd be interesting. So yeah, we'll do the tier list. Tier list is today. Tier list will be, we'll do a few keys first. I just want to see what Arson's doing. If I could play with Arson one more time, that'd be cool. And then any other EU people I might want to play with, this is my last day to play with them. I will not be on PTR the next 2 days. I'll probably be off stream. So that's that. All right. Is he doing a key or is he logging over to P? It looks like, it do look like he on retail still. We will be fine with drums. All right. He's doing retail stuff. So let's go. We'll start keys then on our own. Who want to do PTR key? I'm going to start ninja inviting people or looking queue. There's a 15 Void Scar. Well, we could just go into that, but I think I'll make my own. In terms of what dungeons I'd like to test, I'm pretty sold that I know, give or take, now how to play all of this. I feel like I could learn Temple a little bit better. Like, the exact route for Temple is something I could improve on. Blinding, I'm pretty comfy with, except that I still don't understand if the Potato actually pulls if you walk left or not, and whether or not you have to route the end differently. But pretty comfy with how to route this. Void Scar Arena. I could get some more experience in Void Scar with the end. Like exactly how to do the end of this. Murder Row. I like the route I did before. I just pulled extra after the third boss, so that's just something I wouldn't do. I don't really love this dungeon to begin with. Ruby is alright. We can test like a higher key if we want it, if we got like a comp for it, but we'll see what happens. Should we go like 17s or 18s for testing? Should we go set some rank 1 Guardian Druid Parses on this? That means I have to pull big though. Do a 17 Ruby. 19. The thing with 19 on PTR, it's good testing for sure because it's basically the limit. It's like basically trying the highest potential thing you can do. The problem with 19 is that you need a team. Like you need to prog it, and then you need to trust everybody that's in your team. If I don't know who I'm playing with, I won't do 19s. It's a slog. You'll just wipe to like the first pull or first boss because you just won't have coordination. Like a 19 on PTR is equivalent to what? A 23 or something on live. And it just becomes one of those keys where it's cool to test, but it's not going to be an accurate reflection because if you're pugging, you wouldn't do a lot of the stuff that you would do on 19. Make sense? Like pretty impactful to realize. You need good DPS. You need everybody to be on the same page. You kind of need people to be helping you. And all of a sudden that becomes quite difficult. All right. Here, let's put the sponsor as a pinned message today. Cool. I think we can pin that message. Easy way to support stream. If you've never tried Opera GX, it is a browser. It is free to download, and it makes me money, which helps support stream. And pays for my chronic ice cream addiction, which is very real right now. Still eating around 4 McDonald's Sundays a day, but I went to the gym this morning, and at the gym, I was the first time in a while, like the first time in months, that I've looked at myself in the mirror, and I just thought, feeling kind of large and in charge, you know, because I've just been eating a lot. So much eating. Absolutely insane amount of eating. Trying to gain weight back. But I feel like my weight is finally stabilizing. What's up, noob? We are going to see if we can find PTR gamers. We're going to start ninja inviting people. Le PTR? Squishin, he was a holy paladin from yesterday, so we have a healer right now. He's already in a key right now in a group. Purple want to do PTR? Le PTR? Maybe Purple wants to do some PTR. And Shaman, Resto Shaman. I like the new friends list. I don't mind it. Andy Magician is on. He was a pretty good mage from earlier. But first, let's ask a few people and just see if we can find people for like 17. Let's see. Purple says, sure. Like 17 Ruby. It's like chill. Like 17. 17 range. Razin says, yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's get him. All right. Shopper, cool. I think there's our comp right there. We got Mr. Nazar in here. And then if Purple wants to come, we'll have Purple. Sounds good. Now, this is actually kind of a comp. You could probably push into like 18 and stuff here. Main issue with Windwalker. Let's do it. New meta comp. So, the main issue with today, I don't mind doing an 18 or a 19. It's a bit more of a challenging key range. 17's chill. Ruby life pools, I think you still want to skip Thunderhead. They nerfed it in a previous build, so we'll see. The actual tank tier list, we should probably update that command. I will update my final thoughts about the tanks. Last tier list, shy of like a big update that's coming soon. Today, but it won't be yet. It'll be later. So that is going to be my discussion on why the tanks will be meta or not. I do believe that something okay is happening with tanks. I foresee a potential. Although There is one tank that is kind of struggling a little bit more than others right now. Yes, but you can always catch it on the YouTube after, because I don't know exactly when we're doing the tier list. Kitty's still out. I'm home alone. I've done everything. I went to the gym today, finished my work today. Pretty much all good. So I might be able to do a long stream so long as my energy keeps up. We will find out. But first, let's go do big Guardian Druid damage and decide how we're going to route this. I'm pretty sure you want to skip Thunderhead and then take extra in the first area. But when I was doing this before, we just took Thunderhead. Let's grab some combat potions for today, and then let's roll. You know what I'm not looking forward to? Having to actually buy combat potions next season. This season was so expensive for gold, actually. I hope that they maybe even are willing to take a look at that, because I know the repair costs are going down a little bit, but it was actually such an expensive season. It got kind of crazy. I'll prep VDH, Blood Decay, and Prot Warrior for next season. Do you think I'll be fine with that selection? For what range, if I may clarify? Mr. Quotes. For what range? And the reason I ask is because that matters a lot. It is super important to clarify for what? Like the 1%, the 0.1%, or what are you thinking? What is your goal for next season? I got Newsawoo. Oh, tell me your news, TH. If you've never seen me make a tier list, my tier lists are meant to empower people to make decisions that will help them enjoy the game. So we can compare and contrast the potential meta prediction, and we can do, for example, we can do full-on comp predictions today. We can do all sorts of other things. And I was you almost watched most of the new podcast. That is a long... Are your legs okay, TH? Did you like it? Did you like the episode with Banshers? I thought it was good. I thought there was a lot of good information in there for Mythic Plus players. I like that one. Yeah. Yeah. He was cool to talk to. It was super cool I got the chance to speak with him. He is very good at this game. So 1%. For the 1%, the major part of choosing your tank is getting invited. If you're not going to run your own key and you don't have friends, the truth is that almost any tank can do what would be considered 1% of keys right now. So you can do that. However, what's important is actually getting the chance to do the key. And so invites are the problem that you're actually facing. Hence, you want to play the meta tank. Because if you're playing Prot Pally, it's not like you can't do 21. Or if you're playing Blood Decay right now, it's not like you can't do the 21. People make the argument all the time. Oh, like anybody can get 1%. Yes. If you get the chance to do the key, correct. Here's the problem. You have to have the chance to do the key. So basically, to answer your question, quote, for that, the main issue is that we won't know until 6 weeks into the season what would be considered the primary tank for perception. Because currently, like this last season, it was you have to play Brewmaster. And then remember, it was you have to play Guardian Druid. But it changed. And it changed because of a buff they did to Guardian. In terms of what I can tell you based on our testing, what looks to be the best currently and where you would be kind of safe. But the only way to be truly safe would be to level all the tanks and have them prepared. So of your 3 tanks, I have a feeling I know which one would be the best choice. All right, ready? Let's do Ruby. I think the build I'm playing is still the best build, so we'll use this. Take me a second to warm up. Is PTR closing? It's my last day to play. I think that in the next few days, I'm going to focus on making some really cool videos in the next little bit. I had some plans, basically, below. I think PTR will still be up in the next few days. It might sometimes is even up the week after, but realistically, it's give or take going to be these few days for PTR and then over. All right, so I think we want to go pull this side here and then not immediately die, which is actually hard to do on this pull. You can immediately die. A pull that has been nerfed. I have 4 stacks. Don't die. Big damn, big damn, big damn, big damn, big damn, big damn. Big dam. Big defensive. Watch the tectonic strikes on this next one. There it is. Not going to die here. Need to overlap the bark skin. Here we go. I hit way too many swipes in there because for some reason I forgot my rotation for a second. All right, good. Do we just install the browser? Pretty much, yeah, actually. So this, there are different sponsors. Sometimes you have to actually like buy something or whatever. And remember, I know it can be very frustrating when the streamer keeps going, oh, I got a new sponsor and whatnot, but it is the best way that if you ever like a stream or something like that, you should pray that they get sponsorships. It's such a huge benefit to streamers. So we'll go here. Kind of need to hold this bark skin a little bit. But yeah, that one, it's a completely free link. It is just a gaming browser. They want you to try it, and that is how they generate income. So they basically just want people to try it because they're pretty confident. And to be fair, that browser is actually really good. I've used it ever since they first sponsored a while ago. I've used it ever since. I never stopped using it even when they stopped sponsoring me. So I like that one. There's another sponsor I might get soon. I think How to Tank. Yup. Although keep in mind that my guide videos for this season will be delayed. They will be delayed. They will be delayed because I haven't been able to make as much footage on PTR as I normally am. So these guide videos will be particularly delayed this time around. Many of them will come out as the season kind of gets rolling a little bit. Is that the WoW? It is, because Opera GX, yeah. I have to make a video about it. It'll be in an intro video where I'll kind of go over it again, but they don't actually pay me to sponsor it on stream. It's just that one has like everybody that signs up basically benefits it, so I talk about it. They don't pay me enough. I just like it. I think that I don't think I would ever take a sponsorship that I didn't like unless they paid me big bucks. Like, how much? There's a number in there. There's a number. I can't tell you. I'm not gonna lie to you and be like, there's no number. I might die because I got stunned. I didn't get dispelled. That's okay. I think I live this. Just watch defensives. There's got to be a number. Opera GX, you can import all your settings. It's actually pretty seamless to just swap between them. The main thing about it is it's cool for creators. I like their auto import setting for like when I make thumbnails and whatnot. But on top of that, what I appreciated about it, I think I have to pull all of this, no? Is it all of these mobs that I have to pull for percentage if you want to skip Thunder? Or is it just these? Let's find out. I don't actually know what the percentage is if you want to do the skip. Let's learn, basically. And I think you could pull this even into first boss now. I think you could probably pull this into first boss. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come, first boss, first boss. We have a DK to grip. We're going to try this. If we wipe, we wipe. It's okay. But yeah, they have an inbuilt VPN, Opera. So I can't access Wowhead in Thailand because for whatever reason, it's super banned here. Wowhead is actually just straight up banned in my country. So I have to use a VPN to read any of the patch notes and actually open stuff. It's kind of silly. Like, I don't know why that is, by the way, but it is indeed how it works. Don't know why. No clue. I never actually understood, like, why that is. Yeah, I actually think that browser is just good. What's this? He's using Rune of Sanguination? You can benefit... I think this guy's a Blood DK who's actually just trying Unholy, but I recognize his name, though. Am I native to Thailand? No, Ryan, I am not. I'm not native to Thailand, no. Let's go over here. Bad movement on this boss. My apologies. No, not native here. I moved here. I've lived here for, like, a while now. Maybe 6 years or something. So this is the strategy that Kira used. When I looked at his log, I could not figure out why he had so much damage from these whelps. And I was like, oh, I figured it out. So what he did was, you can activate, this is old Dragonflight tech, that you can actually pop these orbs early, and you can just get funnel. But I do need a healer dispel, because otherwise I'm going to die. Healer, dispel me. Dispel me. Dispel me. 20 stacks. That's the only problem, is that it's a magic dispel, so I do need a dispel if I get these extra funnel targets. There you go. Starfall for aggro. We go Thrash. I know where they're coming from, so I don't really need to look. Perfect. Lunar Beam is down. It's an excellent, it's perfect. It's an almost perfect setup. I missed one Thrash. And then here. Yo, what's up, Johannes? So far, so good. And I think that my day's been going decent. I woke up, I got like an extra hour of sleep compared to what I have been getting, which is nice. And then I did my call this morning. First call, then I immediately went to the gym, made breakfast, took care of the house, took care of the cats, took care of the lizard, did the things I gotta do, did my second call, and then I only had 2 calls this morning, and then tried to take care of some other stuff, and now I'm here on stream. It's a chill Sunday. But you know, as an adult now, my life has so much more responsibility than it used to. It sucks. Gone are the days where I can just play World of Warcraft all day, every day. I actually have other things to do. So I'm supposed to tank the boss over here. The idea is that if I want more funnel, you actually have to tank the boss in the right spot. What lizard do I have? I have a bearded dragon. She is very cute. Sometimes she hangs out on stream. Yeah. Help your healer, get some thrashes, drag the boss back over for more funnel so that you can pad your overall damage. Good pad, good pad. And then the way you pull the second area is pretty toxic if you want to like pad your overall damage. So we can basically move this way. Yeah, bearded dragons are super cool. They're very easy to take care of. They're super chill. They're really fun pets. I got them because I was lonely. After I got divorced here, so Ryan, one of the problems of living in foreign countries, I got no family here. Since I moved here and I'm not native to Thai, I have 0 family. And I was lonely. After I got divorced, I had no one. I had no friends either because I don't go outside. And therefore, I wanted to get a pet, but I couldn't get a dog or a cat where I lived, so I got a lizard. That's how I got the lizard. I've always wanted lizards. I've always liked reptiles. And that's what happened. According to short research, WoW had blocked users from Thailand, China, Indonesia, the Philippines, India, Turkey, and Serbia in March 2022. Yep, sounds about right. So I gotta use a VPN to access it. All right, rebuff. Going. Onwards and upwards. About 259k overall. It's pretty good. So this pull, we need the DK to help me grip. This Unholy, I don't think... I mean, I talked to Obley about it too, and... so we're going to pull this, and you want these as well. But we need the DK to grip, because otherwise, A, I'm going to die to the kicks that happen here, because that's a stop. And then the bolter in the back. This is with cooldowns. But you have to be careful. That Flaming Barrage does quite a bit of tank damage. And if we don't actually stop them, then your tank dies on this pull. Yeah, we kind of need the DK to grip that one. Perfect. Okay, DK grip, perfect. That was the DK grip. Nice, nice, nice. He's aware, he's aware. So then I'm just going to watch that kick. That was actually on me. I should have let that go. I have to defensive myself because I see one Flaming Barrage. I'm going to in-cap it here. Boom. Second one. I've got a plan. Perfect. Not bad. I think with cooldowns, it's probably worth trying the big pull, but you do need a DK for that. Otherwise, you would need somebody to actually double range kick the caster. So we're going to go like this. We fight the next elemental, and then you can actually drag the fire dragon into it if your tank can live that as well. Old tech from back in the day. It's how you used to route this place too, actually. Except that there were more casters and it was more toxic. I feel like Ruby, some of the I think this dungeon was changed for the better. This is an example of something that actually has been improved, to be fair. So you can pull the fire dragon in, but you need, if you do this, hold up, fire dragon, come here, come here, come here, come here. My bad, that was a really slow gather. Your tank needs to live, and everybody needs to know, what is that circle? Wait, what is that? Oh, that was the frontal from the fire dragon because he was just out of range. Uh-oh. It's spiraling. We're spiraling. All you need to do is not think about the fire dragon. If you pull him in, he only does AoE damage at 50% of his health. So before... No, I don't think so. Because the fire dragon literally does nothing until 50% health. He actually has only the frontal and the tank mechanic. So he hits me. But until he reaches 50% health, he actually doesn't hit anyone else. Hence, if you just prio the main guy, then this guy will die, and then the fire dragon reaches 50%, and then you'll have cooldowns back up to fight the fire dragon. But otherwise, what happens is that if you do this the wrong way, that's the flaming barrage on me, you have to be careful of that. So that is the problem. I pulled this poorly. I meant to get the fire dragon early, but he was just out of range for the moonfire, and I missed the tag. So now what's happening is the fire dragon's about to get to 50, then you swap the target, but only when he gets to 50%. It looks like this pull is super hard, but that was normal damage. It just gets complicated. I have the defensive on top of this overlap. Now he's pulsing AoE damage. Now you would send cooldowns, except for the fact that everybody's dead, my healer's not here, and we're about to wipe. So aside from that, this went well. Because now he's actually starting to pulse and ramp the AoE damage. But that would be the right way to do that pull, I'm pretty sure. Maybe you could chain the fire dragon in like after the first AoE cast for a little bit of help. But the only problem is that we lost damage because we had deaths. This guy needs to be dead like right now, because he is going to start killing people very soon. Like, I don't know how much the healer has left at this point. So this is actually just a DPS race. I can keep myself full health. I'm super tanky, but everybody else is about to die. Maybe we kill him and we finish the dungeon. Go, 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 Power Rangers. Go, 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 Power Rangers. Nice job. Easy. Well done, well done, well done. Well, I had blocked access from town voluntarily due to high legal compliance costs. I don't know what that means, to be honest, but fair enough. Interesting. Yep. That does check out. And yeah, it didn't used to be banned. It's banned now. I don't actually think that's a bad way to pull it. There's also some more mobs I'm noticing they've added here to the left. Those are new. Are they doing that for routing reasons? So here, I don't think you have to fight the other two with this now. What happens here is that you go this pull, you go next elemental, and then you skip Thunder Dragon. Okay, we're pulling this anyways. These guys just hurt, by the way. And that Fiery Blast just went off. But Ruby is definitely going to be one of those dungeons where you have to understand not to route this the way that you see the highest people do. Like, it's going to be so important that people understand not to go crazy hard with this routing. The route I'm doing right now should be reserved for push keys with people who know what they're doing. Strongly recommend you do not try some of this stuff. If you actually, Ruby is a great example of a dungeon where if you actually just kind of hit W, you'd be chilling. Don't try stuff in this place. They did reduce the timer, but I don't think it's crazy bad. I think that Ruby will be one of the best dungeons, which is kind of a red flag, isn't it? The fact that Ruby will be one of the best dungeons is kind of crazy, right, isn't it, Enyo? I actually think that Ruby is probably going to be like the best weekly key. Like, it's just chill. This is a 3-boss dungeon. It's pretty quick. It's actually not that bad. Compared to the other dungeons, this dungeon's good. Yeah, it's a comparative thing, of course. But, yeah, as funny as it sounds, this is actually... I think this is my favorite dungeon to do on PTR. In Season 2, do you think 25 will be the top world keys? Oh, we don't know that, because that's impossible to say. Like, Season 1, I don't know if anybody would have predicted 25 being the top level key. That's hard. We didn't know that they were going to put the Ascendant thing with 298. We didn't know if they would put bonus rolls in. We didn't know they would do a lot of stuff. The Folio was a power thing. What if they release at the end of the season, like 23 is the cap? But then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they go, hey, by the way, congratulations, the Folio is now being empowered for our mid-season turbo boost by 13% DPS. And you're like, oh, shit. Like, then you just play, all of a sudden, you get to do higher keys. So the Thunder Dragon skip is not hard. You just walk left. Like, I swear, that's actually all you have to do. You walk left like that, bam, Thunder skipped. That's a really impactful one, by the way. That Thunder Dragon still hurts even after all the nerfs. All you have to do is walk like this. That's it. Best pug healer. Kind of depends on tuning, because I actually think that the literal best pug healer of all time is Mistweaver. But the fact that Mistweaver might not be doing so hot, and we don't know how they're going to buff it for raid, they're going to buff it, but we don't know how. If they buff the caster part of Mistweaver in any way, shape, or form, then it is not the best pug healer. Yeah, you can skip the Thunder Dragon, just like by walking left, because he pats now instead of flying. So if you just wait for him to pat right, you just walk behind the tree. Not too bad. Ooh, and I dodged most of that. That was sweet. That Tank Buster hurts. So now you just go this way. Yeah, you just can't, you have to make sure you don't drag the boss over there. So you have to, little bit of space management to basically keep the boss on this side. And you can dodge that now again. My dodge is not that high. Actually, hold up. I'm playing very high crit right now. I take that back. My dodge is 33. I have extremely high crit. Is that a proc from the trinket? Because that's like a lot of crit right now. Maybe it's the neck proc, actually. No dodge there. Actually, I have to deal with that tank mechanic. The tank mechanic hurts. A lot of tanks will die to this. So basically, I think that the best pug healer right now is probably Resto Shaman. Oh, what's up, bitch? Yo, what's up, Ashlands? Yeah, I think I would say Resto Shaman. Unfortunately, it's kind of tuning dependent. Like, it depends on what level. I still think that Mistweaver, the way that it heals is just so friendly to groups that it's crazy value because it's hard to mess up on a Mistweaver in most AoE scenarios. And I think that that is a very impactful thing. When you say best pug healer, I immediately think to myself, what's the healer that will be able to cover my pugs being bad? Like, that's the mentality, right? A lot of people still think that it's like how to optimize your pugs, but healing pugs is a lot about when they are not doing what they're supposed to do, which healer is going to be able to basically keep them up reliably. Make sense? Like, that's a pretty impactful way of thinking. It's very different. You're not thinking to yourself, well, if I ramp perfectly and everything goes according to plan, what healer is going to be desired? Because that's, you could say, well, Disc Priest is really good, but it's like, but if Disc Priest is requiring ramps or people to help you outside of whatever it is you might have, then Disc Priest is not the best pug healer. Does that make sense how I decide to rank that? This boss is taking forever, though. This is a long boss fight. And we're killing the ads. We'll be all right, but holy. That is a very long boss fight right now. I'll put this over here. All right, defensive now. Face the boss. Try to dodge any of these strikes. Oh, that boulder. That boulder. Boulder looking suspicious. Searing blows. I took 4 stacks. Probably SI then. And let's go. Is Mistweaver still good, though? That's the question, right? Is that Mistweaver kind of relies on tuning, because if you have to actually weave in actual ramps with enveloping and whatnot, I think that Mistweaver becomes a lot harder to manage, and that changes. But if you can spin to win, and you basically can do a DPS rotation on the mobs to heal your team, absolutely 100% Mistweaver is the best pug healer, because you don't have to think, and your rotation is so consistent. But again, this is one of those things where I do have different takes on the game than a lot of people have. In my opinion, for pugs, like, the most important thing is just raw, absolute consistency, where if you have to be making decisions, then those decisions change depending on the pug you're playing with, and that drastically changes how friendly the thing is. Like, if you have to say, well, if this or that, then it's conditional, and some specs in WoW are more conditional than others. Does that make sense? Helps. So I think that's a fair point about this. Will you res? I think you can release right here. Because I don't know how much damage this guy still does, but I think it's all right. Probably should have just be-res that. Cool. Chain this in. How big you pull this area will largely determine my overall damage here. You need a range kick, but not my kick. Bear kick charges you to the target, and it used to be that it pulled way back in the day. This area still seems really tough to heal. Getting into groups shouldn't help. Shouldn't Shaman Lust help? It depends. Right now, there's a ton of specs that appear to be doing very well that have Lust. So that's like a seasonal thing that depends on what else is meta, right? Technically, yes. The fact that Shaman has Lust is like big value, but it depends. Like some seasons, Lust is valuable and sometimes it's not. I would say this last season, Lust was pretty valuable because Mage was in like its weakest spot that it's been in maybe forever. Even though it wasn't like completely dead, but it wasn't very good compared to normal. And Augmentation Evoker, quickly, people did not like playing with it, myself included. I was a big like, I don't want to take Aug to my keys very quickly in the season. Because all the Augs that could actually do real damage in a key were like already taken by groups. So if you were pugging and you invite an Aug, the chances that they just do really bad damage and don't really know how to min-max is very high. So I stopped taking Augs. I don't want to be classist because there's always exceptions to all of these rules, but I do kind of believe that. I think they should delete Aug from the game. Unless you like it, in which case, I don't know. I don't think Aug's good for you. No, it's actually because Aug is just very hard to play. Also, it does not, in fact, look like I pulled nearly enough percentage earlier to skip Thunderhead. So it turns out, wait, let me see. 5.42, 0.9. No, this is not percentage. So these guys don't give percentage. So we're not going to time the 17, which is okay, because it's not like we need to time it. We can do it for testing reasons. We could finish it, kill the shield. But we certainly won't be timing this dungeon, because it would appear that I have made a slight whoopsie-daisy. You do need the extra few mobs at the start and /or one of the side packs. 98. I could probably pull Funnel into boss if I really wanted to. There's one of these side mobs apparently you do need now. I did miss 2 mobs at the start. I had not done the Thunderhead skip before. So where did they add? They added either 2 mobs to the side here, which would be percentage, but I think that the 2 mobs at the start would probably be the right play. It would, in fact, be... Oh, they're all the way over here. Yeah, you can't pull it in the last boss. Aha! Interesting. These guys. It's this. You either need the 2 mobs at the start or these 2 mobs here. And honestly, both of them kind of suck. Alright, here, watch this. I'm chaining. Let's go. Run. Run. Surely I don't die here. Does this ruin my parse? It absolutely does, by the way. Because I was at... This is like probably the #1 Guardian Druid parse in this dungeon right now. What's up, Sloth? How's Pally Tanks looking? I actually think pretty good. Did they kill your beloved Hunter again? You know, Sloth, I just did a podcast with Banchers, which is pretty cool. Their AoE healing spin to win was nerfed a lot. What, 45%? Rising Sun Kick was buffed a lot, though. I mean, we'll see if this works. It probably won't, by the way. I lost... See, that right there is what a lot of people don't understand about World of Warcraft. What I just lost was 10k overall damage. Because that was combat time. But we weren't actually hitting... Oh my god, we pulled everything. Oh, we're super dead. What is this? Oh my god. Okay, so their friends went and got more friends, and we are omega dead right now. Because they pulled the 2... Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's not good. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, that's not good. You don't want to do that. Wow. Yeah, that is anti-good pull. That is the wrong pull right there. That makes sense. Yes, indeed. Yeah, don't do what I just did. Note for future self. Yep, not that route. Not that route. They had friends, indeed. Never played PTR. I think it's worth playing. I think if you want a competitive advantage in the season, there's literally nothing better. There's actually nothing better. No need percentage? What do you mean? Where's their percentage then? These side guys, I don't think they give percentage. Yo, hi Swag, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, you pulled mobs at the start. I thought that I could leave 2 of them. I don't think these give percentage. It's an experiment. We're playing PTR. Do we need to time this dungeon? No, we're just experimenting. I'm playing the Guardian Druid build, which I think is actually the best Guardian Druid build, pretty much by far, that no one for some reason is testing, and I'm actually giving it a proper look at with logs because I'm going to make a tank tier list later, and people are going to be upset with where I rank Guardian, but I'm going to have proof. I'm going to have literal proof. And this is my last day to test PTR. Basically, if you want a competitive advantage in this season, there is easily nothing better you can do than play PTR. Because a lot of learning dungeons is reps, especially as a tank or a healer. Like, especially. It's true for everything. You can get your cooldown timing sorted, you can learn the mechanics so that you don't get blindsided by them. But the absolute biggest thing, okay? No, it's definitely you play Apex now. You play your camera like Blizzard intended. It's crazy. I need a magic dispel here, though. We're also completely locked into fire, so let's just drop this over here, though. No, Bear is currently very good. Don't worry. Bear is doing strong right now. Bear is good. I think that Bear is a lot better than people think. It's just that for some reason, Kira, Yoda, everyone, like all of the logs on Bear are pretty much playing no Apex, and that's just not the right build. Is this PTR? No, this is PTR. PTR. Well, the thing with tier lists that a lot of people don't seem to understand, if you're watching this and you're like, man, I hope that you rank Bear highly, you actually want the opposite. I'm going to give an objective tier list. Like, I'm not going to sandbag my own spec, okay? I'm not going to sandbag my own spec. I'll be honest with you. Everyone else is sandbagging Bear. It's super weird why this is happening. But I'm telling you for, like, an objective fact. It's not even a conspiracy theory. I swear it's just true, although it is still a conspiracy theory, okay? I think that what's happened is a little bit of 4,000 IQ play with some of the top players. Many top tanks are quite vocal about the fact that they do not like playing Guardian Druid. Yes? So, many of the top tank creators, what I think happened is they all got together in their private Illuminati type Discord call. And then what happened was they were like, how can we make sure that Bear is not played again after this last season? And so they decided what we're going to do is we're going to complete a bunch of keys. We're going to do it because Bear can live because Bear's tanky, but we're going to play the wrong build. Then it will look like their damage is super low. So Blizzard is going to buff their damage because it's bad. But once they buff the damage, we're going to start playing the right build. Then it will be doing too much damage. So then they're going to nerf it. That's basically what I think happened. Yeah, we do still need percentage, by the way. If you want to actually complete the run for a full log, we do need percentage. It's over here. I don't know if you could teleport back to start. You just have to go back this way. It's 2%, no? Why are they acting like it's not 2%? Where are they? Wait. It's empty down here, woo. Well, I mean, people left. That's what they did to Brew. So that's basically, yeah. If there was going to be tank notes coming up, I assume Brew gets buffed. I think that Brew is the right one. It's not. We missed 2 mobs at the start, is my bad. These are the 2 right here, though. You could CP at the end. That's what everybody else did. It's okay. So the problem is that I don't know if this log is going to count as a completed log. I kind of just want to kill the last boss, like the last 2 mobs, just so that we can get a completed log. If we could get this. But this build is good. The single target of this build is particularly high as well, which is normally a big barrier, as many people know. Yeah, it's 2 mobs down there. That's what it is. I know where I missed them too. I just thought you didn't need them. Just my bad. Whee! It's these 2. This is where we missed the 2 mobs over here. So, anyways. Combat time. For the log. For the log. This is going to take forever to kill now. Go, 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 go. Big damn. Big damn. So this drags your overall, because in a log, they don't actually understand that this happened to you. So they're basically just going to see that you at the end of the dungeon had 106, which drags your overall. I would have had like 220 overall because we had the wipe. Then we had the combat time drag me down from 226 to this. We'd have to run this dungeon again to get an actual log here. But I'll show you how to look at tank logs. I'll show you what I do. First, I think I get off the treadmill. I've gotten enough steps. But yeah, basically, I think Guardian Druid's actually really good right now. I'm worried that they will nerf it. Significantly worried, in fact. Incredibly worried. Star Caller. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Thank you for that. Hello there, Gravels. Basically, we can run this again if we'd like and play it a little bit cleaner, and then we'll just get an actual clean log of this, though. Whew, first, I'm going to make sure that I go intersperse the walking for today, though, because I actually went to the gym this morning, and this is a lot. I've already gotten an hour on here. Many steps. I actually think Paladin is much better. I did actually a coaching call for Paladin this morning. Paladin baseline values, the reason it was so strong early PTR is because its baseline values got actually really buffed. Like, that's one of the reasons that Paladin is good. Okay. Bye, Raz. All right. Should we do Ruby again real quick? I'm not satisfied with this log. I'm not satisfied. I feel like we could do much better. I think Paladin is in a much better spot than before, first of all. I genuinely think that Paladin is actually doing good. It has been nerfed reasonably. I wonder if they're going to look at the Reflection of Radiance nerf once again and maybe adjust them. My main issue is that Paladin will be one of the highest skill ceilings right now. Because of the Reflection of Radiance nerf, you can't actually extend your Sentinel to what you were extending it to before, which would have made it much easier as a general rule for most Paladins to understand Sentinel extension. But I think that on average, people will be getting like 17-second Sentinels instead of 22 or 25. And that 5 to 10 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but it's highly impactful. 4.2 retail. I would be more than happy to take them. Part of me wants to test other specs. Part of me wants to see a spec that I haven't seen. Otherwise, we could obviously play with Arcane Mage, who is Giga S tier. We could, or we don't have to. Just be in DK. So DK has some fundamental problems. Purple's also leaving. Bye, Purple. I was hoping to play with a Windwalker again. I wanted to do like a Shaman Windwalker at this buff just so I could pad my overall. It's a really easy way to do extra tank damage, I swear. It's a giga tip for tank damage is if you actually just stack like Warrior, Shaman, Windwalker. If you want, Cam, you can. When are you releasing the dungeon guides? This season, there will not be dungeon guides until give or take a week or two after the season comes out, New York. My health has been rough recently. It is starting to become better, but it isn't better now. So normally I play PTR a lot and get all the footage and do all the stuff. However, I would actually gladly play with the Rep Heli too. This is the type of stuff I want to see Rep Heli. I did not have the time to actually do that. I've been focusing on other videos, which means not at the moment. So dungeon guides will be in the first week or two of me playing the season. I will release them. Yeah. I have certain, it's okay. My health is all right. I have certain autoimmune conditions, genetic things I've dealt with my whole life. They flared up, and the last few months have been bleh. Just a bunch of bleh, you know? Just like that. Nothing I can do about it. It's all good. I'm doing everything I can. That's why I'm walking. That's why I'm wearing this damn brace so I can breathe better, and also why I'm wearing leggings. The leggings are compression leggings because my joints are weird. So I'm wearing like, look. I got like leggings on. And Lilo and Stitch shorts, which are even cooler. But let me sit down for a second. Let me not break my PC setup. Just dragging this down. Look. There will be guides. Just know that they're coming later, okay? They'll come like... I will make the guides based on the first week or two of me gaming the actual season. Fair enough? What I don't know if I'll do is I don't know if I'll still do the Masterclass series. That's a question mark. Oh, much better. Oof, now I can relax. Okay, one other question. I actually want to know the answer to this. Have you ever heard of the game called Insaniquarium Deluxe? It looks like this. I'll give you a visual. It looks like... Aquarium. It's a very iconic game. I show you. Observe. Have you ever heard of this game before? Am I the only one that remembers this? Does no one else remember this? This is like one of the best games ever made. I recently found out you can play it on your phone. Does no one... Is this just me? Does actually no one else remember this? Because I mentioned this the other day, and literally 0 people were like, what do you mean? And I was like, how did this not actually achieve widespread fame? It's basically a game... I don't know how to explain this properly. If I attempted to, it would be something like this. You have a fish tank. This is just me? God, because no one's responding right now, and I'm really confused. All right, let's go Physcom. Let's do Spore. Let's go. Wow, this is interesting. Okay. So you have a fish tank, and you raise these fish in the fish tank, and you have to feed them, and then they poop coins. And you're like, you have to actually take the coins. And then basically what oh, I forgot to reset the dungeon. And then what happens is aliens come and invade your fish tank, and you have to shoot them with lasers so they don't eat all of your fish. And it's like a money-making game. Does Demon Hunter buff bear when playing a loon? That is super weird, Purple. Interestingly enough, no one ever has been able to answer that question. I would have to go test it myself. It's technically, it should be, the answer should be yes. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was no, because of the way that that thing is coded. So, question mark, actually. We could test it right now if you wanted to. I just have never actually sat at Target Dummies. Every time I've asked somebody, it's not a clear answer. Okay, Red Serpent says yes. Thank you. Somebody knows this game, but apparently it is not nearly as popular as I thought it was. Interesting. But what is the most nostalgic game that you remember that was some, like, PopCap type game that you played on your browser? Yeah. It's actually a good question. One of the only questions I do not know the answer to, so it'd be good to understand that. What is the most nostalgic game that you remember? If not something like Insaniquarium. McDonald's Simulator? The Settlers Online. We all had very different childhoods. I don't know what any of these is. What is the Settlers Online? McDonald's Simulator. Really? Interesting. No. Pizza Tycoon. Well, I remember Roller Coaster Tycoon. Like, I remember the different Tycoon games. There was Roller Coaster Tycoon. There was another one, too. Interesting. All right. Dangerous Dave. We all had very different childhoods, apparently. I don't know anything that you're mentioning right now. Weird. All right. Kangaroo jumping on tiles on Commodore 64. Very interesting. Bomberman. I feel like... I'm trying to think of what would be the most nostalgic games for me. The Oregon Trail and Wallians. We're old, but we're not that old. Hold up. We're not... I mean, we play World of Warcraft, so our birth age starts with a 1, probably. But it doesn't start with a 0. We weren't BC. Like, we exist in the modern age. Oregon Trail? Hold up. we're in our like late 20s, early 30s, not 50s. To be fair, no, I know what Oregon Trail is. Remember, I grew up inside. I had zero social life and no friends growing up. So I know what Oregon Trail is. I'm just saying, didn't it come out? When did it actually come out? All right, fine. Let me look at it. 1997. Yeah, I'm 1997. My birthday's in January, so I turned 30 in January, and then I'm officially old. 1 second. Oregon Trail release date 1971. Brother, 1971. You would have to be basically in your 50s or 60s. Oregon, you played Oregon Trail and you're only a few years. I mean, granted, there are some people who are older that hang out. That's actually totally fine. 100%. Like, I love the fact that people do enjoy World of Warcraft at all ages. Like, that's super cool. Early 40s, like, good for you. That's super awesome, super awesome. No, there's no judgment. There's no flame here. Over 50. All right, fair enough. There's no, listen, you know, the older the fruit, the riper the fruit. Like, I got you, right? But I feel like Oregon Trail is pushing 60. Like, you would have to be closer to 60 to really have, like, I guess you would be in your 50s if you played Oregon Trail. Interesting. All right, fair enough. All right. The real question is, have you ever seen Person of Interest? That was I like that show. Person of Interest, because I remember that the villain, they basically showed that she was really good at computers because she beat Oregon Trail when she was a young kid. Fair enough. All right. You're 37 and you played Oregon Trail as a kid? We all had very different childhoods. I played at school for the first time. I didn't have a PC at my home, so I was an adult and got your own. I wonder if we should do an Oregon Trail Day to, like, honor our history and our forefathers, quote unquote. Maybe we should. Maybe that could be a stream activity day. All right, let's get an, oh shit, I'm not logging. Combat log. My pre-incarn. Oh, rest in peace, my pre-incarn. I actually forgot to enable logs. I have strict setup globals. Go. All right, ready? Dash, bear form here, thrash, stampeding roar. Here, Heart of the Wild, bark skin so I don't die. Proc Wellhone pretty much right away. I think I taunt this right away because I can live it on bear. Hard pull to live, actually. If my rogue died to aggro, I cannot say that I have a ton of sympathy, given that I should have had. Now, if I truly wanted to set, like, actual rank 1 parses for Guardian and show you how cool this build is, what I would really have to do, to be honest with you, I would have to actually start getting on my UI a proper Apex tracker because I'm overlapping some of my Apex procs. And that is no good. This one's going to be a bark because I got 5 stacks on this. 5 stacks is pretty scary, but Guardian Druid is very tanky right now. So everybody knows, like, Guardian Druid can live everything. By the way, a long time ago, people may not realize that I have a crazy history with World of Warcraft. A long time ago, this was over 10 years ago at this point, there was a documentary or something made. I knew the person who was making it about her mother who had cancer, older, she was like in her 60s already at that point, and basically started playing World of Warcraft. This would have been in Warlords of Draenor, give or take, and there was a documentary made where she, the kid, was basically a filmmaker, and she made a little documentary about her mom who had cancer, and yeah. I'm remembering the story properly. They interviewed my family because of my brother. So I wasn't the one. I was on the couch, but it was my brother who had the more infamous World of Warcraft backstory history thing. So when they were making the documentary, they actually interviewed us as like a, how addicting can this game be? And like, what does this game mean to you type thing. And that was a long time ago already. That was, at this point, that was a while ago. Oh, Arson just logged on. All right, we do key with Arson after. But we got to finish this. I'll probably tell him to do one real quick. I think. And I got to play yesterday. I was on late enough that I got to catch Marcellian and Flame. I got to catch Flame, basically, doing some keys. My favorite thing, and I do want to clarify, because I was making jokes, but I'm too passionate about the subject to actually leave it as pure sarcasm, okay? I mean this way too much, with all of my heart. This is such a cool game because people can enjoy it from all backgrounds, from all ages. There is no requirement to play WoW. I love the fact that you actually have... There have been guilds I've been in where their grandparents play with their children. And it's like, it's a whole... I was in a guild once that had their grandparents who played sometimes with their kids and their grandkids. Like, this game is so amazing for that reason, that it can bring people together from kind of all backgrounds. I believe you might be able to dodge them. Either that or... I'm not 100% sure, because I'm getting them here. But it seems to be... That's a fast dispel that I got. That was a dispel there. I'm actually not sure why. You're right, that the previous whelps, they didn't seem to be applying their debuff to me as much. They're applying here. You might be able to dodge the application. And I am playing fairly high crit right now, so I have a fair dodge chance. Either that or there was just actually a good stun or whatever. I'm not sure. I think you can take a lot of this on the boss, to be honest, but... We can also just, because there's still a few casters alive here. Good question, Floro. But have you ever been in one of those family guilds that actually have, like, the history and stuff? Scopal boss? That, like, have, like, different generations of their family playing World of Warcraft? Have you ever seen that? It's so cool. I love it. Alright, so actually we want to tank the boss here. I remember this from last time. The optimal way to tank this would be in one of these corners here, though. There are 3 generations in your guild. How cool is that? Isn't that, like, the coolest thing? So then you could pull extra funnel, no? Yeah. Extra funnel, whoops. It's okay. We res. Don't take that res yet. Is that a range? I also always forget, because on retail, my B-res is right-click, and I do it instinctively, and I think my B-res is actually left-click on PTR. I take that shard to the face. Doesn't hurt me at all. So we kind of can't use that side anymore, because now there are spikes there. But the idea is to pad your overall. You can pull funnel on this boss, and it is technically funnel, so it's not completely troll to do so. But there are eggs around this room, and if you want extra damage on the boss, you can get extra whelps. This is a big burst. Go here, bear form, get a thrash ticking, secure aggro, bring boss center, thrash, apex, do, min-max, cool. Big damn. Do. I think that's super cool, JK. I do. I think that's super cool, though. What's up, Mix? Sorry, if I miss your YouTube comment, always come to mainstream. I do sometimes miss them. I gotta figure out how to combine the 2 chats, though. Yes, I got to play with Flame, and the reason that I like him so much is actually because last beta cycle, I met him for the first time, and I did a key with him, and I was healing him, and I was like, wow. This is the coolest thing, because I was healing him on his Guardian, and obviously Guardian is my favorite tank. I know a lot about Guardian. I was super excited to heal him on his Guardian and just see how it was. I like healing other Guardians. Gives me a lot of perspective. And the way that he chose his talents, he was basically going down. It was the coolest thing. Because I come from the Mythic Plus backgrounds of, hey, sim your character, making sure everything is basically super optimal, etc., right? Like, that's kind of my background, is like, hey, make sure that everything is properly min-maxed, and you got to play the best thing. And he was like, I don't know, man, this one looks really cool. And he's like, I don't know, I'm trying to play like a physical bear, so this Moonfire shit, like, I'm not trying to play a laser bear, like, I'm trying to play physical bear. And so he chose talents based purely off of vibes. And I was like, you know what? More people should do this. Like, actually, 100% more people should do this. That is the Giga way. That's the way right there. He just had a Giga time. Did we time the key? No. That key did not go well. Doesn't matter. It's called parsing. But actually, I probably would have done more damage if I just hit the boss because I pulled these things late. I need to tank the boss in a better direction to pull those for funnel. So my damage is going to be a lot lower there. Oh, well. All right, big pull only here. We need a ranged kick. I'm going to need a care ranged kick. Get 2, because I'll go big. I'll over here if you have room. Next key. Well, there's the next key. Yeah, high flex. Now, we didn't time the key, but we had fun. So for plus 17, you'd be 30-30. At least, no. We are over-geared on PTR. Also, something to factor in if you are looking at numbers and stuff, and you are somebody who watches a lot of PTR streaming, you really should be aware, by the way. Extremely aware. This is interesting, and a lot of people don't realize this. We're not only playing with BIS items. We are playing with the BIS cantrip items from the last 2 bosses, which are not going to exactly be very accessible. Everybody will want them. They will not be easy to get whatsoever, just so you know. And I think that that is a little bit of a factor that also matters. Also, fun fact. Oh, what's up, Chorsh? Hi, Chorsh. Chorsh, I felt kind of bad. Yeah, listen, first of all, I do hate Boomy, but I would never let my own personal bias get in the way of me actually giving objectively good information. Now, yes, so just to clarify on PTR, we are testing with the fact that we have items from the last 2 bosses. Like, look at my neck piece here. I'm testing with the cantrip neck. I'm testing with the cantrip headpiece, because you can buy them from the vendors. But there is a cantrip agility polearm, which we cannot test with because they never added it to the vendor for an unknown, undisclosed reason. You can bonus roll them, but only not in the first week, because you can't take a bonus roll from your very first vault. Bonus rolls are exclusive to the week afterward. So the technical, like if you want to be a Giga Min-Maxer for high-level competitive play, it probably is a socket angle, unfortunately. Yo, what's up, Chorsh? Chorsh, you are a Boomy main, as far as I know, and you played Bear this season to get your title, but you are a Boomy main, is this correct? And I know you because you make TikToks and stuff. You are a chicken main. So, do you cry yourself to sleep at night just a little bit? No, sorry, no slander. That's unrelated, of course. That's unrelated. Why don't we actually just chain this in? We should chain this here. Because Bear is broken. I, for what it's worth, actually have been playing Guardian for like a long time. And I like Guardian. So this build that we're playing right now, I was playing it before it was buffed. I like this build. I made it on beta. And I was like, this is my favorite way to play. I know that it's not for everyone. But it's my preferred playstyle. The point is, when this build was a thing, I was super excited. I was actually the type of person who was genuinely excited that we could play this way. Because this... Alright, listen. People are fundamentally playing Guardian Druid on PTR for Season 2 wrong right now. There is a build. It is destroying the meter. It's very strong right now. It's very good. When I make a tank tier list later, I will talk about it. But people are sandbagging, and they're doing a reverse sandbag 4,000 IQ play for Guardian right now, I swear. The top tanks are pretty clear that they do not enjoy how Guardian... Like, they don't like playing Guardian. And there is some weird stuff that's been happening with Guardian. Because, and I clarify, cannot clarify enough, Guardian is really good right now. Like 8%? The 8% damage buff we got, I do a lot of single target. But new build is better. This is the EC Apex build. So Pumpkins, I know it's terrible, looking better next season. Definitely not meta as of right now. Fair enough. Boomy was good for a second, but I think that it... Let me think about this for a second. I don't want to offend nobody. I don't want to start fights. I don't want to start drama for no reason. I'm just debating. Let me think about it. I'm still thinking about it. I have no way to justly talk about Boomies. But the short that you saw, to clarify, it was a joke. It was definitely a joke. It was the exact type of conversation for what it's worth, right? It was basically this conversation that we are having right now. I'm gonna stop that cast. And then it was clipped out of context, and I thought it was funny, so I posted it. And goddamn, when I posted that clip, you know what happened? People don't really know how to take jokes online sometimes, and I looked at the analytics of it after, like the next day, and I was like, oh my god, I actually lost subscribers for posting it. But I kind of thought that was funny because of my personality, so I kind of just left it. I almost deleted it because I was like, wait a second, people are really upset. But I wasn't actually telling people not to play Boomy. I was just making a joke. I was making, it's called a yoke. I thought it was a joke, then I read your comments, you posted that paragraph. But the end of the paragraph, okay, look, my humor lands me into trouble all the time. I accept this. I am not welcome at family dinners ever, because me at family dinners is terrible. I'm like, I look at that one uncle and I'm like, all right, unc, let it rip. I basically do a Beyblade. I'm like, I wind him up and then I'm like, so, about that border. And bam, immediately, it's great. Like, I get entertained. So, fair enough. I don't like to be a fire starter, but when I'm bored, I definitely try to keep things interesting. You know what I mean? But so what happened was, at the end of the paragraph I wrote, I specifically said, point 5, this is the most important, I'm heavily biased, and I play Guardian Druid. That's actually what I said. I specifically stated, I was like, this is a joke. I play Guardian Druid. Please not Boomy meta. That was what I said. But everybody kind of missed that part of it and just took it seriously. Yeah, I mean, it's occasionally fun. Shock value is still good humor. I don't mind shock value. I think I'll just Feral Frenzy this guy. It's all right. And then we skip the Thunder Dragon. So this is not a very optimal parse for my damage. Oh, you have to wait, I think. Wait. I think you have to wait for him to start padding back. Like, look what my... Remember, where'd you find this one? It's the same thing. Sorry as fast as you go through, man. I had no idea. I don't really do that because I don't get invited to family dinners to begin with. He has stealth detection, so there's no way that would work. But you can pull at least this for funnel. Cool. Let's go. But I do have a bad habit. It lands me into a lot of trouble, to be honest with you. I have a very bad habit of saying the thing I am not supposed to say. It's always how my brain works, and it's really tough. Like, I don't think it's actually... People don't understand. What happens is, my brain goes, what's the worst thing that I could say in this exact scenario right now? And then I immediately... No, I mean, it doesn't... It's okay. It happens. And then I was like, well, definitely... And then it's expletive. And then my whole brain just goes... like this. It's crazy. Like, I have problems. And it's like, whatever you think the worst, because like some people are like, oh, I also say bad things. And it's like, you don't understand. I shared this earlier, and this is a real fact. Chorsh, before you leave today, allow me to tell you something. Last year in Bangkok, I was hired to be in a pilot of a dating show. And I went for the experience. So I was on a dating show, basically. You know, like Love is Blind type thing? It wasn't like that. It's not a big production. It was professional, but it wasn't... You will never see the actual show. The point is, it was just some guy who was trying to make a pilot for a show, and he invited me. So, on the show, after the filming was done, one of the questions that gets asked is, what is one thing that you should not talk about on a first date? Yeah? And the girl that I was with on the show, she said religion, that's a good answer. And I said necrophilia, which is also a good answer, to be fair. And then... They were like, all right, take 2. They give me another option just in case we want to use it. And I was like, okay. So then she said politics. And I said cannibalism. Needless to say, we were not a match. But the point is that the intrusive thoughts, they're strong. The saxophones are ringing. And they're always ringing. They never stop ringing. If they stopped ringing, I wouldn't need so many medications to fall asleep at night. Yeah, I know, right? That's the thing. I'm in max. Should have thrashed before that. This build does really good damage. This is not pure single target here, but it's good. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, we do so positively. Like, I think that you can make these jokes, but also be, from a baseline perspective, if you know who I am and you've hung out with me for long enough, then you know I really strongly believe in basic human kindness and decency. Like, kindness, there's a Doctor Who quote I really like. I don't know if you like Doctor Who. Always try to be nice, never fail to be kind. Absolutely how I try to live my life. So important, I think. Like, the kindness, we need more of that online. We just need more positive things. We need more good things, because the world is a little bit crazy right now, and I think that everybody is struggling, and we're all just doing our best, to be honest with me. Understand the difference? I'll tell you what I think the difference is, and it's a bit of a personal thing, personal preference here. But in my opinion, the difference is niceness is fabricated sympathy, where you go, oh, Desi Zero, I'm so you take Medicaid. I hope everything gets so much better for you. Tomorrow's going to be good for you, Desi. Tomorrow's going to be good for you. Don't you worry, Desi. Things are looking up. Don't you worry. Like, oh, you had a bad day? Like, oh, I also had a bad day. Like, that, I don't know. To me, that's sort of like faux sympathy. And what it does is it disconnects us. Because when people talk like that, you actually quickly learn that nobody understands what you're really going through. The right thing to say, exactly. Like, I don't like that. Personally speaking, what I believe kindness is me saying, Desi, that fucking sucks. I could say something like, I hope it gets better. I don't think that's a terrible thing to say, but I get it. That's empathy. Empathy is me knowing that no matter what I say, I can't solve your situation and I can't make your life better. But I don't pretend to understand exactly what you're going through. I know enough to just say, that fucking sucks. He needs mana, okay. We cannot chain this then. Hold the Lunar Beam. Druid bias aside, yes. The answer to that question is yes. VDH can pull out some numbers, but I actually think so, though. Past your bedtime? Yo, thanks. No, but I will try not to, Chorsh. I'll try not to. Thanks for coming to say hi. I'll do my very best. No promises. I went to London once when I was 13. I was there for like 2 days. No, it was like 3. It was like I was there for like 3 or 4 days. But I took a lot of inspiration. And what I learned from the great people of London back in the day when I was, this is what now, 15 years ago, was that the goal of life, according to what everybody was telling me, is to piss off. And I was like, oh, I can piss people off. I was like, I like this London. That makes sense. I can do that. So that was good. I learned a lot from London. Probably just send Incarn here if we're doing damage. We'll have less boss damage, but more overall. Break the shield. Nice. Basically, what tanks are going to be when I actually make the tier list? I agree with you, Ijuki. And I think that making people smile is underrated. Underrated, though. I do think so. We need more smiles in the world. Hopefully my humor resonates with people, as I am a sarcastic individual. I am certainly, I like to play it a little bit loose, a little bit dangerous for sure. There is actually a straight up, and I mean, it's not a joke. I showed it the other day on stream. I don't know if I'll ever show it again, to be honest, but there is no joke a 2-minute sequence of me on a professional level camera in a professional studio actually just saying for 2 minutes, because they need different angles of the take, the answer to what should you not talk about on a first date. That is a real thing, and I will show it to you, and it is super awkward to watch because that's what they need. Well, yeah, I mean, it's actually just a 2-minute sequence of me looking deadpan into a professional camera at an actual studio that I was hired to be at, just saying necrophilia. Now say it with a straight face. Necrophilia. And then it's like, now say it with a zinger, and I go, necrophilia. Like, I definitely, like, that exists, for sure, because I have, that's the thing, is, like, the good old noggin filter don't always work the way it's supposed to. Also, hi, Caesar. Caesar, have you tested PTR a lot? I don't know if you test PTR. Not really much of a PTR tester, are you? I think that we should be placing the fire a little bit better. No, I'm the res. 1 second. Left click, I think. PTR. Yeah. I remembered my keybind. Nice. Apex. And also, no, I did not vampiric. But I probably must refrain from answering fully as to why. Just know that a while ago in my life, there was a 1, 2, 3 snip. Dispel me, please. Dispel me, please. I require dispel. Also kill the dragon. I didn't get castrated, but I have got a vasectomy. Oh, this is all going to shit. Damn, this was not... the way that I pulled this was already not going to be like a rank 1 parse or anything like that, but it does still. This damage is really not bad if you account for Mark of the Wild and the fact that if Bear doesn't get nerfed and Blood DK does, Bear's looking super strong. This build is giga tanky. The damage is not questionable. We really didn't even need the 8% that we got. I don't understand why they gave the 8% though. You know, I just got off caffeine, actually. I don't think they will. That's the thing. When I make the tier list, so when a lot of people make tier lists are good content. People really like tier lists. You can't blame any content creator for actually making tier lists, even though there are issues with them. The major thing for me is that I want to tell you what the pros and cons are of each thing, why they're good, and what you can expect moving forward, instead of just actually leave it as this good, that bad. Like, it's going to be a conversation that we have about the tanks, because there are a few things about this new dungeon pool which dramatically Oh, Cyrus, you bitch. I mean, hi, how are you? Like, long time no see, but how are you? That was a rough way to start. Sorry, you're not up to date with that. I think that I want to start stream. That's going to be a new thing on stream, is that whenever we say hi to people, we just go, what's up, bitch? I'm kind of all right with that. That's how I want people to start saying hi to me. Instead of them actually coming to basically just go like, hello, how are you? I just want them to say, what's up, bitch? It's a good way to start a conversation. Last mall. Whee! We kill boss. Easy. Timed. It's a friendly thing. I'm so undecided what to play. Next patch is crazy. I understand why you'd want to play meta. Like, playing meta makes sense. And you probably should play meta, to be honest, though. If you call me that, I feel loved. Well, Ijuki, this is not a place for you to vent out your childhood trauma. But, that being said, it's a joke. But the idea is, at the end of the day, I grew up with certain chronic health conditions. Like, I have certain genetic conditions. The reason is, no, it's specifically that. And the reason is because when you grow up and you're sick all the time and you have problems all the time, what happens is people will start doing weird things to you, where they start talking to you with that kind of faux sympathy I had mentioned earlier, where every time you have a conversation with people, they go, hey, like, how you doing? Oh, like, are you feeling better today? Or like, I hope you feel better tomorrow. And then tomorrow comes and they're like, hey, are you feeling better now? And I'm like, if I could feel better, I would. This is a genetic condition. Like, it's not going to go away tomorrow. It's not going to go away the day after that. If I could feel better tomorrow, I would. So at some point, I will, Osiris. I'm glad to see you. I hope you have a great dinner, and I'll see you later. Bye, Osiris. So the point is that actually what you really want if you have a chronic condition and you've been struggling for a while with health, you want people to care, but you can't get mad at them for caring in that way, because that's at least they're being nice. But what you really want is for somebody to treat you like a normal ass human being and basically just be like, what's up, bitch? And if people were just more willing to go, what's up, bitch? Then all of a sudden you go, hi. And it makes you feel good. It puts a smile on your face. That's what actually makes you smile, is you're like, oh, look, I'm not a chronically ill individual. I'm in fact just a normal ass human being. And that's the thing about it. Is like, that's how you talk to your friends. You just go, like, you know, when you're close to people, you just go, what's up? Healer on fire, you almost made me gag on my water. I'm at 3,000 bits. Bro, 3,000 bits. The ice cream fund is going crazy today. That's a lot. That's a lot of ice cream. Holy, okay. I'll order it right now. I'm super down. 3,000. That's a lot. I don't know if I'm gonna. That's so normally, it's like 1,000 bits is an order of ice cream. Is that 3 orders of ice cream? Damn. Thank you. I accept. Thank you, healer. But yeah, so when we talk about the tanks, you asked me a season 1 early, to go back to WoW real quick. There are pros and cons of how season 2 is currently developed. It is not as hard on tanks. It is not going to be an easy season. I don't think. The reason is because a lot of these dungeons require a few more kicks, a few more stops, and have mechanics that are punishing. They're meant to be punishing for DPS. But the way that they ended up, I think, is going to be punishing for everyone. But I don't think that you will find it that your tank is the person that dies first anymore. I think that very often, there are some pulls, but I think that very often you're going to have a season where kind of like the tank might be the last one left alive and everybody else has died because they want to challenge the team. I don't know if they have done so successfully. And I do think that there's a very easy way for them to fix it. If you want my take on that, I will tell you. I will show you. It's very easy to show you this. So let me just check what Arson's doing, because I know he wanted to play a little bit. Arson. Oh, is he not in a queue right now? One game? La game? So basically, thank you, Johannes. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry if I always miss your YouTube chat. I appreciate that you're here. Scroll up to see my one-to-one rendition of what you said. I will scroll up. I want to see. I actually would love to see. All right, let me show you the first pull of Void Scar Arena. If you go left, there are 4 kicks. I think you go right, in which case there are 3 kicks, all of which are impactful as keys get higher, but coordinating 3 kicks is tough. And the way that kicks worked in Season 1 is you had like the Mysara Caverns kicks, but they didn't immediately kill you if they went off. In the first pull of Altar of Fangs, there's a kick where if you miss it, it's a massive AoE hit, so people die, first of all. But the other thing is that it's a 30% haste reduction. It was originally 25%, and they liked it so much that they buffed it to 30%. Man, come on. Here's the problem with that. I understand why they're doing it. You get that too, right? The whole point of why they're putting that in there is because, well, they want DPS to have more responsibility. So if they put a kick and they miss the kick, they get 30% reduced haste. Okay. The problem is that that also applies to the tank and the healer. And it's a pretty hard tank pull, and it's a pretty hard healer pull. So if you give your tank and healer 30% reduced haste, stacking, by the way, if you miss several of the kicks, so it might be 60%, they're going to die. That mechanic should not affect tanks and healers. There should be a whitelist, and it just says, if you're a tank or healer role, you don't get this mechanic. Like, I think it should just be DPS, first of all. And second of all, If your DPS do no damage, the pull lives forever, in which case you die. Does that kind of make sense about how that doesn't really work for them to put a mechanic like 30% reduced haste on a pull like that? I get the concept, but I don't think it works. Because of the way that the game is designed. Because that pull also has 2 different healer mobs and also several tank busters, it has a duration. You need to know how fast that pull's going to die. All right, Arson's ready. Legend. Possibly, I might have a healer friend coming. If I have a healer friend coming, I will let you know. Let me see if Deco's on. Deco coming? All right, Legend. I think I have a healer friend coming for some keys. All right, cool. Legend, if you want to play later, I'll be on. I don't know if I'll be on the next 2 days, to be fair. I have, add me on retail. Like, I want healer friends. I do think that Season 2 will be hard for healers. I don't think it's going to be an easy healing season. I also don't think that Season 1 was easy to heal either, though, to be fair. Mr. Healer on fire. I'm going to get my ice cream right now. Thank you. Bam. Okay, hold up. So, hopefully, my tank tier list is coming at the end. I think that people have a general idea, but what's happening is I hope that this will provide meaningful information to people, as well as give you an idea of whether you should or should not reroll. That's the idea. Like, that's basically what we're actually talking about. All right, I'm going to get McDonald's Sundays. I've just been enjoying McDonald's Sundays. That's what I've been recently getting. Just like 4 of them. I'll get 4 for this. Nice. Thank you, either. Cool. I have practiced pretty much every key now. What key you wanna do? Question mark. What key would you like to do? But certainly, if you play PTR with me, also Warrior, Mr. Kaim. If you play PTR with me and you want to add me on retail, please do. Here's my B tag. If you send me a B tag and I don't know who you are, you probably have to actually add me like while I'm live because I normally cannot accept everybody. My friends list is full. But please add me on retail because when the season starts, I will be playing a massive amount. So much so that probably my room is going to end up looking like Asmongold's, like within 3 days. How is that possible? I don't know, but it's going to happen. Yeah, I actually like the McDonald's Sundays. They're perfect for me. They're exactly what I want them to be. I already had 2 today as well, so this is going to be 4. I'll eat 4. I need the calories anyways. I think I would agree with that, Mohan. I really think that Season 1 was actually not an easy season, man. I don't think Season 1 was easy whatsoever. I think that the opinion that Season 1 was easy actually came from the fact that you had Guardian Druid and Mistweaver. That's what I think. No, bye, Burble. Yo, dude, I wish that you played NA, man. We played so much beta. You remember how much beta we played before? Oh, bye. You have to go. Sorry. I was starting conversation. Dude, I wish that the EU and NA thing didn't exist as much. All right, I'm choosing a dungeon. Being an HPAL season? Well, foos. I don't know about that. I would not be sold on the HPAL season yet. Careful. Because anything that's S tier right now and overperforming has a tendency to... it's depending on nerfs. Also, HPAL has a problem, which is that no offense... it's a good healer. It's top HPS. That is you feel safe with them right now, which is good. That's the main thing. It will be played. But Resto Shaman does double the damage, maybe triple. Like, Resto Shaman does a lot more damage. Not a little bit, like a lot. Just because of the fact Sky Fury exists and brings the lust. So, I also think that Prez, by default, is tuned highly, but Havion, that's such a beta thing. This is also true for last beta. To be fair, Prez was also good last beta. And even right now on live, yeah, I've played with a few Lightsmiths, I think. What key do you want to do, though? I think that Resto Shaman is currently looking really solid. The problem is that my Resto Shaman also does like 50k or 60k or something. Maybe 50k. What's this last dungeon? This last dungeon, not so much, but he was playing Farseer, to be fair. He was actually playing Farseer there. But I think Resto Shaman is like, with Totemic build, is kind of still doing like 50k, but also has Sky Fury. And just hitting Sky Fury is such giga damage. It's kind of insane. All right, let's do a 17. I'm working on routes. Let's do maybe like Void Scar. Practice Void Scar. I don't remember when Resto Shaman had its last bad season. That's a fair point. They're always at least good because Sky Fury. If you took away their group buff, then it would be tuning dependent. But the fact that Sky Fury exists, I don't think people realize how much damage that is. For the comp that wants it, it's crazy value. Sky Fury is insane value. Yeah. You are not a utility bot, though. That used to be a thing. You remember when Resto Shaman had basically the 12-second Wind Shear plus Cap Totem plus Thunderstorm on a 30-second cooldown? That was a different season. Nowadays, Resto Shaman... Oh my god, Obli wants to come. On his DK? Hell yeah. Bring it. Oh, we got all the people in here. Damn. What's up, Obli? Prez is the highest. He is. Let's see what he's on Enlo. Let's find out. We'll see what he's testing. We can ask him. He's on Unholy Rider. Not Frost right now. Unholy. You watch an interview today. He's cool. We have a podcast episode coming out next week. We got a spicy one too. That's a good one. There. I want to change our music. Let's listen to something. Do you want my divorce playlist? Do you want my I was at the gym this morning really working out very hard playlist? Or do you want a happy playlist? There are 3 options. You choose. Don't choose wrong. What podcast? I started a podcast, Mr. Bombadil. I started a podcast. Happy music. You know what? That sounds great. Let's do that. Either like an actual, it's either called Happy Stream, or best instrumental musics that I've been listening to recently. I've been liking the instrumental stuff though. I have it. It's on Spotify. It is on Spotify. It is called Wow Unfiltered. Because basically, I don't actually script it. It's completely unfiltered. Wow Unfiltered. That's the name I came up with suddenly and sporadically. Wow Unfiltered. And there's a whole playlist of it on YouTube now. I think I double uploaded something on Spotify, but it is. Yep. I hope my goal for the podcast is to represent different parts of the WoW community, not just one. That's my whole purpose of it, is basically to try and get multiple perspectives on the game. So next week, I talk to Obli about the raid changes. And we talk about the gearing and how you should not doom and gloom if you're not a Mythic Raider. He was trying to dissuade me because I'm actually still upset about the fact that gearing is changing in Season 2, and I don't like it, but I do think that conversation with Obli helped me a little bit. I don't feel as bad, potentially. But we basically had a debate, because I think I don't like it that they put it in. How is it changing? No problem. I don't mind going over it. The podcast answers all of it. We had like a long discussion, because there's some massive changes coming next season. Few things. Main thing is that Mythic Raid is going to drastically reward you more. And if you're a Mythic Plus gamer, you got... The harsh thing to say is that you got absolutely screwed over. Oh, sorry, I didn't see this. I'm not saying for today. Whoops. I didn't see that message from the Paladin. All right, so basically, let me set up the playlist first, and then I'll tell you. But it basically, when they initially announced that Mythic Plusers just felt like they were super slighted. Understandable. All right, let's listen to this. Lyrics or no lyrics on the music? Because I like this type of music. This would be my happy playlist, basically. Like, it's a good happy playlist. Something like that in the background. Okay, good. And let's go Void Scar Arena. Okay. The last two bosses of Mythic Raid are dropping exclusive 9 out of 6 items that are extra item level. Basically like Sporefall. Do you know what the Sporefall items are, Bombadil? There are basically going to be Sporefall items dropping from the raid that no one will have access to if you're not a Mythic Raider. If you do not Mythic Raid, you will never ever see those items at that item level. Cannot. You have to kill the last two bosses on Mythic in order to access those items. That was one thing that people were upset about because some Mythic Plusers are like, but what if I don't want to, commit to a whole tier of raiding just to get those items at the end? But it will be powerful enough that it might influence the 0.1% title. That was the initial thought. The truth is, it won't be that impactful. Yeah, it sucks more on paper than it actually is because most of the time people will not have access to those items. You're not really going to be competing with people who have actually killed the last two bosses in almost any sense. Toward the end of the season, there's going to be... That's when we Obly basically bring actual numbers to think about and consider that it's not going to be that bad. I kind of agree with that. The part that I don't like and the part that's worse is that every item that drops from Mythic Raid will be 6 out of 6 fully Mythic. So to put it in perspective, right now, when you get your Vault item, it's going to be at 272 this current season. But a Mythic Raider will get theirs at 289, fully maxed out. They don't have to spend any crest upgrading it because in Season 2, any bonus roll in Mythic and any actual Mythic item, fully upgraded. Don't need to think about it. 100% upgraded. And so they don't have to spend any crests. Crests are at a premium early on. So they'll have enough crests to craft their items and everything. I don't know. It feels a little off. Because if you're a Mythic Plus player, you just don't have it. You will get it at 272 and have to actually do the whole upgrade thing and max it out on Heroic, which will be kind of a slog, and then et cetera, right? On top of that, the good change is that if you raid only Heroic, you can access the items on Mythic. That was a good change. It won't be 6 total item levels, but early on in the season, it can be a few item level difference because of the crest and the 6 out of 6 items. If that makes sense. It'll be noticeable. Yeah, I actually think you don't go left side. You go right. I think. I mean, we'll see the route. I need to develop the route a little bit more, but we'll see. Dude, my ice cream's on the way. I'm excited. All right. I want to vibe to some music. I agree with what they were doing. Thank you, healer. Yes. I need more calories. I'm trying to gain some weight. But I also feel kind of dehydrated. I can feel it. So more salt normally. Normally that means more salt and more water. Hydration. I like this playlist actually. I'm swapping the playlist. I want this one right now. This one. Yeah. Better playlist. Resto Druid changes. Resto Druid needs a look at. I don't think Resto Druid is currently in the best spot for healers. I think that, as far as I know, they have certain conflicting design philosophies and other things. Hold up. I'm going to move around a little bit. I got myself. I walked earlier. I'm just going to play a quick few songs, and then we're good to go. This one's good. Yeah. Shall we? Let's roll. But mostly the damage on Resto Druid is low. I think that holds it back. think we're about to die. This is gonna be one of those pulls, man. If we don't get the early kicks, you will spam reset this on repeat. It's gonna be like a, is this key or Zil? But this is what I mean. If you look at my health isn't moving. Ah, I missed. So your team will die, but you won't. Cap it. What's up, it's easy. You guys are listening to some chill music. I'm listening to some heavy-ass, emotional Star Wars, the Clone Wars music, and it's so good. But I don't always feel comfortable sharing it to stream because I like happy music on stream, but this is basically just like super emotional, cinematic, dramatic, sciatic, mamatic, pneumatic, this, that, and the other. Will I be doing dungeon deep guides on Patreon this season? Realistically, I'm actually not sure. I don't think I'm going to get to. We gonna reset, by the way? Because I would like to reset from island damage, because I don't know if I should send cooldowns here. Want to reset fast? First got kind of messed up. Why don't we reset real quick? Also, did you like my Eminem rapping? I always thought I could be a rapper when I was younger. I thought I could basically be not quite like an Eminem, because I don't really got that chocolate in me. I feel like a vanilla. I could have called myself something good. We reset real quick. Reset. That sounds good to me. I'll do deep dives, but it'll be later in the season, secret. That'll ultimately be what it'll be. Yo, thank you for the sub. Healer, I'm glad you like stream. Recently, I've actually been able to stream more, and I've been having a really good time with it. Like yesterday, I streamed for so long. It's a 10-hour stream yesterday. I haven't had 10 hours free in my day forever. It's been so long since I've had 10 hours free. But my health is feeling better. I just occasionally, I want to make sure I take care of myself. Health first. And I'm starting to actually recover from getting sick. And I'm really happy about that. Like, I had a good gym workout this morning. And I can finally make stuff. Yeah, Obley's in here. He's going to show us that Unholy is actually not that bad. I want to see it. I want to see him play Unholy and Blast. But we'll get a clean run, so let's just reset real quick. Yep. Mr. Obley's in here. The DK. Secret, don't worry. I'll have dungeon guides, but I have other videos I want to make this season that are going to be more impactful, to be honest with you. There are some other videos I want to make over the next few days. I probably won't be streaming. And I'm excited to make those. Instead of a specific dungeon guide, this week, by the way. Did everybody come in? Are we zoned? Just to clarify, this week, I'm going to make a how to tank straight up video. But I have to film it still. I kind of know what I'm going to do, but I haven't actually made it yet. So technically have to make it before I fully announce it, but very excited for that. Just a straight up, this is how to tank Mythic Plus. You'll get it. A few days. Very excited. No, I got ice cream instead today. Ice cream instead of milkshake. Don't you like playing DK? Oh, yeah. I mean, I played it. No. I don't have any problems with DK. I like it, but I like Guardian more. I'm just a Guardian. I like Guardian a lot. I've played all the... Wait, healer's not here. Wait. Deco's not here. I've played all the tanks over time, and at this point, I kind of just want to play for fun. I wouldn't mind another season of Guardian. And then past that point, I don't know, maybe I'll swap after that. It's not that I can't play DK, it's just that I can afford to play my preference. And my preference currently is Guardian. I like this version of Guardian. If it changed and they do what I think they might do to it, I don't know if I'd like it as much, to be fair. There's a very real world where they do what I think they might do and take the build I'm currently playing, nerf it for no reason. And if they did that, I don't think I would like this as much. I would be sad. Not only would I be sad, but I would cash out. Because I think it would be super tone deaf if they did that. But I could foresee that they would consider... I have to get this first range kick, I'm pretty sure, if I do this gather. I think that's what I need to do. If we do this, yeah, I go around here, then we line of sight around this corner. And we need to get the demo shot. The demo shot went off. So that's 25% reduced damage already. Those bolts don't kill. I wait, I hold. I kick the volley. I'll kick it early. And then I'll go like this. And then I'll go here. So yeah, I do have a feeling that they might be nerfing Guardian soon. And I think that it would be the wrong thing to do. It depends on how they nerf it. Nerfing it with an aura nerf, like reverting the 8% would be fine if they think it's too powerful. Nerfing it in terms of... We just might not have the kicks for this. This is going to be such an annoying pull. I feel like you have to do it this way, though. I don't really know if you have a full option about how to do this. The burst... If we got the first demo shout, I feel like it's okay. Do we not have the kicks, or do we not have what's up with that? I think I munched a kick there myself. We got kicks. Do we not have... Why are people dying there? Let me see. Try one more time. I think you have to do that pull because pacing of the dungeon. A volley went off. Yeah, we missed the kick. All right, I'll watch the volley. You get first demo. I'll get first volley. And try to stay on it. I think I might be able to get each volley. What's up, Mr. Cheese Tomato Pasta? I recognize your name from earlier. But at the end of the day, I feel like people... A flex redeem, I can do so. I could do that. What? Ooh. I'm eating a lot now. Yup. I wish that I could take other enhancing subject things, but I do not. I, in fact, just need to eat. Like, eating for me is the #1 thing that affects my aesthetic. Recently, I got the flu, and then some of my health symptoms flared up, so I basically just stopped eating, and then I lost, like, 10 pounds, and I don't really have 10 pounds to lose. So recently, I've just been eating to get the calories back up, hence the ice cream and milkshake goals. I just also like ice cream and milkshake, but they have been helping me maintain. And I saw myself at the gym this morning, and I was like, hell yeah. Somebody's been eating in a calorie surplus. So my abs don't look skeleton anymore, but I've got biceps again. That's cool. But in terms of... One thing I'll talk about in the tier list is how there are a few tanks that are a little bit closer than others. But this season, damage, although it will be king, very much depends on key level. If I was playing my prop pally in this poll right now, think about how easy it would be. We wouldn't have had to reset at all. I throw a shield at the far target to kick, and then I have wings into toll, which gets basically all of the kicks in this pack. Think about how good prop pally would be. Or think about prop warrior with challenging shout. Think about even a blood DK with mass grip. The fact that I'm on bear and I'm doing everything that I can to like min-max this playstyle. So I can go here. They're going to get the first demo shout. I'm going to go in here. I'm going straight through. I'm getting in range of the first volley kick. I'm getting it here. I'm bringing it back. I'm doing my entire rotation as best that I can. But I am now out of kicks. And that, we just died to that. Because from there, I cannot, that's not a CCable target. That was a kick. But I already used my kick. If I, for example, was any other tank, not any other tank, but half the other tanks, I get all those kicks just now. Make sense? Because that volley went off. So if I get the first one, I cannot get the second one. Aside from people using defenses there. And then I think we missed the first two totems. I don't think so, Cons. I actually do not think that that is true. The Guardian model drops in Blinding Veil? No. Is there a Blinding Veil Guardian drop? I want there to be the Den and Nalarak ones. That's what I want. But the hard part is basically... I think don't kick bolts. Only shout / volley. Bolts don't one-tap. I think the volley kills. I don't think the bolts one-tap. I think you basically only want to kick volley or in this poll. That's how I would probably have to run it in pugs. Yeah, what's the Guardian model? I would have to check the barbershop, I guess, on PTR. I'm interested. Ooh. The Den of Nalarak. Did you get to do that at all, cheese tomato pasta? Pasta. Never let me go to Italy. Never let me go to Italy. Mostly because I'll be like an idiot and probably just pronounce it idly. It's like going to IHOP. Oh, now I'm just thinking about IHOP. Dude, I love IHOP. IHOP's good. Yeah, basically Guardian and Brew. Almost every other tank has a way to help this pull outside of what I can do. So even if I'm the top damage, you'll make it work. But in pugs, this type of pull is really hard. The problem is if you think about offensive sequencing, it kind of has to be done. This is sort of like the first pull of Algathar where you can't really split it. It doesn't make sense for cooldowns to split this pull. It is basically something you're just going to have to figure out. So if I go through here and I'm giga fast, and then we bring this back, the first two totems are going to be killed. Then we're here. Then I'm min-maxing. I have a kick coming up. We missed all kicks. And then I missed my kick there because it was a second short. So somebody needs to get the second volley kick. This is, however, the dungeon design of what I am talking about going into Season 2. The totems didn't kill, volley killed. Kick killed. That. No. Kick killed. It's not totems. The totems are actually out-healable. It was the kick that killed. We missed second kick. It was the kick that killed us. So this experience, however, is actually going to be... I kick the first shout. I will get the first volley. We need somebody to get the second volley. But if you have to start assigning kicks and pugs, I don't know about you guys, I get concerned. Because this, I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh boy. You know, when this is not Resil, this gonna be tough, you know? What's up? No, hold up. I would say, I had this take yesterday. I will say, I think that Blood DK has the weirdest reputation. I do not think to get decent at Blood DK is not hard. It's not hard. It's not. It is... If you follow like 2 or 3 basic rules, you can play it decently. To get great at it is difficult. But if you... I kid you not, if you hit the buttons that light up, you'll do fine on Blood DK. Give me 1 second. My ice cream has arrived. I'm just going to go get it downstairs. 1 second. I climbed 3 flights of stairs only to hear my fridge start beeping, so I gotta go get that. 1 second. Uno momento. Okay. Oh. We're in the end game now. I'm here. Sorry. I'm back. Apologies. Here we go. Oh, what do we miss? Alright. Yo. Sorry. Alright, I've got ice cream. Look at this. Here's what we've got going on. I've got ice cream and I also have a snack of cheese. The snack of cheese will help me get through and maintain energy for the tier list. I've been making good progress on this cheese, by the way. We got it 2 days ago. It's a 1 pound block of cheese. It's like a quarter done. I'll probably eat like another little bit. It's the tasty cheese. Yeah, it's the same one. Look at this. Bro, this is the secret to fitness. If you want to know how to get abs, people have no idea. Everybody thinks you gotta do calorie deficit. You gotta get your steps in. You gotta work out. Bro, I'm sitting here with the 6-pack, eating my block of cheese and my multiple McDonald's chocolate sundae ice creams. Stay mad, bro. Which is sarcasm, by the way. Very sarcasm, please. This is sarcastic. Please, no. That was facetious. Don't actually stay mad, bruv. I'm not allowed to say bruv. I was in London for like 3 days. You know, Isotopia, I get you. I feel you on that. Like, that makes sense. Oh, dude, Oblie's streaming. Yeah, 100%. You want to get in here, Oblie? I didn't realize you were streaming, man. Oh, let me get you in. Bro, I didn't realize. I didn't see that until... It doesn't come up, by the way. You have to tell me. That's why. Okay. I didn't see it earlier. 1 second. I just tapped out. Bro. Did that work? Did he get in here? Wait, how do I send, how do I do this? Wait. I didn't see you stream. 1 second. Alright, sounds good. Sounds good. Maybe. Hold on. Yeah, we have to figure out how to get him in, though. 1 second. Now, my stomach, I don't actually really fart anymore. I used to fart a lot, but I really don't actually fart that much. Albie's in here yet. How do I... It's hard for you to join them. Okay, you sent me a request, and I think that bugged it out. 1 second. Let me see. Let me try. There's definitely a way, but I need to just go into my browser. Ever since I basically started eating correctly, it doesn't happen. My stomach and my digestive system is so solid right now. No problemos. Oh, did I actually brick the stream together? Hold up. Oh, no, we can do this. So we're going to go like this. Obly, wow. But I basically, it was when I stopped eating fiber. I had like no gas, no this. Oh, wait. I also bricked my stream together with arson. Okay, hold up. Now we go here, and then does that work? Then we got all of us in here. Yay! All right, look at this. It's the dream team. Look at that. It's all three of us. Hi. Oh, sorry. If you're the warrior in this group, I recognize your name. Dude, I had the door. We got this. We got distracted. We had stream setup stuff. We're going to do the key. I promise. Let's go. Let's get it. All right. I'm just eating some cheese. I got some ice cream. Let's go. Okay. All good? Should be good now. Cool. I think that worked, yeah? That work? Wait, can you hear me? Uh-oh. Did I break something? Wait. No, it was just refreshing. It was just loading an interface thing. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we got this. So, I kick first, volley, obly, kick second, warrior first shout. Yeah, let's do it this way. I think if we do this, and then we just kill totems, and I drag that guy back a little bit, it should be all right. But this is where the bear charge actually starts to affect you a little bit, because it would be better if I had a range kick. Okay. Let me just assign a few kicks. Yeah. Oh, no problem. This is the one. There's the one. Imagine that somebody's first impression of me is just me eating this block of cheese. Which, I honestly didn't think it was that weird, to be honest with you. Why Sotopia? I didn't think it was that weird until somebody mentioned it on stream. Apparently it is very weird, but I didn't know that. Okay. Is it weirder if I do it with fox ears on? Would that make it weird? I'm defying my fate right now. Tasty. And you can clip that. I don't know what we're going to use that clip for, but you can clip it. I don't know where that clip goes, but you can clip it. Sometimes I have these moments in stream that get clipped. I think they're really funny, but I have no idea what to do with them. I only post one YouTube short a day, and normally it's like gameplay or whatever. Or it's about something, but I think it's so funny to do. Yeah. No, I don't think that actually would work. Like, I would think it's funny, you would think it's funny because you know me. But I think if you don't know me, it just is kind of weird. Alright, so I'm super fast. I lose some damage by doing this. But let's bring this back. We ramp. We set up here. That was an Apex proc. We have to watch the first shout. The next set of shouts we have to be careful of. I click again. Bam, I can take that. That's okay. And then we in-cap roar this one. Oh, we lose the volley. We might be able to save this pull. See, this is the example of a pull. This first pull of Void Scar Arena is exactly the one that I'm worried about for next season. Because this, I don't have a kick. The bolts don't kill, but if people don't know how to coordinate their actual kicks and get the right kicks here, you just die. And that's the new dungeon design, kinda. Like, I'm not a huge fan of this current dungeon design. You need basically 2 kicks on the main guy, because that volley's going off. I war stomp the overlap, and then I can in-cap roar this overlap here, and then I can try to kick this one. But that was on me, so I should have actually held my kick, though. Well, I can't do the second one. I did the first, and then I think I YOLO set my kick after that. That's okay. But I don't like having to coordinate kicks. I don't find coordinating kicks to be very fun. That's okay. We still made through that poll decently, at least. The tier list today is not going to be a bait tier list. It is actually going to be a genuine, helpful piece of information about tanks. If you want to watch a tier list and you watch my tier list, you will benefit from it. That's basically end of story. That's how I view it, Defiant. Like, I'm pretty big on that. I don't actually want to debate people into watching something and then milk it for too long. I think the tier list, actually doing them live, is kind of fun content. Like, I don't mind doing that part of it. And that part we can, like, take our time a little bit. But the actual video, I want people to actually have a better understanding. Because right now, there are many players who are about to make a decision that will alter the next 6 months of their life. Now, granted, is it actually that long? No, because you could always reroll mid-season. But a lot of people are basically about to decide whether or not they should reroll. And tier lists are equivalent to whether or not you should reroll. That's basically what a tier list is. It's just telling you, hey, the thing you want to play, should you not play that thing? That's it. A lot of people are okay with re-rolling and playing something different, so now they have to consider that. Hard gather, wait for aggro, please. I didn't have Heart of the Wild. You must give me a second. The mobs are all over. Okay, Thrash. This. Thrash again. But I definitely have strong opinions on whether or not you should reroll. But I think that, I don't think DPS is very balanced. I also don't think that healers are very balanced on PTR either. I do think that tanks are doing a little bit better in terms of how they are portrayed right now. I know everybody's like, but Blood DK, but Blood DK, but Blood DK. Blood DK is not as ahead as people think it is. It's ahead, but it's not that ahead. It's not actually like crazy. You wouldn't see 99% representation of Blood DK right now. If the season went live as is, you would not see 99% Blood DK, I don't think. I mean, even if you basically just look at my current Guardian Druid damage, it's not like I'm that far behind. And if you include Mark of the Wild, if this is my damage right now in this key, okay, let's not overpull here. Overpulling here tends to lead to death, and we're just kind of wanting to do like a clean run, not a 19. So why don't we just back up? Let's put this in the corner a little bit. Let's not go pull the other mini boss just yet. I will not greed my damage that much. But if you look at the way I am currently playing Bear, and that was actually like, I could have held that for about 5 more seconds and I would have done much more damage. It would have been a better decision for me to hold what I just said now. But it's okay. I'm not trying to min-max my damage 100%, but I'm also, if I don't play this perfectly, I'm still doing very decent damage. All right, I'm picking up aggro here, and then we just go into the wall. Like, this tank damage I'm doing right now is not bad. Aim him into the wall. Whoops. Wait, is this guy bugging? He hit the... Wait, what is this? Why does he keep hitting me? Did I bug him out by going into the wall? Did they change that already? I thought you could still just aim him into the wall. Like in the doorway. No, he's not blind. He just bugged for sure. Because he hit me 3 times with that frontal. Maybe you have to get him like farther away. He definitely bugged and just clapped the warrior twice. What's up, Sil? I don't know. I mean, I've looked at a lot of logs now on PTR. And I've done a bunch of he's at this point. I just don't think this is bad damage. It's not bad enough to be, like, concerned about. And there are so many ways that you would get more damage if you were just playing like a 19 with Kira and this or whoever. Hi, Kifaze. How's it going? All right, let's do single target. Let's see what single target looks like. That's the real tell, right? So we'll kill this turtle. I'll save a bit of damage, and then we'll go single target on boss. This boss, you cannot have 100% melee uptime, though. Ah, there's a few more packs. Okay, should have sent. I hate that these 3 spawn after. They should spawn before. Okay, play Lunar Beam here. But I won't send any other damage. Unfortunate for cooldown timings. So I'm sitting on my Incarn here, and I've just lost a use of Incarn, which means I also lose a use of Apex. If you pace the dungeon better, you'll end up doing a lot more damage. Kifaze, are you excited for Season 2? I'm quite excited. I have a bunch of projects I want to work on too. I also think I should swap chairs. No boss. Don't pull boss. Don't pull boss. Don't pull the boss. Don't pull the boss. Don't pull boss. I gotta go across the roof. I'm going across the roof. This chair is better for my head pressure. Head pressure. Ah! Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah, I think that other chair, I gotta get rid of that. All right, ready? Single target damage. We go here. Full min-max. Bam. Good. Here. Basically full min-max. Okay, haven't missed the global yet. That's good. No globals missed. No globals missed. We should technically, I think, be positioning this like way better for melee uptime. Here. Sorry, Obli. I did not telegraph that very well. I second-guessed it myself, which means Obli loses damage too. I didn't know he knocked me back, actually. I don't know what that was. I'm greeting. I'm greeting. I'm a DPS. Dodging. Greeting. Okay, put this in the corner a little bit more. I have missed 1 global so far in this fight. Otherwise, so far, basically pitch perfect. We're going to position this here. I roar. Pretty good. Good corner. 1 global here. Okay, I've missed 2 globals in this fight. Three. Should zoom out a little bit on this fight. I, as a tank, can get hit. Oh my god, I can't get hit that much. Okay, I can soak a few of them. I can't soak all of them. They don't give me a damage down, so no problem. Okay, good numbers. We do have the voice guard buff, though. Just keep in mind, it's a little bit of a factor. Melee uptime. This boss is going to suck for melee. I got your Resto / Balance Druid ready to go. Nice. You made a Feral and a Guardian, and you also want to have an Arms and a Prot Warrior. You've got the whole little rainbow going on. By rainbow, I mean beige colors. Cool. I'm excited to have a goal again. I haven't had a goal in a while for World of Warcraft. It's been a second since I actually had, like, something to do, you know? Hi, In Vitro. Oh my god, I didn't scare you away yesterday by actually mentioning IVF. I'm so glad. That's good. That's awesome. I'm very happy that my comment yesterday about the fact that your name reminded me immediately of IVF did not actually prevent you from ever saying hi again. This is good news. This is good news. Because sometimes, I mean, this happened before, you know, I did the podcast episode yesterday with Banchers. And actually, the first thing I ever said to Banchers when he came into stream, I think I plant as a tank, although I might be the one to move out in the future. When he came in here, the very first thing I ever said to him was, "Are you a furry?" He didn't know anything else about me. I don't know. My first ever thing I ever said to him. And I felt kind of bad because it was an awkward first introduction. But apparently it worked out in the end because I got to do a podcast with him. That was cool. All right, that was pretty solid single target. Granted, I have the voice guard buff, so that's pretty impactful. But, like, that's pure single target. I did not miss any globals, and I did send my second Incarn. That was almost pitch perfect play. near pitch perfect gameplay. I think you just pull something like this, and then here you need to get the shrieks, otherwise you die. I dispel. This dispel does a lot of damage. It's more that I'm in a social guild that strives. This area of Voice Guard, I think, might be one of the hardest tank areas. Okay, if I kick this, somebody needs to make sure they get the fear, to be fair. Fear. Totem overlap. I dispel. You're in a social guild that strives to get AOTC, so I made a few in case the roster changes. Got you. In your AOTC guild, do people care a lot about making sure you have all the group buffs and like basically making sure you have one of each class to represent? Is that something that is widely talked about, or like do people re-roll because of that, Kafaze, in the social AOTC guild? Oh, this gather's gonna be hard for me because I want to hold. I think this pull is actually kind of hard with two of these. You need to be careful about who you decide to dispel in this. You wait for 2, and then I dispel the healer, and you let me fight for my life. But this is, if there was any reason to go the other side in this place, I think it would be this actually. Thank you, healer. I have it right next to me. I'm going to eat it after this. I like to wait for my ice cream to melt a little bit. I don't like to eat ice cream that cold. You don't really get to enjoy it, in my opinion, if you have to wait for it to be, like, cold. So I like to eat it kind of warm. Yeah, it's better. It's, like, not quite milkshake status, but it's almost milkshake status. They don't really commit. You just got to commit to something pre-season. I got you. Yes. Sugano, yes. There are a few pretty big UI changes, actually. One of the biggest ones is that you can track combat potion and stuff on cooldown manager if you so desire. You can track other things like items easier on cooldown manager. I think that's the biggest one. That's like a really nice one. Your friends list is quite different. You have like a recent allies. You can filter people by role if you want to add them. They're doing some good UI stuff. The recent allies thing is pretty solid. And I think that anything that makes the game more social is always welcome. So you have the recent allies here. The friends list just got an overhaul to be bigger part of your screen. No joke, an actual thing that is impactful. That like that's good. You want that? Dispelling. So overall, yes, I am not a big UI person either way. Doing an Ellesmere UI. Yeah, that was on live. To be fair, that doesn't really apply here because that was technically on Live Realms, and PTR and Live are not the same, which is also why I have to wait, for example, to make different builds. Like in my Discord, I want to have builds for everybody, but I can't put them yet because the import won't work. You have to wait for those until the actual live version comes out. Dude, I have my ice cream here, and like part of me is sort of hoping that we actually brick on this pole. Man, that's the thing. Like if we actually just bricked on the following boss, then I could eat my ice cream, but if we don't brick on the following boss, then I'm sort of locked in for the next 14 minutes. Potentially more. Druid is super tanky and also does it's like its damage is quite decent right now. The pacing of this dungeon isn't even the best example, but I'll show you, like, single target is good. Last boss is single target. We can show you there. This boss is not quite. There's an ad that spawns and some positioning stuff, but like your Druid is in a good spot. When I make the tier list later, I will show you physically and prove to you that Druid is actually a lot better than people are saying it is. In many of the tier lists, there have been rumors of Guardian Druid suffering. And I don't actually know exactly where those rumors came from, because I am currently doing quite good. I am not noticing this issue. All right, so I think I can see where the thing is spawning. Is it like highlighted, or does the first one spawn here always to the left? I'm not sure. You want to be near the ad spawn for cleave, but you can't be in range of the ad spawn. Hulking Claw doesn't hurt me that bad. Dispel immediately. So like here, yeah, so like close enough to the ad spawn that people can kill it real fast. Roar. They do have to swap to the ad, though. Ad is the thing that needs to die here. And then I have to kite. If the ad hits me, I die pretty much immediately. Oops. Yeah, I think the ad needs to die pretty much, like, much faster than that. We can res one. I don't know if we should actually send this. Wait a second, I might be able to eat my ice cream. Ooh. Wait a second. This might be ice cream territory. We're getting close. And I'm also not playing this perfectly because that apex should have overlapped with my lunar. You boss monster steal for season 2? I think that most bosses are actually fairly well telegraphed, yeah. I don't think that actually I hate the bosses right now. What's up, Wiz? Kill the ad, like swap to the ad immediately. This is a save damage for ad. It pulses a lot of AoE damage while it's active, and when I heal this, you need to kill the ad like much faster. Ooh, it's coming for me. It's coming for me. I can dispel immediately for poisons, but otherwise it's big HPS. Hi, Wiz. Oh, man, why are we living? This is unfortunate. On 293 Guardian, I've tried Mage Tower Sword. Mage Tower scales your item level. Mr. Nickist on YouTube, if you're still there, you do not get a benefit from having more item level to do the Mage Tower. When you go into it, it will scale whatever gear you have to the same for everyone. So you don't really get an advantage. Also, my Pharaoh Frenzy has been mistimed. This boss, not exactly a great example of how much damage I can do. Where casual should learn the new dungeons. You know, if you don't have time, PTR is the best thing you can do to learn the new dungeons. Like, there's nothing that beats the raw repetition, Sugarno, of actually being able to see the thing. Like, you will gain the most invaluable experience. I don't know if I agree with that, Alassi. I think that doing them on lower difficulties doesn't actually teach you what you need to know to prepare you for the amount of damage you're going to take on higher keys. Because, like, part of being a good tank is knowing, oh, I'm going to die here. Or, like, part of being a good healer is, like, yo, I really need a cooldown here because it hurts. Like, it's quite difficult. But the lower keys don't prepare you properly. I think they give you almost false confidence. But at least you can see the mechanics. Seeing mechanics is not overrated, and I agree with you there. But I think it's better if possible, and it depends. That's also true, Alassi. Very fair. It's a good clarification. It depends on what level we're talking about. Okay, better Apex here. Oh, I'm letting the ad come too close. Yeah, you basically get to see mechanics and learn the packs. Okay, so that's the thing. I got... The ad hit me twice there. Oof. The actual tank tier list, my full thoughts about what the meta tank is going to be, the actual tier list will be in a little bit. Like in a bit of stream. Okay, that's going to actually clap me because I have 500... Was this 500%? 100%. It's a lot. With limited time, make sure that you're not stressing too much. Just know, Sugarno, many people will be learning. Everybody's going to be learning the dungeon at the start of season. That's why it's the best time to play WoW. Like, if you want to start a season, the absolute best time to play is start of season. Oh, I took 3 stacks. That immediately killed me. Yeah, I was worried about that. I think the ad... Is it the ad that killed me there? Oh, wait, kill boss, kill boss. You can kill boss. Do it. I believe. Save res. Obli, tank. You're a DK. Good job. Oh, that Hulking Claw one-tapped, yeah. Because you get the stacking nature damage on that. That's rough. Speaking of coordination, can we reverse Altar of Fangs? Yup. It's not just Altar, by the way. It's also this dungeon, Andraste. There's a few dungeons right now which have that same type of mechanical complexity with a lot of kicks and a lot of stops and a lot of coordination. I'm a little worried about it, to be honest. I don't know if it's actually good. Like, so many runs are going to be kind of like a brick go again type thing. These packs at the end of Void Scar are probably the hardest thing. New season is great. I have a bad feeling about the new season. It should be a time when everybody learns, but World of Warcraft over time has progressively gotten more and more negative. I agree with you, Womble, that it should be a fantastic time for people to get into the game. I just don't know if that's actually going to play out in practice. Like, I worry that you are going to see, unfortunately, a lot of toxicity, even though it's pretty clear, like, we all have to learn the dungeons. Like, almost no one, Sugarno, I want you to know this, of the player base that does keys, genuinely, and I mean this. Oh, the shout. 1% of them, tops, do PTR testing. I munch my kick there. It is not common. Almost no one has tested PTR, and I just want you to know that. You are not going to be so crazy behind if you decide not to play PTR. I just don't want you to be worried about that. The streamers you watch, they play PTR, but almost nobody does. I just kind of need you to know that so that you don't feel too bad, okay? Yep, we're going to be chaining into this pack now. And then after this, probably need to SI here. It's quite rare for people to play PTR. Shriek. Incap. Holy. This is a 6-second fear if it goes off, and it's about to go off. War Stomp. Chain this. Okay. Good luck. There's going to be one AoE. I'm alive. Don't worry. I Dispel immediately. Dispel Warrior. I've got 7 debuffs on my frames right now. I'm tanking. People are worried about King's Rest and Temple of Seth. Those were considered free keys back in BFA. Well, they're first of all, they're very different. They're very different than they used to be. That's like the first thing to know about it. We'll be able to spam 10s at the start. I think that 10s, I don't think they'll be that hard if we use this season as a metric, but I also don't think that they'll be free, but it's mostly because mechanics. Like, you have to see the dungeon and learn it. That's the main thing, I think. I think that Sethralis might be the hardest dungeon. I also think Den of Nalarak can compete for that. Seth just has a ton of early coordination with not just kicks, but stops. The stops in Sethralis are quite massive. There's just a lot of stops that you have to worry about in the first area. I think you pull all of this, and if I'm right, this should be give or take percentage, with maybe one more thing that I have to worry about later. I'm going to watch the Screamer here. Can't let the fear go off. I don't think last boss is that bad on Den. Do you think so? Why is last boss hard? The soak? The red things? I've had a pretty easy time. I think the first and the second. I think the second boss is really hard in Den, actually. It depends. Like yesterday, if you walk in with a group with a good healer, that dungeon is not too bad. But I think that like the amounts of kicks in the first area and just like some of the coordination required for a lot of those pulls, it's like good teams will have a good time with it, and teams that struggle with that type of thing will have a really bad time with it. Last boss is just, you just literally stand shield, take circle out, and then tank does most of the red shades. I don't feel like last boss should be that hard. But maybe I'm spoiled by people. Oh, no, it's 1%. Wait, please tell me this is percentage. Is this percentage? Wait for it. Wait for it. No! What is this 1% business? God damn it. All right, fine. Where's the 1%? The jellyfish over here? Probably these guys. Probably these guys. See? Need to cook on the route a little bit. I bet you it's just these jellyfish. Are they percentage? Yeah, they are. Okay, so I was supposed to pull these with like a previous chain. Otherwise, I think this is give or take the route. But also remember that PTR testing is hard just because like people really are learning mechanics and it is tough. Okay, now we have percentage. I think that the new dungeons will check people differently than the old dungeons. I don't know if that is a good or a bad thing. Hi, sleeping. Today, pretty decent. Pretty decent. A little tired from yesterday. Yesterday, Wiz, I don't know if you were here. I did a 10-hour stream. I happen to have work cancellations. Kitty was still not home. She's out for the weekend. She's on an island basically sunbathing. She told me that she was sunbathing and apparently her like bikini line didn't go right. So now she's basically just tanned in a way that she doesn't actually like being tanned. And so she's frustrated. And I am just thankful I didn't have to go. Cool. Easy res. Oh, shit. Hi, Kitty. I've summoned her. Oops. We have no res. But tonight I probably won't go that late because she's coming home tonight. I think it's actually hard to compete for single target damage in this dungeon because we do have the mastery benefit, right? Does this actually work? Oh, I mean, mastery increased by 2%. That's not actually that good. I just plant. I'm pretty sure with this frontal I plant. Okay, everybody's dead. I don't think I'm supposed to move with that frontal drastically. I think that we're supposed to wait there. The only time to defensive here is when you have to connect orb. Every other part of this is easy to heal, so only when you have to connect the orb do you do this. I don't know where I put my phone. Oh, it's in my pocket. Okay, gotcha. Good news. It would seem like it might be time for ice cream. But bad news, they might want to finish this dungeon. Is this a finished dungeon scenario? Oh no. I started eating ice cream. Oh, there's a perfect temperature. I'm about to kill this boss. It's the perfect temperature right now. I have a tan line. It's not that bad. This boss is timing. I healed this dungeon already. No, this boss is okay. It's only the overlap. Here. I healed this before. It's only overlap. So the AoE pulse is chill. The overlap, when you get dot, needs defensive. Because moving and frontal. Soft serve slightly melted is the goat of ice cream. I don't know about the goat. Oh, I released. My bad. I don't know about the goat of ice cream because I'm pretty sure I've had goat before, but it's not nearly this good for what it is worth. Okay. Basically, this is, I would say that I mean, this is not nearly as good. Goat milk ice cream? Listen, I'm sort of a believer that if you put enough condensed milk and sugar on something, anything's good. I really believe that. Like I'm a strong believer in basically when you don't really want to eat like your eggs or your chicken breast or whatever you have to do, just douse it in sugar. Okay, good question on this. Now, this is kind of why I'm testing this dungeon again. I think the first one, you don't have to move that far away. It's these circles right here. The boss, they're going to get soaks. The soaks, there are 3 orbs right now. This dot, see this? They have to connect through. So one person goes over here, one person goes there, and this is where people take a lot of damage. I aim the frontal kind of toward the edge of the room, and then otherwise, I don't think you have to move the boss that much. If we get 3 orb spawns here, then it's not that bad. But you see that once you understand the overlap, the HPS requirements of this boss is actually almost nothing. He's doing 70k. That's nothing. That's very, very little on this boss, although it actually seems like it's broken. So from here, there are too many orbs there, and you go like this. Hold up. It's not just diabetes, because I'm not trying to get diabetes. That's why I balance it with this cheese Scardelf, because cheese has got no sugar in it. So the idea is, I got the ice cream for the diabetes, and I've got this block of cheese just for joy. So this frontal here, I just want to aim it toward the edge of the room. They have to connect these. They use the defensive, healing cooldown, easy fight. It is a little weird to be eating ice cream and cheese at the same time, but honestly, I kind of like it right now. This is tasting pretty good. This is actually not bad. Also, my meters are super bugged. I don't know what's happening here. This is not right. All of my meters somehow bugged out. I'll talk about my thoughts on Prot Warrior and Brewmaster in a second. Ice cream is basically just sweet cheese. I mean, it's a devilish thing to say, but you're not wrong. That's the thing. Like, people will say that you're wrong, but I don't think you are, Alice. I used to be lactose intolerant, and basically through force of will and some cool application of science, I trained myself out of it. Which is something, interestingly enough, you can do if you are not truly allergic to a food and you are intolerant of a food. Intolerance works based off of signals, and if you can tweak the signals, which is not always easy to do, you can basically train yourself out of intolerances. Fun fact. Like if you're like, when I eat the beans, I fart and I get so bloated. You can do something about that. That's actually not... I forgot. You cannot hit an orb under any... I got too lazy. It was the end of the boss. I'm a tank. I got too lazy. I'm incapacitated for 15 seconds. Literally just end the character. At this point, just make me force delete the character. Don't incapacitate me and silence my character for 16 seconds. Just insta-death. That's the mechanic. Just make me die. If I get hit by one of the orbs, I'm dead in the game. It just automatically... Make me delete the character. Don't stun me for 16 seconds. That's actually so troll that you don't die. I actually think a mechanic like that is borderline troll. And it's just making your body able to produce the enzymes. Kind of. Except that, how does your body produce the enzymes? Yes, a lot of times keys feel bad because we haven't learned them yet. Once you learn the keys on PTR, they're not that bad. I will say that yesterday gave me a much better interpretation of these keys. I'm not truly doom and gloom about Season 2. I still don't know why they brought back King's Rest. King's Rest feels like a weird choice. I can't fathom why they would bring that back. I would say that doing the first pull in King's Rest was quite helpful. Good question. You asked me this earlier, and I think I totally forgot. The dwarf or the night elf question, right? I think that, honestly, when it comes to dwarf or night elf, don't worry too much. But if I had to pick, I think dwarf is pretty good right now. All good. We lost Arson. All good. Okay. See you in season, Arson. I'll be doing more. I'm full dooming about Crest. You mean the gear? Mike, you mean you're full dooming about the gearing in Season 2? Fair. Can Paladin bubble off the in cap? Possibly, actually. Maybe. Alright. Obly still going. Perfect. Dirty Undies invited me to a group. You want to come, Dirty? We have a DPS spot. We could do a Sethralist. I think Sethralist is hard. No, I think we're fine. I've got a friend that wants to... Oh, he's also a warrior. Perhaps. In that case. If you wouldn't mind. Jeez. I mean them as racials, not between them. I'm currently Orc, but I'm thinking of changing faction. Question is more in regards to what's better between those two races. As a tank or a DPS, Garagans, let me clarify. The problem with Night Elf is that we don't know exactly what the skips will be for now. That's one of the biggest issues, is like Shadow Meld on a tank might be necessary. But currently, the routes have not been developed to the extent that we know what we should play yet. And so a lot of times shadow meld skips are not developed on beta, but are actually developed as people figure it out in the season. If you are a tank player, you would be responsible in general for doing that shadow meld skip, although not always, to be fair. There are creative solutions to that. And shadow meld on a DPS is OP if DPS actually know how to use it. That's the thing. Because shadow meld is OP, part of the reason it's OP is not because you can like drink mana as a DPS player or get out of combat. It's because it stops casts. But that's actually one of those things that people don't know. Did you know that? Did you, by the way, know that? That's a fun fact. Did you know? Shadow meld, if you have a caster that's about to cast on you and you shadow meld, almost always interrupts the channel and the cast. So very high level players will use it as a stop or as like a personal defensive. That's why it's so good. But if you're not actually going to use it like that, Dwarf is good. There will be many impactful moments this season where you can dwarf off a good curse, a good poison, a good this, a good that, a good bleed. If I had to pick, it's a dwarf season. If you made me actually pick, it's absolutely. Yeah, Donnie, it's like a clutch play. It's a very high level thing to do. Basically, it's like a, oh shit, like we don't have a kick, but normally if you can delay something by 2 seconds, you can normally make a plan. It's one of those things where you do it in the moments, right? Changelet, do you think it's crucial to be a night elf for a dwarf? In that sense, I was wondering not what's better. It's more like, are they a must? Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, could you just play something else that's alliance, like a Draenei? Ooh. Again, can I clarify, Garagans? A tank or a DPS? Is it what level? Can you tell me this? You're 20 years. You're playing around for 20 years. What level keys? You're a tank. What level keys? Like, are you trying to get to give or take a plus 20 or a plus 24? Are you shooting for like 0.1% or just 1%? That's my actual question. No, you're fine. Play whatever you want. Play whatever you want. My druid is a Tauren. Yeah, don't bother with it. That's the right answer. That's why context matters, and I forgot to ask for context. Let me ask you this. Did you know that my druid is a Tauren? I'm not a night elf. I'm a Tauren. I'm a cow. Listen, I am a sexy big cow. Look at this. I am a pretty, independent, sassy, wonderful cow in a tank top. And I always have been. I am a big, independent cow with my cheese block, my McDonald's chocolate ice cream sundaes, and my piss water. All I can tell you is that 45-second sequence of stream could never be explained, no matter how much context you possibly apply. You could attempt for 30 minutes to prepare somebody for the context of that last 45 seconds, and they would not get it. It would be actually impossible. It wouldn't work. You could try. It wouldn't matter. There is no shot that anyone understands, no matter the context, the last 45 seconds of stream. If we clipped it, I wouldn't even know what to do with that information. Like, you could clip it, but the question is, what would you even do with that clip? The world would never know. All right, where are we off to? I don't know. What do you want to do? What you want to do? I am down to do Temple. We could do Temple again. We could do Void Scar. We could do... I'm down for whatever. We could do a Murder Row. Sure. No mind. Sure. Sure. Let's do Murder Row. On the way. I haven't done that much RLP. I don't mind doing RLP again. We could do that as well. Yeah. You're not technically wrong. I'm kind of cold though, actually. It's very interesting. I'm feeling kind of cold, so... I'm just going to put on my mittens. Am I a streamer yet, Mom? Am I a streamer yet, Mom? Brew basics in 10 seconds? Watch the video I made with Shaw. Watch the 17-minute video I made with Shaw. It will answer almost every question you have as a beginner brewmaster. Best one. That's it. That's actually like that's the best information I give you about brew is just watch the video I made with Shaw. It will help you a lot. It is a super, 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 very, very easy way to understand kind of like what's going on with Brewmaster. And it's a great place to start. I highly recommend. That's the one I would say. Ooh, still actually a bit chilly. So the problem with these mittens is that they're actually kind of thick. And whereas normally I do like thick, furry, fuzzy things, like I kind of want to fatten up my cats because I do think it would be cute, but they also have to be healthy. So it's a you know. But basically, these mittens are kind of hard to play because I have limited finger space. All right, Murder Row it is. That's the best thing for Goose, though. If you're asking me on YouTube, for Goose asked on YouTube. Twitch basics. Tank tier list, it'll be in a little bit. Probably like, honestly, like 20 minutes. Like after this dungeon, probably just do a quick tank tier list. I won't drag it out when we actually make the tier list. The tier list will be not like crazy duration. Actually, maybe I'll just make it long because, yeah, for season 2. A lot of we're doing some weird stuff with tanks right now. The community is, I'll explain it in the tier list. If I make a tier list, it's going to be, all I can tell you is that when you're watching the content, you will be amazed that I don't climb more mountains. You will be, that's what I can guarantee you. If you watch a tier list of mine, you are just going to be sitting there and all of a sudden your tongue is going to start flapping out of your mouth. You're going to be like this. And you're like, what's happening? And that's just called being affected by the goat. It's being affected by the goat syndrome. And that's something that we say nowadays. Now, why didn't we choose a lamb? Well, the Bible had already taken that. So we basically use goat instead. We have to choose an animal that kind of hadn't already been claimed by something else. All right, Murder Row 17. Once again, when I say something like that, right, and no one responds, it's actually great because what that tells me is that you thought it was so funny that you're not actually able to be at your keyboard typing like LOL or like funny emoji because you've actually fallen on the floor and you're rolling around, right? That's what I imagine has happened. So like it kind of gives me a great sense of pride when people actually don't respond to one of those types of jokes. That's okay. I think I'm funny. All right, onwards and upwards. What are my thoughts on solo queue? Oof, 4Goose. We're going with the hard questions. All right. You want my honest thoughts on solo queue? I wouldn't want it for me. I think it would be bad for people who are competitive in keys. I think it would possibly destroy the high end of keys. But I ultimately think that it's the future of World of Warcraft. I think they need to put solo queue in the game, not because of how it will affect you or me or will affect anybody who actually cares about keys, but because it might actually allow people to get into keys, which is honestly so difficult. People have almost no concept about how hard it is as a new player to get into World of Warcraft. Mythic Plus is a very gate-kept system where a lot of the knowledge that actually gets you good at it and allows it to be fun is not widely accessible. And that is my problem. So solo queue, if it allowed people to actually experience the game, would be great. And that's why I think they need to put it in. I also just think that as we continue to grow up, and I messed up hardcore because I haven't actually made that macro yet, and I don't know, don't actually look at me trying to click my abilities. But at some point, World of Warcraft needs to evolve and realize that we are all much older. Like, the people who actually play this game are not young. People have jobs and responsibilities, and raid as a system is just not very accessible. So more and more people do keys. That's good. Mythic Plus is a highly accessible game mode that people can basically just log in on their own time, get to play World of Warcraft, compete. But the meta pressure and the queue system and all of the other factors of WoW have really soured people's relationship with what that actually means. Do you know what I mean by that? So I think that at some point it's inevitable that solo queue must be introduced. The problem is that WoW is not built for it, and it would have consequences that people have no idea how bad it could be. Because there's like a whole bunch of conversations to have about it, which is that if it succeeds, then that means regular queue is dead. If you put solo queue in only to a +10 to avoid breaking the competitive aspect of keys, but that means that everything up to +10 is dead, and you have to solo queue. If you put it only for higher keys, then that means that people don't benefit from it either. Do you make it comp dependent? In which case, does it favor, like, how would you even structure it? You have 3 DPS, a tank, and a healer. Does that comp have lust and GURP buffs and synergy? What if you end up getting 3 Shadow Priests? How are you supposed to do keys with 3 Shadow Priests and no kicks? Like, how do you factor in for the fact, like, all of the different elements of WoW? I think that's not so easy. Already finished cleaning up the kitchen? Congratulations. Kitty was coming home today, and I wanted the house to be clean for her, so I told her that I would do all this stuff for the house, because she's coming back from, like, a fun weekend out, and she's going to want a clean house, and apparently we have a friend coming over to either stay with us for a few days or something, I don't really know. And you know what I did? You want to know how I accomplished this task? Given that I had a busy morning, like I went to the gym, I had 2 calls this morning, had 1 coaching call, had 1 actual call. Sunday morning's not normally too busy. But you want to know how I structured this? I'll tell you a secret. It is called living in Thailand and making enough money. Because I knew that I simply wasn't going to clean the house to the level that I wanted it clean. So I simply texted our maid and I said, please come Sunday morning. And she said, yes. And I said, thank God. That is the solution. We have a maid. A maid in Thailand to come clean your house for a few hours is $20. If you want her to do the whole house, like we have her come do the whole house sometimes, then it is more expensive. Then we pay like, I think it's like, what is the translation? We pay like $50 for her to do like a whole day of cleaning. Yeah. Yep. Would not obviously be able to afford a maid if I did not live here. Maids can be very pricey in other places. But the company, like if you go through a company, the maids get paid way less. They oftentimes, like if you go through a company, like a service that basically hires them, you can actually, they can sometimes only make for a whole day of cleaning, they can make like $10-20. It's not obviously enough. So when you hire them individually and you like them, then they make more. I'm moving to Thailand. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I really... Wait, where is everybody? Where's the last snitch? There it is. Okay, we pull this guy into boss. Yeah. Basically, though, I'll say this. I really have to stop convincing foreigners to move here. Every single person that I have ever talked to that goes, oh, should I visit Thailand? And I'm like, oh, absolutely. They all end up moving here. I think that the only person who hasn't at this point is Obley, but his time is coming. He'll figure it out eventually. Actually, it's a good point. The guy I'm playing with right now, he got to travel to Thailand more recently, and I recommended, I was like, oh, like, careful, you might end up moving here. But he, in fact, did not, so that is not 100% at this point. It's, like, almost 100%. But actually, like, literally and physically, every other person is just somehow they all end up moving here. And prices are going up. Inflation is a bitch. Wait a second, where's my mage? No! We may or may not have a mage on this fight, so rest in peace this entire key. Can we res him? I didn't realize that he was locked out. He is British, correct. Okay, so do we... I don't think I can res him. He's, like, completely locked out. We could reset, but if we reset because of log reasons, I kind of would want to actually like, reset the whole dungeon. All right, reset dungeon. No problem. Reset dungeon. Reset dungeon. We go reset dungeon. All right, cool. I don't want to just reset the boss because I wanted like a clean murder roll log. That's okay. My bad. I didn't realize he was still out. Mapping for honesty is like the biggest downside. That's true. Is it difficult to move to Thailand? No. You need money. I think games really lacks an easy practice mode for Mythic Plus. I agree with that. I think that, like, literally next week like, check my channel. Next week, I'll have some videos about this. I agree. Like, that's the major thing that is lacking. 100%. Mm-hmm. It's correct. I'm allergic to cats. So am I, actually. Like, I am actually so allergic to cats. Oh, GG's. Oh, okay. Oh my god, new healer. Is Legend still on? Who'll be around for healer? You know who asked me earlier? There was ooh, need a healer. Legend is already logged off. Okay, so we're not... Legend's not on PTR. Ooh. I wonder what level key wall pin is doing. You know what would be really fun, actually? If we found a healer. Obviously, how cool would it be if I got wall pin in here? And then you guys could have a DK face-off. I'm assuming that you know wall pin. Like, you guys must be. Oh, he can't hear me. He's streaming right now. Near the burper. After this, we'll do the tier list. I have thoughts about things. Murder Row. I am not sold on Holy Paladin. If keys are actually tight, there's some really not allowed to buy property as a foreigner. Yeah, but I mean, if you have enough money to buy property in a country that you have never actually lived in, then you probably don't have to worry about that. You know what I mean, Alassi? Oh, a big Prez evoker. Hell yeah. All right, show me Prez. Big Prez. Big Prez. Let's do it. Let's go. Okay. Tier list is going to be in a second. I have genuine thoughts about tanks. Let me settle before the tier list. What is this? Sop guy. I will open your link privately because you got by Nightbot, but I'm just gonna check what you actually sent me. If I open this shit and it's not something I'm supposed to open, I will be upset. Because you've given me an Imagor link. Okay, that's actually fine. It's safe. Cannon Wowhead Amandul. He does look like it. All right, you're fine. I was just checking. Well, Flex, here's the thing. No, I don't see previews on Twitch. Why does he have shark teeth? That's fair, actually. That's fair, actually. You're correct, Stop Guy. The thing is, Flex, you would open the link even if it was sussy. In fact, if it was specifically something I could not open on stream, you would definitely open the link. You forget, you sent me a drawing or two. What is he? All I know is I don't want to be in the ocean with him. How can you know the link is sussy unless you open it? It's true. Remember, the Titan is normal human teeth, even Sargeras. The teeth are fake. In the Antaurus cinematic, he has regular flat teeth. There you go. How do you memorize routes? I always get you always get like a nervous after a few pulls. There's an add-on if you want help with routing, to be fair. It is helpful for Goose. You can get it's called MDT Helper. But routes, the longer you tank, the easier they are. They're not too bad once you actually learn them, to be fair. How hard is naturalization? You don't ever really become a Thai citizen. Like you have to manage your visa regularly. There are things you can do to like make. You should always do things above the board, but you don't really like becoming an actual citizen is near impossible. Very difficult. Very difficult. Morning, Woo. Yo, what's up, Webslinger? Hope you're well. Question for you, if possible. Will you do being guides for each dungeon? I will, but they won't come out before the season starts because my health has come first and I had to take a lot more time off, so I don't have the footage and the experience with a lot of these new dungeons. So they will come out with my experience in the first few weeks actually playing the season. I will make the guides. They just won't be right away, immediately, as they normally are. So you won't have them before the season starts. You'll have them as the season is going. Okay, don't get one-tapped. Immediately dispel. This pull is, I think it's doable, but it's actually like probably one of the hardest tank pulls in the new dungeon pool. Yeah, don't worry, they'll be there. And then I think that the master classes might come out a little bit kind of more toward a month through the season when we've actually been pushing some keys and have a bit more understanding. I liked doing them last time. I learned a lot about doing them last time. I hope people found my dungeon guides helpful. But the truth is that the only way I can make them as effective as I'd like to is by having a bit more knowledge and a little bit more experience playing the dungeon. I think that that's my requirements because I'm really big on actually knowing. I don't want to just make a video for clicks. Like I want to make sure that it helps people. And my goal with making a guide is to actually help people with like routing and this and that. That would be very important to me, that the guides are as helpful as I would like them to be. I messed up there. Tooltips display rich tooltips for links. Oh, you could do that? I didn't know you could do that, Patty. Health comes first. Just wanted to know if I... Oh, yeah. I will totally make them. Don't worry. But basically, you'll watch them as you're actually doing Season 1 instead of beforehand. Which, honestly, is in many ways better, to be fair. That's a good question, Pellis. Like, what is the most difficult dungeon, huh? As I think about that question, I feel like there are so many different ways I could answer it. I think that for pugs, it's possible that based on tuning, it will be Den of Nalarak. I feel like Den is going to give people a lot of problems with both first boss, second boss, in particular second boss, and just how many casters are in that first area of the dungeon, routing is going to play a huge role in how friendly that dungeon is. But I think that many people are going to get kind of just locked by the fact that people are not actually helping. You have to have a team that helps you in Den. So I think that that's important. I actually think that nothing, when you're trying to learn dungeons, literally nothing beats raw repetition. It is the solution to what you are asking for. Raw repetition will allow you to learn routes, but also, if I may, you have to be okay with failure. When you are learning routes as a tank player, there's so much pressure that you get everything right all the time. But you have to, at some level, realize you are going to mess up. If you are not willing to try things, you will always be in a state of carbon copying everyone else and not actually understand why, and your routing knowledge will be lackluster. There are many pulls streamers do that you should not do at the key level that you're playing at. There's a lot of pressure, I get it. But backlogging the pressure by saying I'm just not going to understand and I'll just copy is not going to help you that much, because if you're in that situation, you probably won't benefit from it. Does that make sense? It's actually important that we develop a better relationship with how to understand routing, because it is not that complicated. I have a few general pieces of advice if you want them. If you're interested, I'll give you a few general rules that will help you a lot with your routing. Would you like them? Definitely in the beginning of the season, do not overpull. That's like a big one. I sometimes don't know what I'm doing. You know, the truth is that I'm like that too. When I used to do, like back in the day, huh? But when I used to raid, your raid lead would always say, yo, watch the video. And it's not like I didn't learn anything from watching the video, but realistically, oh, there's no station here. Realistically, I just don't learn by watching. I have to do. Wait, did I get the... Oh, it is back there. Sorry. It is back there. I missed. I'm normally the tank. I don't do that. I don't know why I tried to do that there. So... What's up, Under the Sun? Hi, Under. You know, I have underpants on right now. It's interesting that you're here, actually, because it turns out that not only do I have underpants on, but you might even call me Captain of Underpants. It's a throwback, huh? Just testing how old you are. You first have to watch some sort of guide. I don't know about that. I feel like there are ways to understand, but you just have to build the knowledge yourself. And the way to build the knowledge yourself, truthfully, you get Platinator. Best piece of advice I can give you is get either my Platinator, or if you're using Ellesmere UI, which you probably should be at this point, use a friendly... You got to use some sort of enemy nameplates that actually shows you directly, is this thing a caster? That's it. You really... It's like not optional. You need to know what is a caster and what is a mini-boss. It will inform your routing decisions heavily. So my Platinator, it is super obvious what the mob is. I don't have to see the dungeon first because my Platinator will literally tell me. And that is such an advantage. No lunar beam here. Sad. Yeah, you really want that advantage. It's actually kind of massive. Okay, I need to plan my lunar beam a little better here. I wonder if I just hold for this damage amp. How much is it again? 115%? I should have held lunar. Lunar would have been good there. You could try to do that, Kunk. Like, if you record your run and review it 100%, like, that'd be cool. The problem is, I don't actually think that a lot of people have the capacity to really understand how to do that, or the time, nor the effort. The series, like the last few videos I made about just how to look at Warcraft logs, is weirdly helpful because a lot of people, they actually will look at a run, check overall damage, and then that's it. And it's like, no. The whole reason to open Warcraft logs is to check the thing's performance, right? But you're not going to learn much by just looking at the number. Yeah, you just need something that identifies mob type. It's the mob type that will help you so much with routing. Because the general rule is, if you see caster, pull 1. If you need to, pull 2. Don't pull more. That's it. That's routing. That's it. You've just answered routing for yourself. If you see mini boss, pull 1. If there's a very specific pull where the right answer is to pull 2, then do it. But otherwise, pull 1. That's it. Whole routing. That's it. That's actually like the entirety of routing solved instantaneously. Is that quite... It's a very basic way of understanding it, but it's simple and it works. So I'll make a video probably when I clean up my UI and get it a little bit more settled about how I handle UI and what I would do for my UI going into Season 2. It's true, though. Like I get to... How do you pull a new girlfriend? Oh, you just need autism for that. So the thing... Okay, Billy, I can answer that. If you want a girlfriend, like, I can help you with that. So I'm actually really good at relationships because I know how to value myself. What you want to do with relationships is just make sure that you put yourself in a favorable position to be valued for you. You want to make sure that you've done enough psychological work that you can actually present yourself, first of all, authentically. So you don't want to have to lie or like be showing off or anything like that. Because one of the things that many people don't consider is that if you want a relationship, okay, here's the problem. What if you lie to them and they like you for somebody that you're not? Well, now you've just basically inted yourself because you're going to be spending a lot of time with this person and they don't even like you. So first of all, be yourself. Second of all, put yourself in an environment where people are likely to like you. So for example, let's say that you play World of Warcraft and also tend to watch Twitch all day and also play PTR and also, Billy, for you in particular, you play Hunter. Going to like a normal place, like a regular Ash bar, and trying to pick somebody up is probably not going to work for you because you have social awkwardness. But that's okay, because what you want to do is put yourself in a scenario where they're going to like you for that. Meeting somebody, for example, at like a Comic-Con or like an anime convention or something like that, Dungeons and Dragons meetup, board game meetup, Magic the Gathering meetup, etc., Yu-Gi-Oh meetup, that's a good one. Might be too much. So basically, yeah, well, wait, why can't I even do the RP? Bro, what's going on here? I'm trying to do it. Why? Oh, I'm the one that's actually, okay, wait. I was like trying to figure out. Wait. Okay, so I'm this one. I see. Oh, I'm not doing this right. I'm failing the RP. Man, this was a good rant too. No, I don't know how to do the RP. Why is there RP in my Mythic Plus dungeon? Well, it's not my fault. Why is there RP in my Mythic Plus dungeon? Get out of here. There shouldn't even be RP in a Mythic Plus dungeon. There should not be RP in a Mythic Plus dungeon. There's no... I'm not griefing. The dungeon is griefing. No, here's the problem. I'm not griefing. The dungeon is griefing. We got 5-star review. It's fine. You received a 5-star review. I didn't grief. The dungeon griefed by designing RP. Anyways, so what you want to do basically is you want to put yourself in the most likely scenario where somebody's going to like you. Because what actually sucks, and I'm sure that many people have kind of had this happen before, anytime a friend or a significant other or a partner values you for somebody that you're not and wants you to be somebody else, like that sucks. That's no fun. That's no good. That's not a fun feeling. So basically what you want to do, Billy, is try to find out where you're going to meet people that might actually like you for you. Because the truth is, not everybody is going to like you. And that's also okay. Isn't that crazy? Like, it's all right that some people don't like you. There's a lot of people that don't like me. And that's all right. You don't have to like me. I know. There's a ton of people that don't like me. I don't know why they don't like me. I'm kind of awesome, but I think I'm funny. Pranders, it is going to change. Our rotation, I've been playing a lot of this version of Bear. its damage is good. It's actually very solid. However, it is a different rotation, and there are some different pressures than we have in Season 1. I am happy with this. I currently like this version of Guardian Druid. But you are going to have to learn something a little bit new here, I think. I don't think I have to kill the barrel, right? Like, I can just soak it as a tank. You don't stream 24/7? Thank you, Billy. If I could stream 24/7, that'd be cool, man. Yeah. I'm great at socializing. Like, I was only diagnosed with autism at, I think I was 7, actually. I thought I was younger, but I asked my mom the other day, and she said I was 7. So, yeah, dude. Like, I don't know, man. I've got it. I've been him forever. Hi, Rosen. So yeah, basically though, yeah, you want to just make sure. I don't think I need to explode the barrel. As far as I know, I don't need to. I think it's actually better if I don't. But am I wrong about this? If I'm wrong about that, then that's a problem. Hi, Harith. Still Moonbear? I think yes. Some people say no. All of my testing says yes. And I have the logs to prove it, basically. I think the build I'm playing right now is actually the best Guardian Druid build currently. I really do. I think that this build is super strong, very stable, good damage. It's got everything that you need. I almost walked off the edge. Yes. But I would say that DOTC is a lot more competitive for those who like it. I just think that its damage is not really comparable. I mean, okay, comparable is a hard one. When you're talking about fully min-maxing, I think this build that I'm playing right now is better. Can you show talents? Of course, of course. You can also just find them in my Discord if you want the exact import code for PTR testing. Keep in mind that that import code changes in 2 days because the season will go live. I will update all builds during the first week of the season. Like, the Discord is going to have so much information. Do exclamation Discord, you can find it there. If anybody wants to just type exclamation Discord fast. You will find so much information there. I will have giga resources for the community, okay? You can just find it there. Yeah, I know. It is kind of funny, isn't it, Zedhead? I wish I was more hyped for the season. I'm hyped for the season. I just want to play, though. Okay, so if these guys rage, you actually have to sue them because it's a DR. They take like 60% reduced damage. Like, this pull I just did is not exactly an easy tank pull. Things happened on your keyboard. Okay, hold up. Filter yourself. You're a mod in the stream. You have to mod yourself. I think you just go up and pull Warlock now. I think that Pally's actually doing pretty good. Ah, I was walking back, Obly. Sorry. That was a quick aggro moment. This one I soothe. Yeah, I think Pro's actually in maybe one of the best spots it's been in a long time. I mean, ideally for tanks, you actually just have multiple tanks that are good. And that's what I'm going to talk about in the tier list, about how I actually think this season gives them potential to design tanks in a way that has been better than this last season. You guys realize that this last season is actually the literal worst tank balance that we have ever had, right? Did you know that? In the history of Mythic Plus, there has never been, which is weird because I don't even think Guardian is that far ahead, truthfully. But yeah, this last season is, I think by far, not even close, the most unbalanced, even more than that. I remember Vengeance being way more OP because of double sigils, etc. But if you look at representation on even the first page, I want to make a video. I'll do this soon. I don't want to spoil it, basically. But yes. Yep. Even that. By far, by the way. Like, statistically, by about, I think it's something like, I think it's, I didn't go back to BFA. I counted from Shadowlands, to be fair. To be fair, I counted from Shadowlands. Because I didn't play BFA. I didn't get to play BFA. I just moved to Thailand. No, Guardian hasn't been bad this entire PTR cycle. I've been trying to spread the good word, but nobody believes me. I have been actually saying this entire time that Guardian is good. It didn't even need the 8% buff. Guardian is actually like, and it's single target. Watch the boss too. Like my single target is high. I'm not suffering. I haven't been suffering this whole PTR cycle, but for some reason people are... The Guardian has this weird reputation. I don't know. People don't like Guardian. It like physically gets hate. I think you can chain this in now. I think it's okay to actually pull. Let me just get aggro on this. I think I can pull the Warlock in because this would die. And then after this, you skip. I don't think it's a problem to chain right here. I think that's an okay chain. And then I have Curse to spell anyways. Yes. However, one of those is going to... So the problem is I think that Bear might get nerfed. I'm worried about a potential nerf coming up. Dispel. But Bear has a lot of what you want this season too. Which talents am I playing? I'm playing the EC Apex. This is what I think the build will be. Although for some reason, none of the top tanks are playing it, and so it just hasn't become prevalent. It's not even a cook. Like, the no Apex thing before was an actual cook. But this, not so much, man. Not so much. Hey, Johannes. Hey, if you're watching, by the way, on YouTube, sometimes you don't always see it. Like, normally I just respond to people in Twitch chat, so... That is, like... He does kind of low keys. That's tough. I don't do 19s on PTR because you need a group for 19s. Because in order to actually do 19s on PTR, you need good DPS and a good healer. Guardian, I can extrapolate data. It's fine. Guardian lives 19 easy. That's tough. I mean, I know I've heard that argument before, but people don't realize that actually keys are so fundamentally about your entire group. They're not just about the tank. You could be, like, you could take the top tank in the world and put him in a key, like an average pug, and he won't necessarily succeed. Like, it just because you have one... Keys are a group effort. It's not the first time I've heard that, but it's okay. Why do I have 6 years? I felt like it today. Watch. I'm going to min-max here. I res. Ooh, that's going to be a tough res. It's in the fire. Okay, I res again. Outside of the fire. That's a good res. You need a defense of that. I learned that the hard way, too, when I healed this on my prez. Ouch. Okay, so this log is basically... Here's the thing. This log right now... Okay, this is the perfect example. Hold up. No. If you're here... No, watch this. Listen. This right here... currently is probably the rank 1 Guardian Druid log on Murder Row. Let me explain. Right now, if we didn't die just now, was that my fault? Can I do anything about that? Did I tank it improperly? No. And yet this would have been #1 log for Guardian Druid. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised if this was top 5 world log. However, if we wipe on this boss and have to reset, then my overall damage gets inted, and it won't be the world top log anymore. And this is a 17. But right now, if you look at Murder Row, I don't know what the route, and like the end has some good damaging routes too, but like now, if we go back and do this again, how long a boss does, or if you have to refight bosses, that's what happens, man. That's why I don't like that argument. But if we wanted a clean log, you'd have to run this again. All good. We can keep going. I really can get a feel for tank strat. Oh yeah, I know how to do it, Alessi. Yeah, I would agree with that. What's up with Brazil and tornadoes now? I don't know. Does Brazil have a lot of tornadoes? Oh, Fredward, no problem. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. I just sometimes respond to things though. No, I mean I understand where it comes from, but I think that I agree that it's hard to do. I believe, and I don't mean to be arrogant, but I believe I have enough information about how to extrapolate data well enough because I played this game for long enough. I think I know how to understand whether something would live at 19 or not. Like, I understand this game well enough, and I have played this game enough to understand where a tank would sit at 19, even if I haven't done a 19. All right, ready? All right, single target damage. Go. But maybe that's cap, and maybe I'm wrong. And if people think that, that's okay. Do. All right, that might be a slightly sore spot, I will say. I'm a human being. I admit. I will say, given how passionate I was about that take, it would seem that that was a slightly sore spot. I admit. If somebody ever basically talks to you and they're like, yo, by the way, did you know that this thing over here is actually like this? And you go, I did a weird thing with my throat. Oh my God. Oh my God. What happened? Yeah, sorry. I was going to be expressionate, and I was punished for my expression. The boss positioning is fine. I'm literally planting. Boss positioning is fine. My throat usage is definitely suspicious. Given my current relationship status, it is unfortunately several years too late to develop these skills. Well, not anymore, Asgards. I've learned a thing or two. One of the reasons I don't rank one world parse world first key in game is because I do so in real life. We pulled the pack. Oh no. You were saying before the throat. I honestly don't remember Ashland's. He tab targeted apparently. Yoda played a no Apex build, so it was actually very good. No Apex will be able to live just fine. It's just not the top damage. A lot of the rumors about Bear not doing damage was because people were playing no Apex a lot, but I will literally show you logs. All right, we're gonna need to relax the head a little bit. Apparently hydrate for this throat. Eat a block of cheese, and then let's actually talk tanks and tier lists. But before I do, just know that when we do this, I will show you how and what's basically going on here, all right? Observe. Watch this. So when we're looking, it's not just for my own testing, but if you go like this, and I show you this window, here we go. And we take a look at logs for PTR, Mythic Season 2 PTR, and you simply go to rankings, okay? Season 2 PTR. You can check if I go to, for example, Vengeance Demon Hunter or Blood DK, or if I want to see how, for example, Prot Warrior is doing, I go to Protection Warrior. Now, not many people are playing Prot in actual keys. This is a 19, but it was done on July 15th. So the first thing you want to do is filter for the date. You need a more recent log. This was August 2nd after they changed Spell Reflect. So we can see and we can basically look here, right? And then I see who's playing the Warrior. And I see, oh, that's Stash. Okay, so I know that he knows how to play Warrior, so let's see what he did. That is some great overall damage from him here. Let's see what he did. This is Colossus Warrior log on the 17th. He's playing with good people. Did he play? What was his single target damage? Single target damage, very solid. Did he pull funnel onto this? That's a good question. We go to last boss because I have to check single target damage. We're going to open link in new tab, and then I need to see what his damage breakdown was. That was purely single target. 103k single target is very decent. Very solid. That's high single target damage, including the fact that he has attack power. His group buff only benefits the rogue, not the devourer or the shadow priest, and yet solid. Colossus compared to Mountain Thane, very good. His overall damage in this dungeon is good. They have changed a lot of spell reflection stuff, so you can't get it as much. But this is one of the best warrior logs I have seen. Cool? So we say that there. Now, I could compare this to either a different prot warrior, but it allows me to understand single target damage better. Cool? So I want to basically look at Zul'jin, mostly because if I look at first boss, just as an example, the tank sometimes has to soak, so his single target will be a lot less. Same happens to me. But this is in a 19 now, and if I look at last boss, Mountain Thane prot warrior did 72k, but this was pre 6% buff. Does that start to make sense? There are like all these factors that go into actually being able to check logs. But this is part of the research that we'll do. So we can leave this up and explain kind of like what's going on. August 2nd, post 6% buff. We can leave this guy's log up, and then we can do here. I don't think you should start learning Blood DK yet, to be honest with you, because it's almost certainly going to get nerfed. We just don't know how much. And then if you want to look at Vengeance in the same way, so you would look at same thing around the same dates, make sure they're not playing broken trinkets or anything like that. August 8th, there was a VDH log and an 18. Okay? Let's compare. I don't think you should only look at top players, by the way, because top players are not exactly going to have... It's not going to be your representation. Like, unless you're playing with world first people... That actually shouldn't be how you always look at logs. All right, first boss. My dude clapped. Check his... That doesn't make sense. 120k single target? No way. Check. He banished. They figured out a way to put leeches here. Yep. So this is not an accurate first boss. Check last boss. What was his last boss damage? Oops. That was his whole team. He did 92k on last boss. Not bad. Pretty solid. Not bad. You're looking for like 90k here. But he also provides 3% magic damage, which doesn't benefit his warrior, but does benefit his mage and his boomy. So that's not bad. Okay. So that's basically, you start to look at this. If I haven't played it myself, you can just take a look at logs. Make sense? Cool. So let's keep that log open here. And then I go back to VDH. Obviously, you can check way more logs than this if you really want to go into it. But the idea that VDH does crazy damage and therefore would be played aside from its RNG survivability and stuff, I don't know about that. Okay, then we can look at Brewmaster. I saw Shaw in an 18 Altar of Fangs literally earlier today, but I don't know if it was logged. No one has played Brewmaster in this dungeon for literally since August, since July. Where's the most recent log? It's actually hard to find one. No one wants to play Brew right now. This is a 16. It's not exactly going to be a very good. Green Paprika. 120k overall. Check his single target damage on something like maybe second boss. They pulled funnel on this. That doesn't count. Check his damage maybe on first boss. Okay, mostly single target. Not the worst single target, but he's playing with a comp 3 people that don't benefit from this. It's actually hard to find Brewmaster logs right now. But all I could tell you is that the way that Shaw's health was moving in that dungeon did not give me confidence. It gave me anti-confidence, like 100%. I was surprised at how much damage he was taking in that key. Probably just not a very good key for Brewmaster as well, but still. Alright, so that's Brew. And we can leave that open there. Does this start to make sense about how you can actually look at some of this stuff? If I go to Guardian, I can find Kira's or Yoda's, for example, build. This is my log right here. I'm pretty sure this is me. Yeah, that's me from yesterday. If you check last boss damage, 99k. single target. My group buff benefits everyone. Wiz with the resub. Yo, what's up, Wiz? I'm glad you like my stream, buddy. Hopefully I can make you laugh with a 10 out of 10 joke. Actually, no. I don't want to make you laugh with a 10 out of 10 joke. I know you're kind of older nowadays, so maybe like a 9 out of 10 to rest your weary heart. So, here's my log. I can keep this open as an example. Well, Blood DK doesn't have a group buff, but here's the weird thing about Blood DK. First of all, they've already nerfed Sand Lane a bit, so you have to make sure that your log is more recent. But this was a plus 20, which would be hard to live for anyone. And this is obviously, you have to be extremely good to be doing a plus 20. His overall damage is extremely high. His single target, Sand Lane kind of pads on overall. Look at this. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers, man. And they actually pulled a leech on this too. What's that? What's that? His overall damage is the highest out of any tank. 271, highest out of any tank we've looked at thus far. Okay, like this but this is a plus 20. They still timed it. But just saying, no group buff and low single target comparatively. All right, let's just take a look. Let's take a look. That must be. This is probably. That must not be right. All right, let's take a look at another one. August 9th. Is this the same group? Let's see if it was a different group. No, that's the same group, so that's not going to count. They timed 2 20s. What about a 19th? Let's find somebody that people would know. August 9th. What did Zorthus say about Blood DK? I didn't actually hear him on this. What did he say about it? This is Yoda. Great. 275. Again, big overall damage here. Big overall. He has, this is Zorthus. Literally, Zorthus healed Yoda on his Blood DK. They have a warrior buff plus Outlaw Rogue, which is target capped, and a Feral Druid. So this is actually a really good comp for Blood DK. Check his last boss damage. 91k. Interesting. Interesting, huh? Isn't that weird? Isn't that interesting? 91k. That's not as much as you would think. Considering this tank is so far ahead, right? Right. That's the thing. All of a sudden, I'm thinking, wait a second, their single target is not crazy. When I was playing my Blood DK yesterday, I was realizing that the single target wasn't the most impressive thing. I was like, wait a second, okay. Overall damage, though, very, like, every minute and a half you pop off. So, yeah, but that's kind of interesting. Okay, what about first boss? Did they pull funnel on it? Whoa. Whoa. What's this? Yoda? 68k? Now, Blood DK can live. But this season is going to be, like, damage matters. No group buff. 68k. This would suggest that it might not get nerfed. Both of these logs are the highest overall, excluding group buff. That's one of the things. Excluding group buff. Because if you add group buff to, for example, the Prot Warrior run that we looked at earlier, Stash's run. This is overall damage. That was last boss. That's the highest last boss we've seen. If you look at the overall damage, you add this to a comp that actually benefits from Warrior, that right there is equal damage to the Blood DK. But I don't know if Warrior would be able to live that well. And also, this is a good key for Warrior because Tough as Nails goes really hard here. Tough as Nails does extra damage on the first few pulls. If they nerf DK, they got this back pretty hard. True. I just don't know if they're actually going to nerf DK as much as I think they might. Tough as Nails on the first part because they do fast auto attacks. They do a lot of damage. The weird thing basically is just whether or not this is actually going to be what people think it's going to be. Blood DK is doing the highest key. And then we look at Prot Pally too, by the way. And so when you're ranking tanks, only 2 tanks have actually done the 20. I don't know if anybody else has actually done the 20. This is July 18th. You got to look at more like August 7th, not OP trinkets. Anybody who's playing with this trinket doesn't count. You can't play with like the OP PvP trinket. You're not going to have it in the season. All right, this is a 20. Miana was healing on the Prez. 219 overall. Not bad, but obviously not exactly the best. Look at last boss. The two meta tanks are actually the ones on PTR right now that are not doing that good single target. Blood Decay is super tanky right now. That's actually, it's a weird inverse thing. It does good overall. It looks really good on overall. But a lot of that is pad overall. It's not exactly like it's Giga Prio damage. It's not, that's not exactly the nature of it. I don't know. Like, that's what I was looking at when I was actually deep diving into logs. And also just having played it myself. I don't think that any tank, there's only one tank that's like dumpster, like that's actually like needs help a little bit. But if they didn't do anything else and they just lightly tap Blood Decay, yeah. The real question is, what about recent raid testing? There hasn't been raid testing in 14 days. Is that correct? That's one of the problems here is like, you're not, I don't know if Blood Decay is actually doing that well in raid. 104 log, July 17th, but this is July 17th. It's already been nerfed a little bit. So 104, we can just quickly check, but it's not going to be very accurate. Zero public Guardian Druid logs, all right. Come on, man. All right, let's go to heroic testing then, fine. Okay. Heroic testing, it doesn't apparently have as many ads as Mythic. 68k first boss, 88k second boss. I don't know what the ad profile looks like, but this raid damage doesn't look very high. But if I go to Guardian, looks pretty average, lower than Blood Decay. That's good. You don't want this to be high. If this number is high, you're getting nerfed. Paladin. So which tank is overperforming in raid? It looks like Blood Decay is doing pretty good raid damage, but not like anything too crazy special, to be honest with you. What about Prot Warrior? It's okay. Average of Prot Warrior is similar to the others. Okay, so there's not really an outlier. I saw a few Blood Decay logs that were pretty high. And then the one we didn't look at was like Brewmaster. Low, decent. Only a few logs here, not much to go off of. Well, yeah, but I don't know. Like, is it a full setup? And what does that actually look like? What is melee? What does this mean? Why is there just a melee category? DPS. Just swaps them to Unholy and Frost, I guess. So if you want me to rank the tanks, I can. But if in terms of like whether or not something is going to get like Giga nerfed, I don't know about that. This is not that much higher. Like this is not actually crazy high. I think that number is a little bit of an outlier. But this is also from June. Like that doesn't count. This doesn't even, that was when this trinket was overperforming. So this raid testing, there hasn't been recent raid testing. It's impossible to say. I don't think anything is a crazy outlier here. But that stuff matters when you actually look at how to better understand logs, right? In my opinion, that is like a necessary part of the conversation. But Blood Decay and Keys also feels super tanky, just to clarify. Yeah, I see. Like, to clarify, it's not just that its damage is high. I think it's actually just, like, omega tanky. And it's so powerful right now that it's also not hard to play. It still has that like, Blood Decay still has that weird reputation that it's somehow hard to play. All right. Oh, do you remember when I accidentally went to Tank Tierlist? But the actual... Here, Yeah. Do you remember when I actually did this? But I didn't quite realize that I actually didn't... Yeah, I did this once. Watch this. You guys want to make a tank tier list? Okay, so like, which one do you think is the best? Which tank do you think is going to be the meta tank going into 2027? There's a lot of options here. Bro, so what happened was no, like listen, what happened was I didn't realize, I forgot, and it was during last season PTR. Here's the story. I went to make a tier list. I clicked on tier maker. I typed in basically tank tier maker. Tank tier list maker. That's what I typed in. So I typed in tank tier list. I opened the tier list maker. I scrolled down and I was fully stun locked for about 12 seconds. I could not figure out what I was actually looking at. And it turns out that there are more tanks outside of World of Warcraft than there are in World of Warcraft. That's what happened last season. And it was a pretty funny clip. I actually could not figure out what I was looking at. And I didn't realize that I just forgot to type in World of Warcraft. Oh, it saved my settings last time. All right, basically. Cool. Does anybody here live under a bridge? I don't want to offend people. Fine. Just in case. Please, come on, man. Make it slightly bigger. Make it slightly bigger. It's gotta fit. Come on, font. Unsalted bean. That's a single bean. There you go. Unsalted single bean. That's good. I think that basically there are only 3 lists for tank. I actually don't think there's a 4th or a 5th. That's what I said last time. Fair enough. Well, we'll go over it in a second. But I have the logs to pull it up, and I will back up my case as we talk about this. This was in July, actually. Was this pre-nerf that I was looking at? This is the only one post-nerf that you can actually obtain. It's August 7th. I think I had already clicked on this, but let me just double check that this was the right pally log I was looking at before. Yeah, it was this one. Morning, Silent. I see a question. Why can't Blizzard simply leave Druid and Monk how it was in Season 1? Bring up the remaining tanks? Great question. I don't know. I actually think Druid is kind of similar, to be fair. Well, is the case Stewie's going to hit us with soon? No. I just think that it's important to actually examine the deeper things and also make a prediction. Because this is all predictive. This is all predictive. Like, basically, you better hope that I'm Nostradamus, because I'm going to make a prediction. How's Druid of the Claw? Let's pull up a log to actually look at that. I tell you what we can do is somebody will ask me that question in the actual tier list, so why don't we just pull it up right now? You go to Warcraft logs, you go to rankings here. Rankings, open link in new tab, and then I'm going to go to Guardian Druid, and I believe that the easiest one for me to compare was a Blinding Veil that Yoda ran on Druid of the Claw that was on here. So if I go to Blinding Veil, and I find Yoda's Druid of the Claw build, I think it was this one. Was it this one? August 1st? Was this the log here? Yeah. All right. So Yoda did 170 at this point. Oh, shit, I'm not sharing you right. Here, sorry. We're looking at this right now. That's a good point. Thank you for noticing. Yes, there you go. So here, basically, I was looking at when you go to Guardian Druid, Blinding Veil, this is an 18. Unfortunately, I feel like my logs yesterday, none of them went well. Well, I don't think we completed a single Blinding Veil, but is this mine? No, that's Bear Paprika. 204. This is the first log I'm looking at. Literally, I went 170. No, the tier listing is still going to happen. We haven't made it yet. Basically, look, 170, Yoda's log, DOTC, 204. That's a pretty solid difference. Is that like after the 8% buff? Like check the dates, make sure. Doesn't look like it. August 1st, that was post 8%. We already got the 8% there. I'm not sold on DOTC. I haven't seen a DOTC that I'm like, wow, like there's a 19. We can take a look at this, August 8th. And this dungeon actually hits, especially at the end. Tanks get checked at the end. This is another Yoda run, 153. DOTC does no damage. Like this is quite low. I don't really think you can, what's a single target? 91k. Is this with funnel? No, single target 91 is good. That at least it does some single target. But I am not sold on this Druid of the Claw business. It at least does single target damage. This is with him kiting probably. Yeah. So if you want to play it, I hope it's a bit more competitive. I think it's all right. And it's tanky. And maybe it's actually going to be more tanky than EC, potentially. But let's keep with the Blinding Veil just for a little bit of consistency. I have a lot of tabs open here, and I'm going to lose track during this stuff. All right, Blinding Veil. Where's one of mine from yesterday? Did I even upload the log yesterday? God damn it. I don't know if I did. Let me do it right now. I can only compare my altar. I think somebody else uploaded the altar. Warcraft logs. Let me just upload it right now. Here. 1 second. What? The app is no longer supported. Please, never mind. All right, I take it back. I won't upload my log, but I have it. All right, we can only compare altar. Is there a druid run an altar from Yoda and his Druid of the Claw? Illune's chosen only. Nope. A few more. Druid of the Claw, July 16th, 15. That doesn't count. August 1st, 15, July 26th, right here, July 25th, 12, no. I don't think any of these runs could really be compared. I won't be able to tell you exactly, but I think Druid of the Claw, at least it's tanky. It is playable right now. But when I did, like, his council boss, I remember was about 170 or something like that. Mine was 220, 230. Convenient way to parsing. Yeah. I'll show you right. I mean, literally, we're going through it right now, so just observe. When I look at dungeon logs, looking at overall, I made a video recently about how that's not necessarily the right thing to do because overall damage is so dependent on... There's a ton of factors that go into overall damage. You have to be careful about using it as the golden rule for judging things. What I look at to kind of see how things are doing, if you assume all tanks can live, if you go to Guardian here, for example, and I were to look at Altar of Fangs, and I check a log, and you can go view more, there are more, and you go to basically, you can filter it here. There are some higher ones here at some point somewhere. I think there's like 19 or something done. Yeah, like 19 right here. And I take a look. I have to check the date. First and foremost, check the date because I know PTR tuning. This trinket, that trinket, not broken, deal. You can look at this log. August 1st, post 8%. All right, what is this log here? This is a decent log to look at. But if I keep scrolling down, that log is from June 27th. They were playing bad trinkets, so that's not going to be a good one. But if I see a log with like this trinket from June, this was over budgeted by like 1,000%. And you did crazy damage. So if I were to take a look at this log, it's not necessarily applicable. Plus, June, we didn't know what the route was at that point. We were just learning. So I would be careful about assuming that log is a good decision making. All right, bet. Look, here's Yoda on EC Bear. I think he's actually playing the right build here too. Nope, he's still playing no Apex, it looks like. So he did no Apex. Yeah, this is the no Apex build, same as we're playing right now. Actually, he swapped Guardian of Illume. Weird. All right, so he swapped one talent here. That's all right. No brambles. If I look at his damage done, overall damage, I see 197. Not bad. Whoops, clicked on some random stuff. 197. That's how I'm going to start looking at this grill. But I look further. Spore Caller's loop a little bit here. You're not going to have that ring. But I go single target, Zul'Jan. Zul'Jan is going to actually tell me how this build is performing because you can't pull funnel on it. I don't know what his route is. 74k single target. That's not so good. So that means no funnel was on this boss. He did 74k single target. What about the first boss? So when Yoda says that Bear does no damage, he's playing a build that can live in 19, which is good. That's very good. That's solid. But it also tells me that when I look at a single target, this build is not doing a lot of single target. Because if I were to just compare his last boss here, funnel is that they can pull more targets on the boss. Oh boy, I didn't actually keep this on track. This is my last boss. This is his last boss. And he is a better tank than me. He is a better tank. He should be able to do more. 74k, this is my last boss playing the actual build. Over here, right there. 99. See the difference? I can literally just show you. This is Zul'Jin. Making sure. Last boss. Mine was 250. Let's check his. It will matter a little bit. His was 423. So he gets basically 3 Feral Frenzies as long as he had it up going into the poll. It looks like he didn't min-max his Feral Frenzy, it looks like over here, etc. And that's true. Now, Grant, again, accounting for the fact, mine was also a Pug, and he's playing with Kelt. So you can make all the arguments you want, but sometimes a 19 with really good people are easier. A 19 with world first players is actually easier than a 17 with pugs. I dare say. I dare say. And yes, the key level is different. I have a warrior buff and a shaman buff. He has only a warrior buff. So that's a factor too. I have 1 extra shaman buff here. What's up, Aggie? Thank you for the resub. So when you're comparing stuff, now granted, again, I'm not saying that I'm better. I'm just saying that build-wise, if he's doing this, I'm going to imagine that my build is much better. And you can compare this with any log that I have. Do you know how hard it is to do a 19 Altar of Fangs on beta, like on PTR? I would love for you to go pug a 19 and see who you can find to play a 19 and actually get a clean run on that. Like, please, by all means, try it. It is very difficult to get a plus 19 pug group going on PTR. Not many people were playing PTR. But if you have a friends list with world first people, go for it. You can check boss kill times. You can't... I think that, like, just saying that it's not a 19 and it doesn't count is not accurate. But, like, Blood DK, so this is overall... All right, Blood DK overall damage, comparing to a bear in the same dungeon, is obviously massive. So if we look at Blood DK over here, all right. Well, no, there was a different Prop Pally log I found over here. When I looked at Prop Pally and I sorted by date and I found an August 7th log, this was not Yoda, actually. Playing the Lightsmith, not OP trinket. This trinket doesn't count. If you're playing this trinket on PTR, you're trolling. The best Prop Pally trinket of all time is actually the PvP trinket, but you don't actually get to use the PvP trinket in an actual season. So this is a 1 minute on use, 15-second primary stat burst. You have to be careful about that. Any log that I see testing this is like going to be skewed a little bit because it's just so good for Prop Pally, but you're obviously not going to have it in an actual season. So if I take a look at the log that isn't using it from a more recent after reflection of Radiance nerf on August 7th, there was a plus 20 done, and that log is... over... I have way too many tabs open. This is going to be tough to actually do on the tier list, goddamn. Here. Miano's healing, so he can live because it's a Pres Evoker healing, so it's not like anything too crazy. 81k single target on Zul'Jin. So, to clarify, this was a 20. It was timed. Good for them. Clearly, Prop Pally will be okay. It lived. It was able to do it. It's a plus 20. But this is a crazy difference. This is an 81k single target versus something like a 19k single, like 90 to 100k single target without group buff. Look at Stash's Protection Warrior on the last boss of Zul'Jin. He did 230k overall. It's a 17. Again, it's the only one I could find. But if I look at his Zul'Jin here, his last boss is kind of crazy, actually. Here, let's just make sure I have some clean tabs open for this video. Yeah, 230k overall. I gotta stop clicking on stuff. Last boss, that's the highest I've seen. That's a Colossus Prot Warrior doing 103k overall. Or sorry, single target. Pure single target, no funnel. That's really solid. My Druid did 99. What's his kill time? 252. That's pretty fast, to be fair, to 17. So if it was an extended fight, it would probably drop down to maybe like 85. I don't know. 3. This means he got 1 less. His Demolish would come up in 8 seconds. So 252 is not exactly the best kill time for a Prot Warrior. This is my single target, but I have a group buff. So if you account for Mark of the Wild, I'm doing way more damage single target. That doesn't mean it's a meta. I'm just saying that it's important to consider, because this is, for example, just taking a look at single target versus overall. This is Yoda's Blood DK. And if you take a look at overall damage for his Blood DK, 275. Huge. Massive. Big number. Big number. Big old number. Big old number. Big old number. Single target. This was a 343 boss. That means 2 Dancing Rune weapons, not 3. 91k. It's not bad, but no group buff. It's not exactly great. Yeah. I'm just saying. I don't know about Prop Pally. I think it's okay, actually. Like, I think that it's decent, Caesar. I think that these dungeons are pretty fair for Prop Pally because, like, melee damage just isn't tuned that high, and your baseline values are pretty friendly. So for most people playing Pally, I genuinely think that it will be able to live. But the main issue is that Prop Pally depends so much on actually things dying on time. It's very cooldown dependent. So anyways, this is basically, as I'm looking at Logs Grail, this is the type of thing I'm actually looking at. So let's just group things together so I actually have a pretty clean understanding of where things are. This is the Blood DK example, 20, 20, 19, go overall here. Frosty K, yeah. I did let him tank for a second, that's true. This is the Prop Pally log over here. This is the 1 VDH log. This is the, there's like no Brewmaster logs, by the way. I think Brewmaster is probably the thing that needs the most help. Spoiler alert. But yeah, we can make a tier list. That being said, all of that making sense. Does that make sense? So now we're starting to understand kind of like a little bit more about the numbers. To be fair, if I could assemble a group, I would love to see what a 19 feels like. Or even a 20. I would love to see what a 20 feels like on Guardian right now. But my health bar, I can tell it's going to live. Like, it's not going to have a problem living. I think Guardian is perfectly tanky. I think Blood DK is a tad ahead, but I don't think Guardian is having a problem. Make sense? Okay, let me chill for a second before I do this because I want to one-tap it. Un momento, por favor. We're going to get to this momentarily. Ugh. The other thing that you can do if you want, though, if you really wanted to go hard on this log rating stuff, you would actually do this as well. Here, you would go like this. The last thing you can check is for some of the tanks that aren't being played that much, like there's an 18 altar on Demon Hunter. You can also look at external healing required per second. But that still depends on, that starts to get weird because route, pulls, like that starts to get weird, right? What's up, the Jin? That's also true, Caesar. I need a heart-to-heart right now. What's up, Dijin? I was about to go, but sure. What's up? How am I, honestly? Honestly? I'm scared for my future a little bit. The fact that I got so sick in the last few months has brought up some feelings that I haven't had to contend with in a very long time. It makes me worried about how I'm going to continue to support myself and build my life. If I can get this sick and be this out of it for 3 months because of a flu, simply because I'm born the way that I am and I have certain genetic issues, and my autoimmune condition can flare up to the degree where I almost fail, it makes me concerned. Since I'm older now and I have financial responsibility and life responsibility and work responsibility and emotional responsibility, and I have things that I need to do, and I can't do what I did when I was 20 and just go to the hospital and not do anything. Like, I have a life. So I'm a little scared, confident that I'm going to get through it and I'm going to find a way to progress, even though all of that. but that's mostly what's been on my mind. How about you? Thank you. I don't like to ride horses because I saw some videos when I was younger that I obviously can't talk about on stream. And so because of those videos, I don't know if I can take it. Horses are very strong. Ever seen how much muscle a horse has? Yeah, I don't have a horse. Horses are cool. You think so, Wiz? I don't know about that. I don't know. Thank you. It is weird that people care about me online. Is actually strange. It's a strange feeling. I don't know. I personally believe that if I... What are you talking about, Wiz? Why are you being weird, Wiz? If somebody asks me and they stop me and they go, hey, heart to heart, how are you? I take that seriously. I'll be like, okay. If I ask you how you're doing, the last thing I want is a good, how are you? And then I say, good. Nice weather we're having. Then you go, yes. I'm like, no, that's a lie. It's not nice weather we're having. I live goddamn in Thailand. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot and humid and it's sweaty and I don't like the weather here. I love everything else about this country. Weather, not the strongest part. So I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I like the weather. I'll be like, bad weather we're having. You'll be like, yep. I'll be like, yeah, that's right. Thank you, Charlie. I wish more people did. And yes, I wish more men were okay being honest about the fact that you don't... There's a lot of pressure to have your whole life figured out. And there's a lot of things that I want. Thanks. Yeah, I haven't been streaming a lot. I have. My health has been rough. But all of a sudden I'm getting older and I have to think about things. And the most startling thing, and we'll get to the tier list in a second, but goddamn, the most startling thing is to realize that I am actually going to survive. You know how scary? Like, that's the weirdest thing, is to realize, like, oh shit, I'm actually going to be here 5 years from now. And I have never thought that at any point in my life, because I was always so sick that it was really just about getting to tomorrow. And then it was like, eventually it was kind of like getting to next year. And then I was like, okay, so I got a plan for like a little bit. But I've never thought about the fact that I would just be healthy enough to just, yeah, like, of course, I'm 29. Like, what does my life look like when I'm 39? It's like, god damn, 39. 39. And it's like, yeah, you're going to be here when you're 39. And it's like, oh my god, what does my life look like when I'm 39? And now all of a sudden I have to think about that. And that changes things. Because it's not just about kind of getting by now. It's about index funds and whatnot. And like trying to figure out how I'm going to keep myself not just stable, but successful. And actually, like, what if I want kids one day? It's like, holy, just stop there. That's a conversation for another day. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's the thing, Asgard's like, I'm 30 in January, and now I'm starting to basically grow up. And growing up is hard, especially when the last few months have been tough, and it's been... And I basically spend my day streaming and playing World of Warcraft, so there's an extra bit to contend with here, and I'm like, is this really what I should be doing? Well, is this actually how I should be spending my day? Best month to have a birthday? No, actually, I did. So to be fair, if I ever wanted kids, I would adopt. I already made that choice a long time ago. I did get a vasectomy, yeah. But partially because I just know that my genetic things, they tend to progress through generations. They don't regress. So basically, I have it worse than my mom has it. My mom has it worse than my grandmother has it. And the chances, now granted, depends who I have a kid with, but I wouldn't want a child of my own genetics. I would adopt 100%. I already know that. Yeah, probably at that point, right? Just because the chances that the kid has all of the same organ and problems that I have, it's like I got lucky that I am here today, so it's like, yeah. Well, thank you, Caesar. I make some money from stream. It's not my real job though. It's not my actual job, you know. I have like a legitimate job that I have to go to. Need a tank only class? That would be crazy. I wonder what that would look like. A tank only class? That'd be weird. All right, I want to give my thoughts on the meta because I have some contrarian takes, let's say. I have some very contrarian takes, to be honest, here. You can't ban me from doing the finger bend. It doesn't work. Dual wielding shields. All right, did an ad just run? You don't like the finger thing? Why don't you like the finger thing? It's interesting because most people in my life love the finger thing. I think that if we ever wanted more tanks and we wanted them to add more tanks, you would have to actually let them not balance them. They can't even balance 6. We're about to make a tier list for 6 tanks. Imagine there were 9 tanks in this game. Can you think about that? Think about that for 2 seconds. Think about that. Imagine we are making a tier list and like 2 of these are getting left out. Like some tanks are not doing so hot. Think about the fact if there were 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 tanks. The only way we'd ever have that is, yeah, I do actually think, I strongly believe they should, I strongly believe that they should absolutely get rid of group buffs from Mythic Plus. 100%. I think that it needs to happen. I'm right there with you. I think they need to get rid of group buffs from Mythic Plus. I think it's the only way that they would ever balance tanks and healers. In particular, you have to get rid of group buffs. And you can clip that. No, they can't bring back scrolls. You know how many scrolls you would have in your bags? You want to have a whole bag of scrolls that you have to put on every single dungeon Caesar? Like, why? But at that point, there's like 10 group buffs now. I feel like you don't actually you don't add scrolls. You just disable group buffs for Mythic Plus. Group buffs for Raid makes sense. Group buffs for Mythic Plus don't make sense. Like, it kind of, like, I will say that it does affect the tier list this next season because I have logs to show you. Maybe, like, 1 scroll? I don't know, dude. I don't know. You'd have to really convince me somehow that group buffs should be in the game. For Mythic Plus, not for Raid. I understand. You would literally bring, like, 7 Fire Mages for a Race to World first fight, and that would be degenerate. I hate racial smooth. It's 2026. You can't say that. All races in World of Warcraft are good. I'm just kidding. I'm playing with you, dude. You're fine. No. But yeah, got you. I'm just playing. You're absolutely. I'm playing. Screw the 1% stacking damage buff. I just dislike you have to play dwarf. Yeah, I think that unless you need Shadow Meld, you have like more of an option as a tank. But especially this next season, DPS playing dwarf will help a lot. No, I don't know about that. I mean, for DPS, there's like a lot of bleeds in particular where and there's a lot of moments. Like, I think about Void Scar Arena, it's like every part of that key has something you will be able to help with as a dwarf. Yeah, I do think, I mean, but to be fair, dwarf only works if you actually stone form a debuff. I will clarify, I'm going to get to this in a second. I don't want to bait people too much. But like, dwarf only works if you use it. A lot of people re-roll dwarf because a streamer tells them that it's the best race to be for Mythic Plus. And then they never ever press stone form, and then it doesn't matter. Or they'll press it like for physical DR. I don't even think they know they have it. No classes and just give everyone defensive and healing. You can't homogenize things. That's the problem, right? Dwarf. I mean, to be fair, Night Elf is also powerful for keys, but most people in this game, Caesar, have no idea that if you Shadow Meld a cast on you, it resets the cast. So Shadow Meld is OP for high keys because you can actually use it as an emergency defensive. Like if you're a mage and you've pressed your one defensive and then there's another cast on you and you don't have a kick, Shadow Meld can save your life if you notice it and you have the awareness to somehow actually be able to see that the cast is on you, etc. But very few people do that. You would do that, I think, because of the type of player you are, but I think that's incredibly rare. It's not common. I mean, either that or I think you should. I think that the way to solve it is you actually get to pick your race or like pick your racial ability, but it's really difficult to have this conversation on Twitch because out of context, this is the wildest thing to talk about. Like, think about the fact that if you don't apply World of Warcraft to this context and this conversation, it's like we are completely out of our minds with what we're talking about right now. In the context of WoW, makes perfect sense. Outside the context of WoW, I'm so careful with when I talk about this because getting clipped out of context in this conversation would absolutely end me. Think about that. It would be the worst thing that ever happened. Like, you think about that for like 2 seconds. All right, let me actually go to the bathroom, and then we'll do the tier list. I want to give you my thoughts. No, there's no villain arc with this. I will not. No. My uncle, fair. Me, I don't have any takes on this. I'm blind. I can't even see people to begin with. All right, quick ad. I'll be right back. I gotta put my cheese away. Yeah. Well then, let's do it. We're going up. We're going to stand up for this. So I can actually keep myself attentive. What I aim to do with this tier list is give people some perspective. I know there are many tier lists right now. To keep myself unbiased, I have actually not watched them. This is my own opinion. My own opinion. Actually. Me, myself, and I have come up with these opinions. Now, I am kind of curious. I know Zorthas made it. No. Nope. You want to see what it looks like? I'll post the picture in general if you want. I ordered all this stuff and it's downstairs. It's in a box. It's been downstairs for like a week. Here. This is what my current cable setup looks like. So you can see my standing desk here. Yeah, I'm just going to move my Aquaphor bottle over here. 1 second. Wait, let me just move my salt pills over here. I want to make sure that you can see. Here, Wiz, say something. I'll put you in the corner to make sure you know this is live. Wiz, say hello. Say hello. Wiz, I'm waiting for you. Say hello. You're going to be on camera. Waiting. Waiting. The only problem with this is that you might see in suggested collabs that it just says Desi Heat. Bam. Hi, little tattoo. We're going to talk tanks. And we're going to talk about it from a meta perspective instead of a casual perspective. All right. This is what my computer looks like. I'm going to do the tier list. I will, and you're going to like it. Here you go. I really should look at this. It is unbelievable that I have streamed this long and this is still what my desk looks like. Observe. That is my desk setup. I've got my PC. I've got all this here. I'm not doing it. No, I'm not. I'm actually just thinking about the list. Anyways. I also want to try to predict the next tuning and see if I'm right. Because I think that's fun. All right. Shall we? Let me enjoy myself. Your monk stays? What would you guys rank the list right now? If you guys had to rank it, what do you think? My biggest contention is that it's not as unequal as many people are saying. I am curious, what did Zorthas rank it? I didn't watch his list. I wonder if we would come up with the same thing. But the fact that what did he put Guardian so low? That doesn't make any sense. What was his reasoning for putting Guardian in C? The hell? We'll have to make a new one for that. He put Guardian in C? Why? Low damage, but he's only playing with Guardians who aren't using the right build. I will prove it. I will literally show you because this is his Guardian Druid run. What do you mean low damage? It's because the Guardian Druid he's playing with is playing no Apex. No, that's not true, Emod. No, I will prove it to you. It's because the Guardian he's playing with. All right, let me find it. Let me pick up. I had the logs here. I've got the logs. No. It's because he was playing with Yoda on his no Apex build. Because this is the key that he's talking about. Yeah, because here, this is Yoda with a prop. Where's the Yoda with Zorthas? Okay, I'll address that specifically. I will specifically address that. Let's go. Let's look right now. I had pulled it up earlier. Absolutely. Let's talk about it. This is, let me just make sure I don't have double tabs open before we start. This is single target here. I don't think I need all these tabs open. And this is a warrior breakdown. So let's just go here. No, I'm not stalling. I'm just trying to show you something. Okay. What was I? I was literally just looking at Guardian Druid, Altar of Fangs. Okay, I love the raccoon, whoever photoshopped that. What was his run? The 19? 19, August 1st. No, this is still the prop pally. Where is him running with... There was another log I was looking at earlier. It was Blinding Veil. It wasn't Altar, it was Blinding Veil. Pretty sure. And we're going to look at an 18 here. Was this him with Healing Zorthus? Nope, that's another H-Pal key. August 1st. Let me see this one. No, where is Zorthus and Yoda specifically in a key together? Where was that log I was looking at? This is July here. Where was it? I actually pulled up and I was like, oh, Zorthus is healing him. That's Forest. But this is the no Apex. That's actually a Raise build, believe it or not. I was going to pull it up. I found a log earlier. I just don't remember what dungeon it was now, apparently. I can't remember what dungeon it was. What was I looking at? Void Scar? I swear there was like the highest one. I looked. It was August 1 log. That's Vikman. But that's Yoda again playing a weird... This is a DOTC build. 153. This is the H-Pal build in the Altar. I don't think it has low single target. This is the Blinding Veil, so that doesn't really count. Okay, it's gotta be here somewhere. I swear I was just looking at it. I don't remember where it was. Point is, it's there, if you want to see it. I did see it. It was like Zorthus on his Shaman, Yoda playing a weird build. This is the same H-Pal. But also the dates are not quite right. No, this is single target. But look at my single target. And this is just one encounter, to be fair. You can look at any log. I averaged between 90 to 100k. First boss here, I had to soak. You can't look at first boss because I had to soak. First boss is a weird thing to look at because I was going out of melee and I also got hit by stuff. This is single target. That's pure single target. This is me, single target. It's a 17. Boss kill time was pretty good for Feral Frenzy, but it's 250. So as of in basically another 20, in like 30 seconds, I would get more cooldowns. And I believe we had Lust, to be fair. Yeah. That's single target, pure single target. And I'm averaging like 90k single target. You can check any of the logs. Single target for this build of Guardian is really good. I just don't know where the low comes from. Like, it's actually like you're sitting pretty high on single target Guardian right now. So anyways, yeah, back to the tier list. Damage done to bosses. Can you link the build? Yeah, of course. You just find it in Discord. Just go to Discord and find it if you want the exact link right now for PTR. I don't think the build is even that much of a cook. I just think it's pretty much what people would come up with, to be fair. Damage on the bosses. That was single target. I'm filtering to this because this boss and this first one are a little bit weird. But you can look at that, sure. I don't know. Blood DK damage done to bosses is weird. I don't think damage done to bosses is crazy. If we take a look at my log here, I'm going to actually break all these logs, though. I have to be careful about that. Here. Okay, this is my run. The first boss, I remember in this one, I actually did. Yeah, of course, I did good on single target. What about second boss? This was some things. You have the damage done to bosses. Does that count as boss damage? 90k. Average. 90k average. It's a 17, so it's not the same. I get that. 90k average to bosses is good. I think this includes the second boss ads is the problem. Yeah, you can check DK. DK is weird. Like, that's the thing. You can look at Yoda's DK if you want to use that as a metric. That's what we'll talk about in the tier list. Look at Yoda's DK. Overall, Sand Lane does a lot. But the problem is that if you go here, this is, I think it only calculates that for second boss. That counts second. Count last boss. Second boss, that's padding. 91k. Blood DK. No group buff. You count for Mark of the Wild, it's more. Even first boss, you can look at that. Yeah, look at first boss. 68 on first boss. Although, like I said, first boss, you have to be careful with this because tanks soak. So if I walk out of melee range to soak, because that's what I should do, and let my melee actually maintain uptime, then you have to be careful. Because first boss is a weird thing to look at, to be fair. You have to be careful about this. But like, how come Blood DK is not ever talked about having lower single target? Like, that's a weird thing that we're not discussing. Because this is Zorthus healing his Blood DK. My bear does way more damage than this. Single target, technically. Yes, I know. My camera will be over it. Oh, the tank. Sorry. I forgot. My camera's to the right now. I forgot. I moved it to the right for the tier list. Yeah, so to be clear, though, overall damage for Blood DK is very high. Like, the overall damage, that's a crazy number. Like, 275 overall is very high, but Sand Lane does crazy AoE damage. And so second boss basically is carrying his overall here. I think second boss, look. But this is he did like 30%. Wait, Uncoiled Writhe. Is that not 70%? Wait a second. What's the actual boss called again? Bro. Wait. Isn't the second boss called the Writhing Coil? You do now, Mua. You do now, because your rotation is melee. You didn't really before. Wait a second. Bro. 70% add damage. That's why his overall boss damage looked decent. If you filter the overall, 70%. That's crazy. Wait, look at mine. And I'm not saying that he is a better tank than me. I am not trying to stand on any sort of affair. I'm talking about Guardian Druid. 70% add damage. Bro, I'm 27% add damage. I have 72% boss damage. That's padding. I guess it's not pad because the ads do need to die. But that is actually a crazy breakdown. They don't tell the full story. It's absolutely true. We have sandbagging, that's right. But we'll talk about it when we actually make the tier list. All I'm saying is, yeah, we have to consider this. But like, look how many pulls. So I have 12 pulls, and if you look at his Blood DK here, he's got 10. So he's got bigger pulls. Yeah. All right, do the tier list. Yep, let's do it before the sun goes down. Okay. So let's just have this conversation, but as part of the tier list, okay? What was your overall there? Pulls are different. Overall is hard to compare because you have to pull different. I made a video about this emote. Highly recommend you watch it. It actually specifically talks about Yoda's runs and also examines his pulls exactly. If I'm adding pulls to a dungeon, overall is lower. My overall in this place was like 205, 210. So lower. But I don't know if I pulled it the same way as he did. So that matters. You can see 12 pulls listed here. Like, I don't know where he saves pulls, to be honest. I don't know. Like, I think I went slower. I remember this area, I specifically went slower because there are physical hits and we had a rogue and a mage and I was worried about them dying. Compared to, he did this last area in like one less pull plus possibly... I don't understand how he pulls the first area so swiftly. There's only 2 pulls listed here, and in mine, there's always at least 3 or 4. I don't actually know how he gets the first boss that, like, what he does there. And if he pulls extra leeches, like, I think he adds the leeches to some of these first pulls for funnel or just tank damage on his cooldowns. So, it's hard to say a little bit. Yeah, but that matters a lot. Like, pulling around cooldowns matters a lot. And I think I held Incarn there at one point. Like, I didn't optimize fully. Point is, you have to be careful about overall damage. Cool? I'm not going to rank Blood DK poorly. I'm just saying that there's more to this story than maybe meets the eye. Because if you even look at this plus 20 prop pally and you look at bosses, this would also be second boss pad, but like 88k. No offensive group buff. That's all. We'll have a conversation. Deal? Fair? I just want to have a conversation about the tanks. That's what we're going to do. We're having a conversation about the tanks. It's not going to be The most perfect discussion in the history of discussions. Damage to the bosses. Ooh, cancel. What'd I do? There are many reasons to cancel me. This is not one of them. I am going to rank it. I just got to stop talking. Here, here, I'll tell you what. I'll close my chat. I'll do it. The question you should be asking yourselves is whether or not I'm going to have diarrhea from drinking all of this water with a lot of salt and electrolytes. And also whether I'm going to wear my Pikachu hat as I rank it. God damn. Okay. I wish I could find an Eldrazi log for VDH. No, I'm closing out chat. I will pin something. I'm going to pin a message that basically says, this is a live, not ranking. Cool. Video will be on YouTube after. Okay. Boom. Pinned. Behave yourselves. Deal? Fair? All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1, ranked. Done. I'm thinking about the intro. I'm thinking about it for 2 seconds. Think about how I want to start. No, you're not. The chat isn't. You're not being featured. I will close out. Can't read you. Grr. No, stop. It's gonna be like, it's not gonna be long. I actually will do this in like 15 minutes. Okay. No, seriously. Like I will actually. Just try to start me YouTube. No, I haven't started yet. I just cut it from this point. It's gonna be like, I'll do this in like 10, 20 minutes. Unless we really end up having a full-on conversation about things. Well, that depends. Is this going to be a conversation or is this going to be something that I actually do like a normal video that I normally do? Because normally I would do it like that, but I feel like the tank meta conversation has to be more of a conversation right now. Okay. Lock in for 15 minutes. I tell you what, at the end, I might open this back up. But for now, I'm going to close out the 2 chats. I cannot see you. Just listen. Okay. This is going to be a bit rambly compared to how I would normally do a tier list. Because normally I like to do like a whole little intro, like a little flair, a bit of a dramatic, a bit of a spin move. What? That was pretty fluid. That was good. Should be a ballerina with my joints and stuff. Ugh. Focus. Okay. Cover 1, 2, 3, and get into it. Sounds good to me. Can you hear me okay? Microphone decent? Oh, wait, I can't read you anyways. That's fine. All right. Last thing I want to do is reposition. No, hold up. I'm not going to rant. Focus. Lock in. Punch. Taekwondo. Hua, 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 hua. You remember when you used to fight like your older brother or sibling underwater and you would be like under the water and you would be like doing like slow motion, like Matrix fighting? That was fun. How can we go back? 3, 2, 1, like this. Cool. Okay. After I rank this, what I'm going to do is we're going to make comps, by the way. Okay. It's taking me a little longer than usual. Clear the throat. Okay. All right. After playing a lot of PTR, I am now officially ready to rank the tanks. However, if you are going to skip ahead and actually watch the end of this and see where the tanks are ranked, you are going to miss a lot of discussion and explanation because I have behind me so many logs to go through and a lot of conversation about why the tank that I think is going to be meta will be meta. Please listen to the actual discussion instead of clipping things out of context. I know you. I put this at the beginning of the video because you are going to skip ahead and screenshot the end and send it to all the Discords. I understand. That being said, few disclaimers before we start. This is a meta prediction. We are going to make meta comps after this. Now, second thing. There is going to be a build in my Discord for all of these tanks if you're curious about what I actually tested and what I think you will play going into next year, both beginner-friendly builds and high-end builds. But the main thing to realize is that all tanks are quite viable. Season 2 does not appear to be checking tanks as much as Season 1. I have already made a ton of videos explaining why and how that all factors in, but let's get into the tier list themselves. Just remember, just because your tank is ranked bottom here doesn't mean you can't play it. This is a prediction for higher keys and what I think you will see dominating the leaderboards. Okay, that being said, let's start with the only tank that's in the unsalted bean category. I actually think there is one tank that is underperforming compared to others, and that tank is Brewmaster. When you take a look at Warcraft logs, it is very difficult to find even a single Brewmaster log. You can go over here to the PTR logs and you can just see how many Brewmasters have even been playing. I was watching Shaw earlier today, and in the 1 or 2 keys that I actually did on Brew, it just feels weird. The changes to this tank don't really make sense to me. It wasn't accurately compensated for the 25% scaling change, and the fact that Celestial is a 130 is just pretty wild. There are very few logs in actual testing that have been even from August. Look, basically August 7th, there's one key right here, and almost everything else is from July or June because people quickly stop playing this on PTR. I just think that it doesn't feel great to play with the 130 Celestial change. That being said, it does decent single target in the few logs that I actually have looked at. When you open a Brewmaster log, you can see that it does decent single target, but its overall damage is suffering, and its health bar is it's more than normal. It's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So I just think that it kind of loses in terms of tankiness. It loses in terms of fun and fluidity and overall power level. Could it live the 19 or the 20 on PTR? It's possible. But watching even somebody like Shaw just struggle and see his health bar moving, where I, on the tanks that I have been playing a lot more of, have zero issue, need zero healer help, and basically am not checked whatsoever, it was pretty rough to see. So I do think that Brewmaster needs a little bit of a look at. I think its overall damage could potentially also take a look at. But the main thing that Brewmaster has going for it is the fact that it provides Mystic Touch. If you want Mystic Touch, and Mistweaver and Windwalker are really not good, and you want a purely physical comp, and one of the DPS warriors is meta, you might play Brewmaster. These keys in Season 2 are very much gated behind the timer, and so I think that Brewmaster could be valued specifically and only in that comp. I just don't think you're going to see it in general play outside of the Fizz comp like we saw in Season 1. You are playing Brewmaster not because of the group buff it provided, but just because it was very strong. I do think in the next set of tank tuning, you would see this get buffed a little bit. I do think that's the one thing I would say for Brewmaster. So that's Brewmaster in a nutshell. There are many videos of people who know this tank way better than I. I would highly recommend that you watch Shaw's video explaining some of the changes, etc. Okay, now moving into the solid tier. Believe it or not, I actually don't think any other tank is truly kind of where Brewmaster is right now, but the next tank to rank moving down to up is definitely VDH. VDH is at the bottom of solid. It has two things going for it when I actually take a look at any average VDH log. Number one, its damage isn't bad, but it's not exactly like it's the highest. We obviously can talk about the things that everybody knows about VDH, the fact that it's very RNG, the fact that you still have to play Annihilator instead of Eldraki, and therefore you have double RNG on whether or not you're meta procs from your Apex, as well as whether or not you're going to actually fracture into a Meteor. So basically, when you look at single target, and I'm going to do this for all the dungeons that we're looking at, instead of looking at overall damage, which is affected by pull sizing, pacing, etc., we can actually look at its single target damage contribution. For example, the last boss. If we take a look down here and we scroll down, he did 92k on the last boss, pure single target. That's pretty good. That's a good contribution. I think above 90k is kind of where tanks want to be right now. That being said, he also provides Chaos Brand. 3% magic damage for his Boomkin and his Mage. That inflates his damage quite a bit, as well as his healer, of course. The Arms Warrior does not benefit. I think that the only reason you would see VDH is not because of its individual damage contribution. Playing around their RNG element of tanking and the fact that they might not be consistent run to run, you better hope that key is Resil. But ultimately, I don't think their individual damage contribution is high enough to justify playing them. It's not about so much whether they can live or not. Season 2 meta seems very determinant by how much damage you're going to end up doing. PTR, we're not getting to the nth degree of keys. We're testing with full BIS. Yeah, we're doing like 1920 is kind of like the top level of keys that are being done. In the actual season, when the season continues to progress, this was the same as Season 1. PTR Season 1, the highest that was done was a 21, but basically we were still capped around 1920. So in the actual season, as keys get higher, would this have a hard time living some of the gathers? I think it would be okay, but the main issue is just it's not consistent and its individual damage contribution is not high enough. The only reason you would play VDH, in my opinion, is if you wanted the magic buff, if you wanted Chaos Brand. That's basically the main reason you would play it in a caster comp. Sigils are kind of cool, but they're still not the best tank ever since they've been nerfed. So it's not like it's a CC king anymore. Next tank that goes directly in solid is Prot Warrior. But Prot Warrior is doing a lot better than people think it is. Let me prove it to you. So I have here a few logs, and I have a lot of things open, so let me just make sure I go find them here. Here's stashed on his Prot Warrior in the same Altar of Fangs. Now granted, this is 17. I didn't look at any logs lower than 17, but it's hard to find logs for 18 to 19 always. He's doing quite a bit of damage. 230 here is a very valid contribution for damage, but including the fact that he has a warrior buff, now it starts to get interesting. He only buffs the rogue, and therefore his damage is not crazy high. But he can also live. If you can do the key, you can live. Prot Warrior is actually doing competitive numbers if you play Colossus. Once again, you should always not just check overall damage, but also make sure you check a single target encounter. 252 on Zul'Jan. Wow. 103k. That is the highest number that you will see in logs right now. 103k single target is really solid. The fight encounter, assuming he went into it with Demolish, is 252, which means he get another Demolish around 3 minutes. Hey, 252, 103k, Warrior is looking pretty solid in terms of its damage contribution. If you play with a comp that actually benefits it, imagine, for example, that this was a Windwalker, and instead of here we had maybe a Hunter or something like this. Whatever you want in a actual physical comp, maybe a Feral Druid, that would be giga. I think Warrior is very wanted in a comp that wants its buff. It is not individually powerful enough to be warranted again like the Brewmaster in Season 1. You would play it because you want the attack power, but this is one of the greatest group buffs in the game for classes that benefit from it. Everybody talks about Mark of the Wild or Sky Fury being so valuable because those are just global. Versatility, mastery, the chance of auto attack. The thing is, Prot Warrior is still tuned high. Their group buff was not reduced to 3%. And so for a comp that actually benefits, you can play DK with them. They're not limited to physical comps. You can play a bunch of different ways with Prot Warrior. You can slot in the Hunter or the Rogue, depending on tuning. You can bring it with Windwalker, which actually looks pretty decent as well. Prot Warrior, if the other specs desire it, is in a better spot than Brewmaster. Because I think there's a comp that basically plays melee, but not Fizz. And if you don't play a Fizz comp, but you want the melee comp, Prot Warrior is just looking better than Brewmaster, in my opinion. And the other way to compare this was I found another Prot Warrior log. It's a 19 now. But this guy, he was playing Mountain Thane. His overall damage is much lower, and when I look at his single target contribution on Mountain Thane, it's looking a lot rougher. This is 72k. It starts to drop dramatically, so I do think that Colossus is just going to be tuned much higher. They've done a lot of work for Colossus. The tier set benefits Colossus more. I think that Colossus would be the play for Warrior. That comes with it its own set of issues in terms of aggro, snap threat, and demolish planting you. But basically, Warrior, I think, is looking a little better than people give it credit for. You just have to find a good Warrior who's willing to play it and actually min-max it. But if you're willing to do so, its damage contribution is solid. If it lives, and I think it can, and you want the group buff, this would actually be one of the highest DPS tanks, believe it or not, so long as you actually benefit from the group buff. Okay, so there are 3 tanks left, and all 3 of these tanks are an interesting conversation to have. If you have been following the meta conversation for a while, everybody is going to assume that they know what the cheesecake tier, what the top tier is. I would agree that we all know what that is, but I really want to show you some numbers to clarify that, because the numbers don't add up as much as you think they add up, especially after some of the recent nerfs. So let's talk about the last 3 tanks. First and foremost, we have Prop Pally. After the recent nerfs to Prop Pally, I am actually going to put this directly at the top of Solid. I don't know if it is truly cheesecake tier. It has been nerfed a lot going in, and I think that it actually looks directly top of Solid. It can, and here's the thing, it can absolutely live the highest keys, because here we have a plus 20 Altar of Fangs, and he's playing with the Presovoker. Presovoker can do a lot of healing, but keep in mind, sometimes you have to be a good tank, you have to be quite sturdy to live with the Presovoker, in my opinion. So they're not exactly like a spin to win Mistweaver that is constantly topping your tank every global. So this is a Prop Pally, plus 20. Very solid, 220k contribution is decent, but keep in mind, not anywhere close to what the Warrior did and what some of the other tanks can do. Because if we look at boss damage and we go down here, we have 81k. That's pretty low for pure single target. We can look at first boss. You can keep doing this, by the way, and just actually look at damage to bosses. 67k. Hard to judge the first boss, because within context, first boss, you actually have to move out as a tank, especially if your team wants to do proper damage. Then as the tank, your job is to go out and soak, so you might lose melee uptime, you might be moving the boss. Your first boss damage is not what you should look at. You should look at last boss, because this is basically full uptime. And the damage contribution without having an offensive group buff, if keys are truly gated by the timer, Prop Pally not being able to do top damage anymore after all the nerfs, I don't know if it can be considered cheesecake tier for that reason alone. However, there are so many polls, and we're going to talk about this in a moment, where Prop Pally absolutely carries, because Poison Dispel is very valuable this season, and the fact that you have Righteous Protector as a talent is giga value. It's such value that you can just sack somebody and make them immune to poison, considering how a lot of these poisons work. So the only reason I put it here is its damage, and also the fact that it will be hard to live extremely high keys, because the Sanctified Wrath being removed, on top of the Sentinel change with Reflection of Radiance, I think your Sentinel is not going to give you as much coverage as it was giving you in the initial PTR cycle. Not just for the damage and how that interacts with Glory of the Vanguard, because you won't be getting as much Holy Power. You will probably be pathing through with the new triple reworked Prop Pally tree, Instrument of the Divine, I imagine. You might not, I suppose, if you want to play Solace, but I think you're playing Instrument, which basically means you want to be in Sentinel for as long as possible, given that that's going to give you all the Holy Power, with the feedback loop of your shield into this, into shield, Avenger shield into that. But the duration of that has been significantly nerfed. The other problem is that coverage now starts to be an issue. If your Sentinel is actually like 20 seconds, depending on stats and pulls, if you get unlucky with resets and you have a 19-second Sentinel as an example, then you have to make a plan with Ardents, Kings, and Bubble, because as key levels get higher, although your baseline has been brought up significantly, you're still a tank that needs proper defensive cycling. And if you don't have that cycling, clearly the logs show that you can live 20s, but I worry a little bit about how Prop Pally scales without perfect play. The emphasis on perfect play is important here. The highest level keys, what will be meta, normally trickles down to the mid level of keys. But if people are dying on Season 1 Guardian Druid, people will absolutely die on a tank like Prop Pally. So I think top of solid is the decent place to put this. Now we get into the more contentious decisions. Okay, that's my thoughts on Prop Alley. Yeah, cool. Last thing I'll say, we'll talk, this is the next section will also include Prop Heli. Not scripted. Okay. I'm going to get a ton of absolute hate for this. You have to understand, if I wanted my spec to be meta, I would sandbag it. But I'm going to be honest with you guys and tell you that Guardian Druid is doing a lot better than people think it's doing. There has been some weird and utter nonsense with Guardian Druid going into Season 2. So many of the top tanks and the top runs and the top logs are playing weird builds that are not the meta build. From week 1 of PTR, we kind of knew what the best build was. And for some reason, ain't nobody playing it. And I don't know if there's some reverse 4,000 IQ sandbag play. This is a bit of a tinfoil hat theory, but are the top tanks, some people are pretty vocal about the fact that they don't like Guardian. But Guardian goes at the bottom of Cheesecake. And I will explain this, and I will prove it to you right now, okay? The single target damage of Guardian is good. It's really good. It's really good. But if you're playing a troll build, it's not so good. Observe. Look. Okay, so let me just find all the Guardian Druid things I had pulled up earlier. This is my Guardian Druid on the last boss of an Altar of Fangs. Single target. Pure single target. Now, granted, this kill time is pretty low for this key, so if you extend this fight by another 30 seconds, I get one more Incarn, but not another Feral Frenzy. If you extend it by another minute, I get a triple Feral Frenzy. This is my pure single target damage. This is on the high end, but I average between 90 to 95k, depending on uptime on bosses. The build that I'm playing is the one, and I have a Warrior buff and a Shaman buff, but allow me to explain something. When you take a look at some of these other Guardian Druid runs, their single target is not looking so hot. This one's 74k here, but then I look at what build he's playing and I'm like, oh, when I investigate further, he's still playing no Apex. And this is not the build you're supposed to play. Now, he has proved that he can live the 19 and the 20 because Guardian is super tanky. But this isn't the right build. And then when you play Druid of the Claw Guardian, you have even worse damage, which again, you can prove you can live the 19, but this is some sandbagging. With respect, because this is not, of course you do. When I did this key, I had like 220k overall damage, and he has 153. So the truth is that Guardian is actually doing pretty well, but I just think that you have to play the actual build. And I'm actually worried Guardian might get nerfed because it's doing pretty decent. It's incredibly tanky. You walk around with armor cap, plus you still have pretty much the same coverage given that your new tier set interacts with your Incarn uptime, even though the Lunation thing hurt. So I think Guardian's doing all right. In terms of how it scales into 21 plus, we'll find out. But I honestly think that Guardian deserves its place. The only thing I'm a little bit sus on is Prop Pally. Let me explain further. Because the new dungeons want Poison Dispel, and they also want a Curse Dispel. If you can bring a Curse Dispel, it's awesome. If Arcane Mage gets nerfed and you're the only Curse Dispel as a tank, it would be helpful to have it. That's Guardian Druid, Poison and Curse. On top of that, Vortex is very useful in a lot of these dungeons. Like, Druid utility is pretty good. Boomy was nerfed. I don't think Boomy is considered, like, the best spec right now. Okay. Guardian Druid, Mark of the Wild. That's excluding Mark of the Wild. If you include Mark of the Wild in this, that's crazy. That's good single target, okay? And I'm replicating this across every run. You can take a look. Take a look at any of the logs. I'm doing pretty good damage in every run. So that being said, when I am pugging my keys on PTR, so the route isn't set. I had to pull slow because we had a lot of deaths and some resets, I think, at this key. I don't remember exactly what happened. But I'm just looking at logs, and I'm just showing you what I am finding, all right? Here's the problem with Guardian. In a dungeon like Altar of Fangs, it feels great. In a dungeon like Voidscar Arena, the main issue with Guardian is it stops. The first pull of Void Scar Arena was getting spam reset in my PTR testing today because I actually had to assign kicks. If I'm playing Prot Pally, that pull is solved. We kept dying because there are 4 kicks in that pack, and people were either kicking the wrong cast, and I was just literally nothing I could do. I was like, I will get the first volley, the AoE that goes off, but I literally can't do anything else. Like, I can in-cap at the last second, I can try to Vortex that. I have no CC. And these next dungeons are going to require a lot of coordination. I'm thinking of Den of Nalarak, I'm thinking of Void Scar Arena, the first pull, etc. So I find that way more stops go off because I simply don't have an interrupting shout that silences the mobs on a 130 cooldown. I don't have Pally shields, and I also don't have grips. So I think that that's where Bear struggles the most. But if you were to remove that part of it and assume that you can make a plan in the meta comps with coordination and Discord, then Guardian is great. There's literally nothing wrong with it right now. It doesn't have low single target, and that is what I am here to spread the word today. If I really wanted this to be meta, I would sandbag it. I would tell you the opposite, and I would be like, Guardian's like really bad. I don't think we needed the 8% damage buff that we got, and I'm worried that they're actually going to nerf us coming up in the next notes. Okay, those are my honest thoughts about Guardian, to be honest with you. Okay, next, obviously, we have Blood Decay. Blood Decay is doing, clearly, it's very good. Not only is it very good for survivability, it does giga damage. But if we take a look at some logs, I want to show you something interesting about Blood Decay that isn't being factored in. If I go and I look at a plus 20, this was the top plus 20 log for Blood Decay on PTR. This is this dude, 271k. Of all the tanks we've seen, quite high. Biggest number, big ol' number, 271. Here's the weird thing though. Its single target is not that high. So its damage contribution is a lot of pad damage. Allow me to explain. Look at the last boss. If I go here, 78k. That is the second lowest tank that we have seen. That's quite low single target. I go, okay. Maybe this is just a fluke. Maybe that's just a weird boss. Maybe it's weird timing, right? Okay. First boss, 66. Wait a second, what? I thought this was like the meta tank. Well, let me just take a look at damage control. But let's just find. Let me go. Okay, this is Yoda's Blood Decay. Overall damage, plus 19, 275k. There we go. Now we're talking. He has a warrior buff, a feral druid, and this is like a fizz comp right here. This is good. This is a good comp. Zorthis is healing him on his Resto Shaman, doing massive damage. That's cool. That's cool. All right, 275k overall. Look at bosses. Last boss, 91k. Not bad. Not bad. But no offensive group buff. Factoring in no offensive group buff, this is not nearly as high as, for example, my Guardian Druid or Stash's Prot Warrior or even the VDH. Okay? First boss. First boss is hard, like I said earlier, to calculate because you have to sometimes go out and soak, especially in a comp with 3 melee DPS, he's going to be soaking, so he loses melee uptime. Fair enough. Second boss. I go, oh, wow, there it is. There's the single target. 70% of this was this ad damage. Compare. Let me find my log. Second boss. Of my 101k damage, 72% was to the boss, and 27% was to the little ads that spawn in the intermission. To be fair, they do need to die. He was padding. So I'm not saying Blood Decay is bad. I'm just saying that when you actually look at their damage, it makes me wonder if they're going to get nerfed. Because if they're not overperforming in a raid environment, like in single target damage, then it actually might not get nerfed. And it is far leagues ahead. A lot of people think Blood Decay is just ahead because of its damage, which is true. It does need to be doing large damage. It is clearly capable of timing the highest keys on PTR because that and Prot Pally are the two top tanks in terms of what dungeons they have timed, which is why I'm kind of tempted to put Prot Pally up in Cheesecake tier. Like I said, this is the one take I have. I think it's like either Cheesecake or here. But I also don't think that people are giving Guardian Druid enough credit and playing the proper build, which all of this you can find, this information you can find in my Discord. This is my personal opinion. And I think that all 3 of these tanks are doing really well. I think that these 2 tanks are basically comp dependent. Blood Decay can slot into anything. There is no comp requirement for Blood Decay. It's a very independent tank. It does really good overall. Its single target in a lot of the logs I'm looking at is good. I'm not saying it's bad. It just doesn't have an offensive group buff. So it's not like it's leagues ahead of every other tank on single target. it's doing better overall. The overall damage, accounting for group buff, is actually it's like this far ahead. It's not this far ahead. It's like this far ahead. The main thing is that Blood DK can live. A lot of the arguments I've heard is, but you don't understand, like, it's going to run into a key level where it can't live. I'm like, dude, this tank is so tanky right now. Genuinely, if you were to play Blood DK and you just hit the buttons that, I'm not even kidding, at a decent key level, like this will actually carry you quite far. If you literally just hit the buttons that light up, it's tuned so high that you would do just fine. Like if you actually have basic knowledge and you just kind of like YOLO sent whatever buttons light up, you would actually do all right because it's just tuned very high. So the expectation is that when Blood DK gets nerfed, then Prot Pally and Bear start to shine. Keep in mind that it's basically here. If I guess based on the fact, I could just leave it here for the sake of people screenshotting this. This is the final tier list, basically. These are the 3 tanks that I think are in Cheesecake tier. I think that Prot Warrior and VDH are solid, but are definitely dependent on you wanting them. And I think that Bear, Brewmaster could use a little bit of help. That's my final tier list. I have a lot more thoughts. All right, I'm turning my stream chat back on. That's my tier list. So the question is, let's make some meta comp predictions now. I can see you guys again. Hello. What do you think? What do you think? I want your honest thoughts, because this is not I don't know how other people have ranked stuff. I don't know. I have not actually watched recent tier lists. I don't know how Zorthus ranked things. I don't understand where the Bear is coming from. I think that DK is likely to get nerfed, but actually, based on his raid performance alone, that's interesting. Because when I looked at raid performance, there's no accurate raid log. Here is VDH higher. I need to see more from VDH. I just don't think that it could I think it's solid. Like, I don't think that VDH is actually bad. I just think that the lack of consistency in actually being able to plan in higher keys where your meta is going to be and where your actual resources are going to go. Like, that's tough. Like, you have, like, when you listen to the podcast I did with Banshers, in high enough keys, things start to get scripted and planned. No, I wish Aldraki was better for keys. Aldraki would give some of the RNG element out of it. The whole reason is that the Voidfall Meteor for Annihilator, it's not just that it's all of your damage. It's not just that. It's also that you get 10 seconds off meta. So when I look at VDH, it does good damage for what it's worth. Y'all, thank you for this sub. It's not that it does low damage. Like, if you factor in the fact, so this is 92%. This is just one log. I have to see a lot more. Obviously, this is just one log, but I think that it's a conversation worth having. Just know that there are some times I wish I'm sitting here and I'm like, first pull of Voidscar Arena. Man, I wish I was one of these 3 tanks. I wish I was a Blood DK with Mass Grip, a Prot Pally with Shields, or a Warrior with Interrupting Shout, and or a VDH with Sigils. All 4 of those tanks would make that first pull so much easier compared to me trying to play my Bear. And yeah, that's actually my thoughts. I worry about the Prot Pally being in the hands of somebody who isn't Yoda or isn't a top-level player. I actually worry about what Prot Pally really looks like at that level. I am not convinced that it's just going to be absolutely Omega at that point. All right, let me read back a few comments here. I know that everybody has Guardian low, but I've just replicated it across every single run. That's the thing. If you're listening to this and you're like confused about why Guardian is high, consistently, every single run, I'm doing minimum decent damage, but realistically good damage. Every single run. In any of the runs, basically, in any of the runs that you have actually watched me play Guardian in the last day, in the last 24 hours, have I actually underperformed in any of them? Aside from maybe, obviously, a tank mistake. But, like, if you've been watching stream yesterday and today, where I just mass played Guardian for about 10 hours, every single run, I was like, my damage is good. My damage is good. Topping meters. Cool. Damage is good. All right. Single targets high. All right. Cool. That one, I was a little low, 85k. Oh, that one is good. 90k, 95k, 100k. Like, it's really solid. If I was Blizzard, the way that I would balance tanks is pretty simple. I think that you would have incredible tank balance if you actually did. You need to buff Brewmaster slightly. You need to revert the Celestial Infusion change. Just make it 45 again. And then perhaps I would buff Brewmaster a little bit. I would rework Annihilator. You can keep the Apex talent if you absolutely need to. But alternatively, rework Apex talent for VDH and make it demonic. Just make it so that Feldev triggers meta. That's it. I actually think that would go so far. If you made it so that Feldev triggers meta and you just give demonic back, instead of the weird RNG element, you could plan and you'd be good. That would cover it. Make it 7 or 8 seconds to account for uptime. That's it. I think it would help VDH a lot. And then maybe consider not allowing it to trigger all of the Annihilator effects. But they have been willing to do that. To be fair, they reworked Bear Apex going into Season 2. So they could actually rework this as well. I also think so, yeah. I think that actually Prez is doing really good. I also think that Resto Shaman, as long as it can meet HPS checks, HPAL is being played for HPS reasons. Its damage is not that impressive. And normally that does tend to matter. Like at the end of the day, it's not that healer damage should be the thing that defines it. I just think that it matters. Mere tier-wise would be the Druid. Make it Feldev, but less duration. Make the Apex give an R&D cool set for Feldev that doesn't run out. Could, like a double Feldev would just be really, visually it would be awesome. And Feldev is not tuned high enough where it would be broken, but it would give you double demonic maybe. Like that just is cool. I think that would work, Wiz. But I think I think it needs a look at. I just think and like it's not just my Guardian Druid, by the way. If you just go to Guardian Druid in general and you actually go to any dungeon run like the Blinding Veil, there are other Guardian Druids who do damage as well if you just play the right build. Like this is the Druid of the Claw stuff that doesn't actually work. I mean, it works for a living, but let me actually go out on a limb here. If you don't know the history, when I played no Apex Guardian early on in the season, and I was giga tanky, proved in logs that I basically didn't need more healing per second, and it was my playstyle that I preferred, everybody flamed me and hated me. They were like, oh, woo, you're not doing competitive damage. And I was like, I'm like 10k behind. I'm like 20k. Maybe I'm like 15, 20% behind tank damage where I should be playing the Apex, but I want to play no Apex Guardian. This was before it was buffed and everybody at the top level of Guardian was playing Apex. I didn't care about doing the 15% tank damage, so I played no Apex. And that was the biggest criticism. I was excommunicated from the Guardian Druid Discord because I was playing a build that did less damage and telling people that they could play that build because it was tanky, simple, and easy. That's what this is. That's what this is. Druid of the Claw right now is tanky. Like, clearly it survives the key. But if it's doing 50k less damage, or like 10%, 20%, that's exactly what the position I was in. But because it's Yoda, people are like, ooh. I will actually cash out about that. Because that's what this is. Like, I look at the Druid of the Claw logs, and I have yet to find one that is competitive. The single target is okay. Like, I look at this Voidscar Arena, his last boss was actually, he got 91k here. It's not, that's actually that's all right. Single target, but yeah. Those are my thoughts on tank. Now, what I think is really cool, and we can do this maybe today if we have time, but I might need a small break, is... No. I don't mean to... I just think the bear stuff is weird. That's true, actually. No, I'm not trying to start drama, goddammit. I don't actually know him. I don't mean to do that specifically. It's just... These are the logs that I have accessible to me. This is the information that I have present. That is all. That is all. It's a fair point. You're absolutely right on this. So, yeah. Fair? But those are my thoughts about the tank. Just know that there are some pulls where I'm like, dude, Guardian Druid would go so hard here, having the extra dispels. And there are other pulls that I'm like, please give me extra resources to kick. Because when I look at some of the first pulls of these dungeons, they are rough. Oh, yeah. I won't be around the next 2 days, so what I want to do, actually, let me just clear my head and maybe start walking on the treadmill a little bit, because I'm feeling the blood pressure. I want to make comps. What I actually want to do now is basically go to a comp maker. World of Warcraft comp maker. And plus. Normally this one's good. Can we get a boomy comp? So let's actually talk about it. I don't actually like this one. This one is too much. I prefer... What is this one? I think it's just like Tier Maker has one, right? What I used last time. Easiest beginner tank. This is actually a predictor of meta. This is not meant to be the most beginner-friendly tank list. Wait, what is this? No. WoW Mythic Plus Tier List Maker. This is actually the dungeons. Ooh, add-on, they'll make boss fights easier and reduce number of casters in Mythic Plus. Not this season. This season, they've gone kind of back on that a little bit. But I don't actually like this particular meta. Hold on, let me go find what I was using before for this. No. Mythic Plus group. Where's the site for this? All right, let me find it before I just randomly scroll with you guys. Okay, so as I'm here, and I basically walk into a first dungeon, all right? Let me go Voidscar Arena. I might have ported here. If I show you Voidscar Arena and I walk into the first pull, you will immediately see what's up with the casters. Oh, I forgot to put it in the video. Yeah. Oh, I should splice this in. No, I never splice it in. I never do that, actually. Oh, I should splice this in. I forgot to mention the most important thing. Oh, I'm debating. Hold up. I can pull up. I have the tier list open right now. I got this. Watch this. Okay, tier list maker. Open page, and I'm going to pretend like I'm still in the random video. I haven't moved anything. Great. I haven't moved anything. Right. So final tier list. That was the last thing that was said, and I'll just splice this part in, okay? All right. Okay. The final thing that I have to mention about this tier list is very important that everybody understands. At this point, this is a prediction. The last time that we were at this point in the PTR/beta cycle going into Midnight Season 1, Bear was overperforming by about 50%. 3 days before the release of the season, which currently would be August 15th, considering the season comes out on the 18th, they waited until halfway through Mythic Zero Week, and then they took Guardian Druid, and they swung the nerf bat so hard that it got nerfed by 37% overall damage. And then Brewmaster was meta. There was a 94% representation of Brewmaster the week before Guardian Druid got buffed in the top 2,000 keys. So please remember that all of this is subject to change and that Blizzard decides whatever's going to be meta. They throw a dart at a dartboard, pick that thing, and say, that's what we're going to buff to an ungodly degree. It will be better than everything else. I don't like that they do that, but it is kind of the truth. And just remember that if they want something to be strong, they will buff it until it is, but we won't always know what that thing is until approximately 6 to 8 weeks into a season. After the Race to World First ends, there will be tuning. And then after about a month of raid, where most Hall of Fame guilds have filled, there will be tuning. After the Mythic Plus season develops, there will be tuning. Whatever they decide at that point is the tank that will carry you to the meta for Season 1 and Season 2. Please remember that. Okay, I have to splice that in. That's like the most important thing. I forgot to mention that. The history of that. Because I made a short the other day You remember this happening? I made a short the other day that was like, yeah, that's actually so important to clarify. I made a short saying this is what gets tanks nerfed, or like if you're S tier on PTR, beware. And everybody was like, I got a lot of comments that were saying, nah, Brewmaster was S tier all along. And I was like, Brewmaster was gonna get blown out of the water by Guardian Druid. 3 days, I'm pretty sure, before actual release of season, after Mythic Zero testing revealed Guardian Druid topping meters, they nerfed it. It was actually, I believe that they had already started gearing Guardian, like everybody had swapped at the end of the beta cycle. So that's kind of where you're at with that. It's important to know that that is a huge component in how they actually decide tank tuning. Okay, let me find the comp list maker. If you can find, do you know what it is? Why can't I find it right now? And here, wow. Wiz, can you find this? Where can anybody find me a link of a tier maker for Mythic Plus specs? I have no idea why I can't find this right now. I must be typing something in. WoW Mythic Plus class. I bet you it's just classed. I must be typing this in wrong. No. Where is like the make groups? What is this? What did I do last time? I thought I just actually put it. Okay, well, this is very strange. All right, we're going to do it like this then. Mythic Plus what? What? Can anybody find me an actual, like, template for this? I have no idea why I can't find it right now. Is Devour even featured in this list? This is a really cursed way to do it. I mean, you could do it like this, but this is a pretty cursed way to do this, though. I can't use Wowhead. It's banned in Thailand. I can't use Wowhead. It's banned in Thailand. Super annoying that it is, but I cannot use it. What is this? I mean, the other way to do it is to make it like this, but then I can't have duplicates. I have no idea why it's banned. Hello? Why? Am I dumb? Something isn't working the way that I need it to work right now. Raidstats.gg. No, this is not. All right, hold up. Raidstats.gg. Tiercraft. Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't like this one, but fine. Okay, so this one, well, FrostDK is now the Giga Tank. I don't know if I love this one, but all right. Fair enough. The thing is that this is capped at 4 comps. I'm pretty sure you can't do more than 4 on this website. That's why I didn't like this before. So you would have to open this twice. You can only do 4 comps here, and there's going to be more than 4 comps. That's my main problem with this website, if I remember. But we can use this to actually talk about it. That's fair. Okay. So basically, when I get back, let me just take a quick break, and then let's make a comp. Because what I want to show you is that I actually feel as though if they get tank balance right this season, I'm excited, not unexcited. I think that the dungeons are okay for tanks, and I ultimately believe that with proper tuning, so long as DPS tuning is not so skewed, you might actually see, you might want Prot Warrior. Like, you might want different tanks for the sake of group buff and damage optimization. It's very possible that you end up wanting that situation instead of dreading it, which would be kind of cool, right? Like, I feel like that's kind of optimal, is that if you actually want different tanks, then that would be perfect. So let's build a few comps and give some ideas about what the meta comp might actually be, considering what DPS are also very strong right now. And that's the big thing, is that if the 3 strongest DPS are Boomkin, Arcane Mage, and Shadow Priest, first of all, that sounds like a terrible season for kicks and it might not work. You might have to slot something in there. But let's say it's like Devour, Demon Hunter, more apt. Devour, Demon Hunter, Arcane Mage, plus X. And the other things that are really good are Warlock are really strong, okay. maybe there's some other casters are really strong. Elemental Shaman's really strong. Then all of a sudden you start thinking, what tank complements that? Yes. But so here's the thing. If that comp is really good, like let's say you have Boomy plus Arcane Mage, there is a tank that works extremely well with that. And you have to think about that. Yeah, Og is dead currently. Prop Pally would cover the kicks that comp might struggle with. It also covers an external that comp might struggle with. So Prop Paladin looks really good there. It would be kind of crazy if that was the meta comp, but you actually still played... But you still played Blood DK. That would be a tuning failure. Blood DK also is actually... Blood DK is very strong with its grips and stuff. Switch to tier list. What's up? What do you mean? What? When we were talking about this? Yes, Warrior also has a lot of good stops, but Blood DK with basically mass grip, double grip, and... Okay, I wish you could play Abomination Limb, though. In the menu on top in blue. Menu on top in blue. Switch to tier list. Menu on top in blue. Menu, blue. Blue. Menu, blue, tier list. Ah. No, this is the problem. The tier list actually gets rid of the spec, so you can't do multiple comps. That doesn't work. Because it makes multiple of the comps. And I want to be able to show you like what the potential... Like let's say you play with a Prot Warrior. What is the comp? And you have to be able to have 2 Prot Warrior comps as an option. That's the problem with this. So like let's say you play Prot Warrior, then the healer is kind of set. If you play Prot Warrior, you're really, for example, probably going to want a Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman almost certainly is the right healer here. So if you play this, then what 3 DPS could there be? Now you go based on tuning. If you play Prot Warrior, you're not going to play Arms. So now all of a sudden, let's think about the possible meta comps. If Arms Warrior is the strongest spec in the game, and you really want Arms, then all of a sudden, you might want to think Brewmaster or Mistweaver. If Mistweaver is bad, but you really want a physical comp, and you actually have a proper one with like an Outlaw Rogue or something, which are also doing fairly decent right now, then what if you actually want to play Brewmaster? And then you were to actually think what healer slots with this? Good question. But let's look at the DPS. You have Arms Warrior. Now you start building off these buffs. So you could think if Outlaw Rogue is doing extremely well, you put the Outlaw in here. And then you need a Lust. So does the Lust come from Resto Shaman? Or does it come from, for example, a Hunter? Because a Hunter is notoriously also a fair comp in here. So let's make 2. This is basically what I wanted to do. And just show people how this works. Because if Prez is just really, really good, Prez and Brew also work together. If this is just the best healer bar none, then this brings Lust. But what if it's not? What if H-Pal is the best healer and you actually just want H-Pal in here? But then all of a sudden, again, where you kind of really need a Shaman here. So let's say you play Shaman here. Then what's the last comp in this? Like what fits in? Well, we have Monk buff. We've got the physical. We've got the attack power. So what's the last thing that we wanted here? So Feral Druid technically works. That would make sense. I would agree that this is a pretty standard physical comp that we've seen before. So Feral Druid makes a lot of sense here. Yep, that makes sense. That's basically the Monksy comp. And that when you actually slot this in, it makes sense. But you wouldn't play Ellie if you play Resto. If, for example, however, Resto Druid is actually one of the best specs, you could swap this out, put Resto Druid in here, if this was the tuning, right? And then, for example, now you think, what's the last spec that you put in? You don't play Feral, now it's tuning-wise, because this is also a very good comp. This makes sense. You have a single range to keep track of, otherwise it's basically melee. You could play this or Enhance. Enhance technically matters. It would be better to play Enhance, but Ellie also has physical damage. So what Ellie is losing out on is attack power, but it does benefit from, because of how Earthquake works. It's super silly that it is. But basically, you could also play Enhance here. But what if Ellie is just tuned better than Enhance, which, by the way, is often the case. Ellie is still the play. Because you need Shaman buff. Shaman buff, super big value. So maybe you play this. I mean, I guess there's a world where you drop Shaman buff in a comp like this, but Arms Warrior are going to be real sad with that. And you could play something like Hunter if Hunter was tuned really well, but I doubt it. Normally, if this was the comp here, you're basically dragging a Shaman into this somehow. And I think Ellie tends to be better for keys than Enhance. There's the one season, but otherwise it actually tends to be Ellie. Enhance is weird in keys. Kind of slots into a Fizz melee comp just because of the positional requirement. Prez has a weird new build that everybody's playing, and it's very powerful. There is a positional requirement, but it's less than before. It's different, rather. You basically have Blossoms now, so yeah. But basically, one of the things to understand about this is, look, there's 5 group buffs. This is why if you're a Warlock, you are sad. This is exactly why if you're a class that isn't supported by this, that's tough. I still think that one thing I really think that Bear is solid. So if you were, there's another Fizz comp idea where you play Bear with something like a Resto Shaman or Mistweaver, but I think that this is a very strong comp as well. I think this covers a lot of what you want. If you were to play these 3, now you have a Fizz comp here that just isn't with the other things. So you basically play this with Arms, and then you slot the last slot. Like, I feel like this is a Giga comp down at the bottom here. But then there's one slot open where you basically bring something. Could be a rogue, could be this is like a choice. But I actually think that this is really strong as well. Yeah, maybe Outlaw, but Outlaw's a tuning thing, because like there's a world where actually the right answer, to be honest with you, is DK. The only problem that you're missing here is DK. Range, Interrupt, and Gather. Unholy or Frost DK. In a weird way, I think actually work. I think Outlaw is doing really well, but the problem with Bear is its mob control. And there are a lot of pulls right now where if I just have a grip, I can do all sorts of cool things. But I really want a grip. Bear and DK are friends. If I cannot provide the positional adjustment with either Ring of Peace or what I need, I feel like Bear with DK is like a really solid. I would rather play DK than Rogue, even if it was a little less damage, just because DK is a really solid slot into this and basically allows me to do any pull that I need to do. Because my Arms and my Windwalker are not going to want to go kick, and neither will I. My kick is a charge. Yeah, if we need Rogue skips. And we don't know about this current dungeon pool currently. So, like, that's a possible comp, but then you go back to a Prot Warrior comp, and how would you play Prot Warrior? So, Prot Warrior, Resto Shaman, or is it Resto Druid? It's probably not Resto Druid right now. Realistically, it's Resto Shaman with current tuning. I think Resto Druid's a little bit rough. So let's say you were to play Brew plus this. What would you play here? You would take out the Shaman and you would bring something. So the assumption for Prot Warrior based on Log Caesar is mostly if Arms gets nerfed, Warrior is doing a lot of damage. This is Stash on Zul'jin, right? Yeah, this is 103. Dude, that's like one of the higher single target specs you can find. Granted, he's a good warrior. But like Prot Warrior, if it can live, the higher keys, this is 17. It's not 19, to be fair. But it's Colossus, because I looked here, and if I compare this with the Mountain Thane Prot Warrior I saw that did a 19, he lived, but this is a big difference. That is a massive difference. This is 72 versus 103. And this is Colossus, and the other one, Colossus, I think, has to be played. I don't know if you can really play Mountain Thane with how they're tuning right now for a Prot Warrior. Why is Resto Druid bad? It's got some healing problems, and it's got some damage problems. Currently, as far as I know. But yeah, like comparing just last boss damage. The question is, do I actually post that tier list? Because goddamn, I think I ruffled some feathers. I was a little bit too aggressive with it, and I am worried about the potential backlash. So anyways, when it comes to comps, if you play Prot Warrior, so this is we were just looking at physical comps on this page. The next page we can build a Prot Pally comp. Prot Pally is weird because technically this fills anything. It's not an offensive group buff tank. It just fits with anything. So, for example, you could play this with the Prez Evoker. If Prez Evoker is actually meta, that would be crazy. But let's say that this was the comp here. Yeah, you can actually play what you want here, though. Oh, good. Fantastic. But the idea was, if you like, what do you want to slot in? If Arcane Mage is blasting. So all these comps on this page are considering that you're not playing Arcane, but what's crazy is, like, there's a borderline world where if Arcane doesn't get nerfed, you would just go like this. Like, as crazy as it sounds, like, you could probably just play Arcane in this. That's, you know what I mean? Like, there's actually a world where I think that you want a Druid buff. So, but you could, if Boomy is tuned over Feral, you might just do this. But I think that obviously, technically speaking, the best comp here would be Feral. Like, that's the Monksy comp, but it's hard to find good Ferals. But basically, I think that Prot fills, I would say if this was the meta, for example, you really want Prot for managing kicks and externals. You could play VDH. The VDH comp, again, based on the tier list that I think about right now, you would only play it for Chaos Brand. So if you wanted this, let's say the best healer is HPAL, you could put any healer here, but the idea is that now you're playing, it wouldn't be that bad. In higher keys, Pesty, first of all, you can tell people where to stand. And in higher keys, believe it or not, I know this is gonna be crazy for people who do not have a comp that they push 0.1% with. But every healer has ground effects. Basically, you are supposed to stand in them. People do stand in them. When you play Resto Druid, you have F-Low. And in very high level, people know to stand in F-Low, so they get healed and don't die. When you put Healing Rain down, there's a circle, it's a visual indicator, people actually stand in that shit for higher keys. But at every other level, they have no idea it exists. So Prez, as a positional requirement, to be fair, it's a lot less of a problem than it used to be. There's like some bosses that you can get ranged on, but otherwise it's not as much of a problem as it used to be. Okay, I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna go get a snack real quick, and then I'll be right back. I'm gonna put a piece of salmon in the air fryer because I got salmon for myself. Let me see where Kitty is. But this is also including, I mean, look, we have some people who are hanging out right now, Caesar being one of them, who are 0.1% title pushers, and they, for example, done title for however many seasons in a row. At the end of the day, the meta absolutely matters. You know what matters more than meta? And nobody wants to hear this, but it's the absolute truth. You want to know? You want to know the secret to success in keys? Too sarcastic. Ooh, filter. Goddamn filter. Filter. I almost got banned. Sorry. Nope, it's still not happening. So now the thoughts in my head. Now the problem is the thoughts in my head, and now it's it's not going out. All right. Let's just say it wouldn't hurt to put on your mittens, wear some leggings. I'm filtering. I'm not saying what I was going to say because it was too aggressive. But let's just say it wouldn't hurt and also put on some leggings. Those were already on. So yeah, it wouldn't hurt. Say it? I'm not going to say it. No, I actually was too aggressive. You don't understand my humor. My humor is it cannot be. It cannot be. I cannot. I have to, I have to filter it. The way I was going to say it was absolutely too aggressive. Let me think about backtracking it for a second. It's not coming. Normally, I'm really good at riding the waves and figuring out a way to say something without actually saying it. But everything I'm coming up with, I was like, so there's a seagull. That's not going to work. You should practice singing in the choir. That's not going to work for many reasons. There's like I was like, chug a soda. Nah, it's not going to work. Like all the things that I could come up with to try to explain this as like a subtle reference are not very subtle. And therefore, I'm just going to ixnay that thought. Basically, if you really want to improve at Mythic Plus, it's who you know. It's a social game. It's who you know. That is actually the end of the world. They are so heavy, aren't they? Yeah, they've been eating a lot. They are so heavy, aren't they? I agree. I picked Cookie up today, and I was like, bro. Now, I will say, they have not been yelling at me whatsoever because I have been feeding them a lot when you were away. They have had a great time. I have not actually been bothered whatsoever. Mildly controversial, like get good? No, Swan, I was going to say something incredibly inappropriate because instead of getting good, what you could do is... So what you could... So that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Make sense? Yeah. Caesar knows. And that's coming from a title player right there. You basically just need, you just need, you need a good AI and some big chesticles. Wouldn't hurt. Yeah, the thing with chesticles is that it's gender. It kind of works for everybody, right? So that's no, that I wouldn't say that because I think that it's important to understand that many people play video games and you don't actually know who's going to be the best. So in general, chesticles sort of covers both, all the whole spectrum. Okay, I'll be right back. Let's actually finish the comp, but I just gonna go say hi to Kitty. No. No. Let me be right back. I don't mind. I will literally show you Guardian Druid damage, by the way, and prove to you that that tier list is actually fairly accurate. Let me run an ad real quick. This is the tier list. I'll leave it up for a second. People can see it. I feel like ranking Prop Pally in Solid was the only thing I was off on. I actually think Prop Pally should just... I think it's fine to be here or here. You don't have to. I'll be right back. Fair. Hello. I'm getting my treadmill out. Welcome back, thank you. Before my mind tried and attempted very hard to get me banned, I was actually going to make a really good point. Okay? Oh, if you want. The Opera GX link is totally free. And if you want to support stream, it makes me a little bit of money. And on top of that, it's a good way to support stream. But here's the major thing. When you start to look at comps in Mythic Plus, instead of looking at just tier lists, when you start to create comps, and we go over this, here's what actually starts to happen. If you are a brewmaster and you want to be a brewmaster, then you actually have to try to find a Pharaoh Druid to play with. It would be really helpful to have a good rogue on your friends list or a good Pharaoh Druid, because maybe a Pharaoh Druid isn't wanted in most comps. Oh, Pekko's also making his tier list right now. Let's watch it. Let's watch it. I want to see where he puts bear. I didn't get to show him my bear yesterday. Okay, wait. Let's watch it right now. Wait, I want to turn his tier list on. Is he making it right now? He just started. Bad. Perfect. Never mind. Instead of deciding, okay, actually, you know, the truth is, it doesn't matter. Context has doesn't matter. Whatever Pekko, if your spec is on the bottom of his tier list, is Jover for you. And you might as well quit until the following seasons. I was going to say something really valid until I saw you starting his tier list. All right, let's go. Okay, you're about to hear Pekko's tier list. I'm just letting you know. Just fair warning, you're about to hear him. Bugged, no rank yet. That would actually explain a lot. All right, Devastation is in Seer. I'm surprised there's not its own tier for this. All right, let's see. He's just started. You see him okay? Yeah, perfect. All right. Oh, I left my phone downstairs. Oh, it's right here. Perfect. Okay. Middle. If you don't know who this is, just real quick before we keep watching history, if you don't know who this is, he does all the Mythic Plus testing. He plays PTR beta every day. And he basically runs the site for Icy Veins. Like, he makes the tier list for Icy Veins. Well. I want to see Zorthus, that's true. I would love to see Zorthus' tier list. I bet you would be good. What is he actually doing? Is he just arguing with Dev Evokers now? He's actually no troll though. Should I just be more argumentative on stream? It's not my personality. I can't do it. It's not my personality. I'll never be like that, really. In Discord, let me see. Ooh. How's Baron B all the way down here? Plus Probably down here too. Yeah, so the problem is, Sepple, the only problem with Pekko's tier list, he's a good DPS. Blackstream, sorry. Here, better? Good now? Yeah, I clicked off. Yeah. The only issue is he doesn't play tank or healer. So it's RNG who he groups with. If he plays with a good tank or healer, he ranks it higher. If he plays with a lower... Like, if he's only played with... Oh, thank you, Danny. Yeah, I thought that was a good one. But Zorthus can rank stuff. I don't know if Zorthus plays a lot of tank right now, but Zorthus can rank. Pekko is a DPS player. Like, the fact that, I don't know, the fact that he'd be willing to show this on stream. He really does, like, some people are actually just divisive. Bro. Get back to the tier list, my friend. Don't open top secret. Don't hop on a call with them. Don't. The problem is that I'm also laughing, so now I wonder, I'm like, oh, this is kind of content, actually. But I also think that stuff like this is funny, to be fair. Yeah, that's the thing. He clearly likes it. As Flame Shaper. I disagree with the utility piece. I disagree with the utility. Dev has great utility. Zephyr is one of the best group externals. Okay, to be fair, the damage is a problem. Utility is not. No group buff is a problem. A scale commander? Does it? That's true. It has a really good utility. You have tail, you have knock. Immediately muting his stream. So that's what I was worried about. See, that's the problem. when you join a public fucking Discord and I am watching his stream, I also am therefore now part of this discussion. I was extremely worried that that was going to happen. I've been sitting here this entire time thinking to myself, nobody, don't do this. Don't do this. Because I'm also listening to this right now. That is a public Discord. Nothing happened. It's just, that's what I was worried about, Maclet. That's true. Dev doesn't fit into any comp. That's true. Consume. Yep. Yep. That was fun. And they nerfed it. Dev is a spec. Dev is a spec, just so we don't even have to listen to this. He's absolutely right. Dev is basically a spec where if it's not overpowered, it's not good. You actually have to do extremely high levels of damage for it to be good. There's no comp that it slots in, but it's mostly just the group buff problem. All you have to do to fix Dev, honestly, you would actually see a lot more. If you give Warlock like a 1 or 2% haste, you give Dev a 1 or 2% crit, honestly, a lot of the problems go away. Because you can make an argument, Cauterizing Flame, Zephyr, Rescue even has some like different mechanics that you can use to cheese. You have the option to help with skips because of Rescue and Mount. You have a lot of stuff that you could do as an Evoker. You have everything that Og has shy of the knockups. You are, in fact, just do no damage. And the type of damage you deal is not valuable for Mythic Plus. But the idea is that I agree. Ultimately, Dev just has those issues. And the fact that the Mastery has never been reworked is weird. You would need to do top damage. It's the Warlock. It's the Warlock scenario. Thanks, Wiz. Season 3. I'm going to message you something on my phone so I don't accidentally flash it on screen. You're going to like this one, actually. This is a moderator only. Where are you on here? Why do I message so many people? Oh, yeah, I didn't actually say, just in case that happened. Okay, the only problem is this Dev Evoker is kind of run its course. I'm ready for the next spec to have drama. Like, if this is the pacing, you can't, this is not good pacing. Like, I'm kind of at the next episode. Like, I'm ready to tune off now. I watch TikTok sometimes, and I watch Love is Blind, so it's going too slow. Too much Dev Evoker. I think we're done with Dev. Start insulting the next spec so we can get some more drama. If you're going to give me drama, you got to give me drama. Don't half-ass it. I have watched Love Island. Actually, no, I didn't watch Love Island. I watched the other one. Drama. All right, basically, we're just watching Pecco. Guardian is really good. My tier list for tanks right now, like actual meta tanks, not just like ease of access, I genuinely think Guardian is S. This was the tier list I made, just to clarify War Demon. I'll take a screenshot. You can put it in Discord. I genuinely think that all three of these tanks are really good, and if Blood DK gets a nerf where no other tank does, you are doing well. We don't watch Sneaky Links, but they were watching something... What was it? What was the show that was put on the other day when her friends were over? There was a boat, and like there are people who are underclass citizens, and the underclass citizens effectively don't actually get to participate in the experiment unless they can woo and seduce the top people on the yacht. And if you don't get chosen by your significant other, then you have to jump off the boat and a plank. Does he want to call somebody for Guardian Druid? Bro, he should... How do I get him to call me for Guardian Druid? Okay. B to A? No, it's not. So here's the thing. That's also a good point. Also, for what it's worth, Wiz. Oh, no problem, Silent. Oh, you're fine. Of course, of course. I was just saying. We're going to go back and forth watching because we're still on the Dev Evoker and I'm kind of ready. If you truly wanted your spec to be very good in the season, you specifically don't want to be high up on the tier list right now. Like, okay, this is the tier list I made earlier. If I really cared enough about Guardian and I didn't want to be honest and I wasn't going to make this tier list, I would put them down here. You want to be here. I don't understand why people always want to be up here. I get the desire, but this is nerf category. If you're one of the bottom specs right now, that means that you might get buffed because there's more tuning to come. So you want to be here. Like this basically means if this is what I think the tanks are actually doing, then that's the highest potential for buffs and tanks is Brewmaster. Like that's basically what this means. If your tank is all the way down here or your spec is all the way down here, that's good because that means that there's the highest chance that you get buffed. All right, what's next? Yeah. Why are they still on the dev? Dude, we spent like 30 minutes on a spec that Blizzard has forgotten. Literally, Petco spent more time talking to a dev evoker than Blizzard has spent actually looking at that tank for so long. Oh, yo, what's up, Kira? Hi, Kira. It's actually good to see you. That's actually hilarious. Hi, Kira. I'm curious, have you tested Apex Guardian? We're just doing big cam and damn in 20s, I saw. Fair. This is genuinely... I just was wondering if you have tested actual, like, full easy Apex Guardian. I think that VDH, you did test all. Do you feel better about it? I know you played because I watched one of your runs. Yeah, I watched one of your runs. I like watching. I'm very excited to see you guys on the MDI. I won't actually get to be at BlizzCon myself this year, but I'd be excited to actually check out what you guys are doing. Be very cool. You guys put on, for what it's worth, I didn't get to say this. If you're here for a second, absolute fucking masterclass in your Magister's Terrace MDI run. That was ridiculous. Well played. I think that EC Apex is, for Guardian Druid, I think it's much more value than people are giving it credit for. Because I know that a lot of the logs, or at least the public knowledge for Bear right now, we're kind of not testing that. We're watching Peko make his tier list. But hi, I don't think I've ever actually got to meet you officially before. I'm honored you know who I am. Hello. I didn't get to see what you ranked on your tier list. I think that the biggest thing for me with VDH, if they were willing to redesign Apex, or at least give Demonic back to some degree, I think it'd be really cool. Personally, I just like the idea of Fel Dev being more impactful. At least attach something to Fel Dev. That's what I personally view that as a big thing for VDH. Just dev is better. Kind of. I mean, I was looking at creating comps earlier, and I was just thinking, like, what would the mythic, like, here, we'll go back and forth. But I was thinking, like, let's say these were random suggestions. These are not actually meta comps. But the idea was, let's imagine that you have VDH comps. Like, what do you want to play with it? And it's like, well, the magic buff is quite valuable. I feel like if they buffed Aldraki, VDH would also have a bit more of an identity in higher keys in terms of it actually has meaningful funnel as a tank. But yeah, the advantage on VDH is that you can claim bad RNG when you die. I just don't think that people understand at higher levels, the way you understand tanking becomes relatively scripted, where you're kind of saying, hey, I sort of know that on pull 7, I have Dancing Rune Weapon walking in at exactly this time, because that's how I'm going to do pull 7. Which means that I can use it on pull 5, but on pull 6, I now have to sit on it for 10 seconds, or we have to pace the dungeon slightly differently. But if VDH has what it has right now, it's really difficult to do that on. So whereas it blasts, in the logs that I see, I just don't think it's blasting like crazy enough to be valued past that point. Because I don't think it's the highest DPS tank by far. There was a warrior log I saw on last boss, 103k single target. And the fact that attack power is technically value if you play with comps, if you play with the specs that want it, this would be the highest single target damage tank if you include the group buffs by a little bit, I think. I haven't seen a VDH basically do like 110k single target. Granted, fight time here, this is a 17, it's 252, so it doesn't super count because it would get dragged out a little bit more if you assume combat potion and lust, but still. Yeah, that's actually a proper Shadow Priest too. That's Charends from NA Realms. That's Pookie, big healer, and Shadow, that's a big Shadow. That's a big warrior from NA Realms. Yeah. We don't know. This is one fight. This is looking at one log. It is a conversation. It is not a reflection of everything. Anyways, sorry. Let's read his tier list. He's ranking all the hunters. He put Brewmaster in B? Okay. So lowest tank for him. Yeah. That's his lowest tank, huh? Shadowlands, end of Shadowlands. I mean, hold up, wait a second. No, that's not true. That's historically speaking, Hunter very often gets left in the dirt. That is not a historically speaking good spec. I would disagree with that strongly. I think there are some specs in WoW that historically speaking are very rarely ever truly trash, but Hunter, there is always a spec or two of Hunter that is not performing very well. I don't know about that. I would choose BM. Oh, for fun. I like it consistency. It's hard to mess up on BM. Your pets do all the damage. Okay. I have some cooks on tier list to begin with, Caesar. Let me tell you something. People hate creators for making tier lists. And to be fair, I don't know if Kira's still in here, but Kira, I think, makes the most valid high-level tank tier list because I like the way you talk through things, to be fair. I haven't watched your recent one, but normally I like the fact that you give it the time of day and actually kind of go back and forth on things. And you actually rank based on, you have the chart that you do, and you use the thing for utility and whatnot. Okay. Currently, there are 3,000 people watching him on Twitch and 1,371 people watching him on YouTube. There are normally like 500 to 800 people watching on Twitch and like 100 people watching on YouTube. It is content. When people complain about tier lists, if you understand that what you're actually watching is entertainment, you are buying a movie, it's worth it. And it's super good content. It is an opportunity to discuss the game. What I hope, and everybody's got their own opinion on this, I personally hope that all of my tier lists give you something that you've never heard. And I basically want to offer a unique perspective. I don't want to talk as if I'm carbon copying everybody else, because normally I'm not. I have my own takes. And that's why they're interesting. There are people who will carbon copy. But for what it is worth, I think that actually attempting to understand that tier lists are just great content. Let me put it this way. Max has very popular YouTube videos. If Max makes a tier list tomorrow, how much is that getting? He's literally, he could like pay rent for that month. It is good content. People want it. But I want to explore, and we'll get back to his tier list in a second. We'll watch it. Listen, the more important thing is exploring why people care so much about it. You got to understand, like, the real thing that's critical here, the reason you care about tier lists is because currently in the top 500 runs on US servers. Any tank that is not a Brewmaster or Guardian has less than 1% representation. Technically, you can play anything. In actuality, it just feels bad to not get invited. Also, I really want to hear what he's saying about AUG, because how is AUG higher than AUG? Might get buffed. I think AUG is fun to play. All right, what's his quick take? That's true. What's here? Yeah, that's actually fair, Caesar. He's very, I mean, but why wouldn't you? What? there's not enough discrimination on Fire Mage. I don't think that spec has been hated on enough nearly at all. Does it? Yeah, wait, I thought we just went over the fact that that's important. Okay. So, by the way, I'm gonna end the YouTube stream, and I just realized I can't put this through to YouTube stream. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can't hear this. First of all, you wouldn't see a lot of Fire Mage because everyone's playing Arcane. When you have a spec that's so dominant, for example, like Arcane, you won't see Fire. No one is really. I think I've seen one Fire, maybe zero. So to be fair, I don't know, because when you have a spec like Arcane and how good Arcane is right now, people are just gonna play Arcane. But I'm gonna end the YouTube stream, okay? Because I forgot that you can't really see. I can't put it through. Can you guys hear? Is this through to YouTube right now? You would have to tell me if you can or cannot hear. No, it's not, right? Yeah. I don't think I'm allowed to. Here. He's gonna put Guardian here. Curious to know where he ranks tanks based on what he's seen. I think Pro Warriors, if you want it for the buff, just talked about it earlier. But let me just go end this. My tier list is not up. I have to update it. It'll be out tonight in 2 hours, 2.5 hours. If you want to know the tanks, this is what I actually think right now. I will put my exact explanations here. It was a little bit of a spicy rant. Yeah, you're welcome. It'll get buffed for raid, but not for keys. Anyway, sorry. Let me just put this link through here. Give me 1 second. Because I can't put this through here. Here, come. If you want.